The Pure Yang technique was the most powerful technique in the world, where the main character of this story lived. Having mastered the art of Pure Yang to perfection, one can become invincible. And, having already achieved the first successes, resist opponents in the three spheres. Having achieved great heights in this technique, no one can resist the master who has mastered it. However, the threshold for mastering this technique is quite high. It is not enough for a person to simply be born with the essence of primordial chaos. Also, to do this, you need to have the body of a natural swordsman, and only then can you try to cultivate this technique. This is why, over the past 1,000 years, no one has been able to master this technique except its creator, Mu Xianmen. The only exception is the main character, a young man with white hair and black streaks who wields pure yang. His name is Ye Gulu. He is the second person in the world who can cultivate the pure yang technique, and he is also the current master of the Mu Xianmen school. The guy had already reached the limits of the earth. He was #1 in the cultivation level and created the first school of Mu Xianmen teachings on the mainland. Our hero also became #1 in the collection of miraculous items. He owned 99 swords and 108 priceless artifacts. Ye Gulu was the #1 person on the Yunlai mainland, and without any arrogance, he rightfully considered himself to be one of a kind. Possessing a unique technique, the boy knew that in theory he had no equal in this world. But in practice, the situation was different. One day, a visibly tense Ye Gulu was flying under the starry sky and wondering if he would be able to hide if he headed straight for the border of the Great Void. But he couldn't hide. In the fog above the Rocky Mountains, he saw a girl with white hair and a red robe. This white-haired girl, holding a golden magic ticket in the air in front of her, was ready to activate it. She turned to the great yin and yang, the pure heavens, fire and clouds, and the omniscient lords of thunder known to them. Lu Xiaoyu, the first supreme teacher of the Taoist temple, ordered the Thunder Lords and Thunder Soldiers to appear before her in order to fulfill the will of heaven. Then the girl suddenly opened her eyes. Bright fiery rings were reflected in her pupils, and a magical symbol appeared between them. After reciting this spell, Lu Xiaoyu, the supreme teacher, managed to activate the golden magic ticket. The lady raised one hand up and screamed for her will to be done. Bright yellow lightning appeared around her body. After her spell, the night starry sky above the earth was transformed. Yellow rays appeared, which surrounded rings of the same color. A powerful stream of magical energy rushed from the sky to the earth. The girl called upon the sky gods to strike with 5 lightning bolts. A bright light illuminated our hero's face. Sweat streamed down his face. He became scared when he saw the execution of the 5 lightnings. A huge bolt of lightning from the sky completely surrounded the protagonist. Only Ye Gulu's silhouette and his 5 magic swords around him were visible. That day, because of Lu Xiaoyu, the main peak of the Tiger and Dragon Mountains collapsed because an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning struck it directly. Our hero was injured, but he was fine. With one blow, the girl split his 5 defensive spirit swords, which was very similar to Lu Xiaoyu's technique. Ye Gulu was startled when he saw another girl in a red robe flying upwards like a bullet in the sky nearby. The pale, frowning guy looked closely at the girl who was rapidly approaching him, clearly not with good intentions. It was Fei Hong, the current mentor of the witchcraft movement, who also possessed the power of the earthly limit. The guy forced a smile and greeted her. But he knew that the techniques of the witchcraft movement had reached unprecedented heights, and they were very dangerous. The girl with bright amber eyes just looked sternly and silently at our hero when he asked how she was doing. Afterwards, Fei Hong made a complex gesture with her hands, intertwining her fingers, and a magical silhouette of a lotus flower appeared around her palms. The girl activated the 20 heavenly guardians and acquired 3 additional pairs of large muscular golden arms. Then she glared cruelly at our hero and commanded her magical hands to reach down to attack him. A huge, menacing magic fist struck downwards with incredible speed, sending Ye Gulu flying back to the ground. The boy's defenses had already been destroyed, so Fei Hong succeeded, and the young man began to free fall towards the ground. Ye Gulu could only scream loudly in fear and despair as he fell from the sky to the ground at breakneck speed. The protagonist fell to the ground and survived. But his protective mantle, whose properties also wore off after this attack, took the full brunt of the impact. At that moment, another girl from our hero's harem ran past and was frightened when she saw what had happened to him. It was Yun Yuyu, the current deputy master of the Mu Xianmen sect, who called out to her brother mentor in fear. The girl came closer to him, grabbed his hand and worriedly asked if he was okay. Ye Gulu replied that he was fine. The girl with purple eyes smiled sweetly and said that it was very good that her mentor was not injured after the fall. She took advantage of the moment when Ye Gulu let down his guard and placed 2 of her fingers on the protagonist's wrist. Yun Yu activated the divine seal and spiritual burden to influence her mentor with her magic. The protagonist shuddered in horror and only managed to look with frightened eyes at his student from the Mu Xianmen sect. The earth around began to shake. A square formed around the boy and girl, which began to lower the earth down. The soil was then cut into many squares and diamonds, which formed a magical symbol. Ye Gulu visibly panicked as he saw that the girl had used the strongest barrier formation, the spiritual burden formation. He wanted to say something to her, but he stopped, and Yunyu looked at her mentor, smiling slyly. The girl explained to her master that she used this spiritual formation to prevent her brother mentor from escaping. Another girl appeared in the blue sky nearby, flying on 2 balls of earth, and she asked Yunyu not to rush. Murong Yuzuo, the current mentor of the 5 poisonous beasts current, told the girl that an external blockade would not be enough. The girl in the green robe opened her mouth and gently licked the outside of her palm to activate her magic. A moment later, the girl's hand began to gradually turn a pale shade of blue. Murong Yuzuo activated the heavenly toxin spell, and a poisonous toxin began to flow from her fingertips. She directed a drop of such a toxin to hit our hero. The guy stood like a statue, looking at his friend. Then a drop of poisonous toxin fell on the protagonist's face and began to act instantly. The poison began to spread rapidly, and Ye Gulu was horrified when he immediately suspected what kind of toxin it was. The toxin had already spread to half of the boy's face. He screamed, asking if this was the poison of decay, and asked Yuzuo what it all meant. Sitting on the ground, the defenseless boy perked up when he heard someone else's voice, insisting that there wasn't enough poison here. It was Mubai, the current master of the Shushan swordsmanship school, who said that Ye Gulu had many ways to fight poisons. The protagonist's expression became even more depressed when he saw her, and he asked the girl why even Mubai came here to fight against him. Swordsman Mubai extended her index finger before casting a spell. The girl with the long snow-white braid summoned the interception swords, so it was now her turn to fight against Ye Gulu. The blue sky was immediately covered with dark thunderclouds. Ye Gulu looked up and saw a bright blue flash. The guy didn't even have time to react before a rain of multiple magical blades was ready to hit him. The protagonist lowered his head and sat quietly in place, his legs folded under him, while dozens of swords fell straight at him. Yunyu covered her mouth with her hand in fear and stepped back, watching the terrifying scene before her eyes. The strong wind also reached Murong Yuzuo, who was still floating in the air on her magical transport. Mubai closely watched what was happening to Ye Gulu after she used the interception swords on him. Her next move was to use the ultimate blade formation, Dragon Claws. Long, sharp magical claws rushing towards our hero. She was still standing and silently watching what was happening, and our hero saw exactly what technique she had used against him. An annoyed Ye Gulu asked if the Dragon Claw technique was something he himself taught the girl. After Mubei Fei Hong's final attack, who had been watching everything in the air, she fell to the ground like a bullet, raising clouds of dust above her. The girl with the bob haircut cautiously approached our hero, closely watching what was happening to him. Lu Xiaoyu, the first supreme teacher of the Taoist temple, who was the first to attack the protagonist, also landed carefully on the ground. The protagonist, in practice, encountered the very exception that makes him not the most powerful master on Earth. The exception was that if the other 5 strongest people besides him attacked with combined forces, he would have nothing to counter them with. Trying to smile, Ye Gulu asked what was going on today and whether his girlfriends had suddenly decided to execute him. He asked if they hadn't agreed to train together, and decided that he had nothing left to teach them if the girls had reached such limits. Mubei was the first to speak. The best swordswoman made a serious face, looked at our hero and said his name. Then Yun Yu turned to the guy, blushing. She called him brother mentor and passed the floor to the next girl. Murong Yuzuo was also ready to tell her master the reason why they had all gathered today. Fei Hong told the guy that she and her 4 friends attacked the guy today because they wanted to hear an answer from him. An indignant Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms and demanded that Ye Gulu finally tell them which one of them he liked. The main character felt awkward when the girls surrounded him. He sweated from the tension and looked away, not answering this question. This is the situation Ye Gulu found himself in, despite the fact that he was the only one who possessed the pure yang technique. Although the pure yang technique was unparalleled, it had one serious problem, which the boy's mentor once told him about. An old man with a long white beard said that those who cultivate the pure yang technique cannot meet with the opposite sex. The grandfather warned the student that, at best, this could end in convulsions and bloody vomiting. Ye Gulu's eyes widened and he looked at the master in fear when he said that in the worst case, his body might explode. He started shouting and getting indignant, claiming that he now wanted to reset this technology, since he had not known such details before. But the old man told the student that even if he reset the pure yang technique, the problem would still remain. The protagonist began to get angry at his master, who had not warned him about this earlier, and began to kick and insult the old man. Naturally, he didn't take the master's word for it back then. Ye Gulu thought that his grandfather was just bluffing, and that it was impossible. In addition, he was a genius in cultivating the way of Tao, and had an excellent appearance. All the girls around him were crazy about him. Many of the boys in the settlement were angry with our hero when he received mountains of hanging purses that the novices leave for their lover as collateral. Although Yegulu didn't believe it, one day one of the concubines agreed to dual cultivation, and the guy only needed to touch her to feel sick. The girl was perplexed when she saw that Yegulu had become so ill that he was vomiting blood. The guy didn't give up and started dating another girl. He invited her to be alone, saying that it was for fencing practice. But the same thing happened that time. As soon as Yegulu touched her, he immediately felt ill and started vomiting blood. The next time our hero was alone in Yunyu's chambers, she offered him, as a senior disciple, to be together forever. As soon as she touched the guy's hand, he immediately turned pale, turned away, and began to vomit blood. Yegulu began to feel discouraged because this happened every time, but he refused to believe that he would remain alone for the rest of his life. The guy couldn't hold back his tears. He hated his peculiarity. It was obvious that he was not destined to be with girls. Because Yegulu had to refuse everyone, he ended up indebted to this group of beautiful peach blossoms. Instead of answering the question, our hero advised the girls to focus more on the path to self-improvement and the development of their cultivation. The guy stated that all these worldly relationships between the two sexes, they need to know the limits, so their seriousness in this matter is of no use. One of the girls looked at the main character with a serious expression on her face and admitted in front of everyone that she really liked him. And Yu reminded her brother mentor that they grew up together since childhood and were close. But now he decided to back down. Fei Hong was also serious. The teacher of the witchcraft movement declared that Yegulu should become her man. Murong said that she was not against letting the guy try her love poison again, but Yegulu's decision this time had to be final and irrevocable. Lu Xiaoyu told the guy that he shouldn't think that he could get away with it this time. He should tell it like it really is. The guy understood that the five of them would wipe his body and spirit from the face of the earth if he told the truth that he liked all of them at the same time. He was so tired that his soul left his exhausted body, the guy thought. Maybe it's worth choosing one of them then. But he immediately changed his mind, because in that case the remaining four girls would wipe his body and spirit off the face of the earth, so it made no difference. The young man thought about whether he should reject them all then, but he was very afraid to do this, because then they would deal with him too. Lu Xiaoyu angrily declared that they definitely had to get an answer from him today, and Yegulu didn't think he could escape. Murong reminded the boy that his spirit swords were split, the protection of his robe was gone, and he was under the barrier of a spirit burden formation. Now the guy's body is under the influence of the decomposition poison, and his head is held by the interception sword so he can no longer escape. Yegulu knew that the girls were right. Even though he was a one-of-a-kind talent with no equal, he had reached his limit. But then a sly smile appeared on his face, and an idea appeared in the guy's head on how to get out of this situation. The five girls stood and looked attentively at the object of their affection, waiting for him to give them an answer. And the guy asked if they really thought they could control him using the techniques he himself had taught them. When the protagonist turned his gaze to the sky, the dark storm clouds began to instantly disappear, and a glimmer of clear, starry sky appeared. The girls were illuminated by a bright white flash. The earth began to shake. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The protagonist used the spiritual burden formation breakthrough, and a powerful stream of magical energy rushed upward from underneath him. Afterwards, he activated the release of 7 beast souls and neutralized the dragon's claws, getting rid of the interception sword. He placed 2 fingers on his chin and used the triple principle to neutralize the poison of decay. The boy decided that since there was no longer any home for him on this earth, he needed to ascend to heaven. In a stream of rainbow magical energy, he rushed towards the heavens. Although Yegulu had reached the peak of the earthly realm early, he did not expect to ascend to the heavens in such a way. At this time, the guy looked back and realized how amazing he was, having such talent and appearance, calling up the wind and clouds with his scream. During his short journey on Earth, he managed to become the founder of the Union of the True Path, competing with others for first place. The main character also corrected a misunderstanding among the people of the witchcraft movement, and managed to become an enemy of the whole world. Afterwards, with the help of his girlfriends, the guy pacified the ancient giant monster and sent it back to the original void. Our hero was skilled not only in pure yang, the art of spells, fencing, and healing. He achieved perfection in everything. Yegulu was only worried about his feelings. Although he was able to deceive others back then, he was unable to deceive himself. He remembered the moments with his beloved girls, and now it didn't matter what successes he had been able to achieve or how high he had been able to climb. Because Yegulu's relationship with them had failed because of pure yan, he only felt regret and an emptiness inside that could not be filled. The guy was so overcome with emotion that, as he flew up to the sky, he couldn't hold back his tears. A tear rolled down his cheek. The main character cried, his lips trembled. He understood that the time spent on Earth was very wonderful. He pushed these thoughts away, since there was no point in thinking about it anymore if the guy had gone to heaven, and he vowed to no longer cultivate this charlatan technique of pure yang. Closing his eyes, the young man recalled Xiaoyu, Yu, Little Bai, and the Hong and Yuzhou sisters in a rainbow magical flow. The protagonist recalled how charming these girls were until they united and decided to drive him to his grave. The boy tensed up. He felt the vibrations of the 5 streams of heavenly calamity, but it seemed they did not come from him. Ye Gulu began to panic. He opened his mouth and started to scream, his eyes wide open as he looked at the terrifying scene. Afterwards, the guy, sweating, began to scream at the top of his lungs in fear and horror, watching what was happening. It turned out that all the other girls had decided to follow him to heaven, and he did not understand how this was possible. Ye Gulu panicked and clutched his head. He really didn't want to meet those girls again in heaven. Already in another dimension, our hero woke up without his previous cultivation base and pure yang technique, his consciousness slowly disappearing. The young man moved into a small house with a white fireplace, next to which stood 2 wooden rocking chairs. Bright rays of sunlight penetrated into the simple village house, which also contained a small work desk. When Ye Gulu opened his eyes, he didn't look peaceful. Sweat was running down his face. He was clearly scared. The protagonist immediately sat up and looked around. Ye Gulu had no idea what kind of place he had ended up in after ascending to heaven. Having never seen such an architectural style before, he assumed that this was the kingdom of the immortal celestials. The boy noticed that all his spiritual techniques had disappeared and assumed that he would have to start all over again in heaven. Opening his eyes again, Ye Gulu looked to the side and chuckled with interest as he noticed something. It turned out that he was not the only one in this house. A pretty blonde girl was sleeping peacefully nearby. The main character was noticeably frightened when he noticed the stranger lying nearby. He looked at the girl with blonde hair for a long time with eyes full of fear and had no idea what it was in front of him. Ye Gulu saw a pretty girl in front of him whose ears were long and pointed, which made her different from him and his friends. The young man's cheeks immediately turned pink because he noticed the attractive appearance of this stranger. He noticed her golden hair, long hair, and perfect features. Now he was sure that he had entered the realm of immortals. Sitting next to the bed, Ye Gulu was now no longer surprised that everyone wanted to achieve enlightenment and ascend to the realm of immortals. He was a little annoyed because our hero did not yet know how his cultivation of the pure yang technique would affect his relationships with other celestials. But a second later, the young man immediately remembered that he was no longer on Earth, but in the kingdom of the immortals, which meant that everything was different now. His face twisted and his cheeks turned red as he remembered that he no longer possessed the pure yang technique. The guy was about to pounce on the stranger, but then he stopped himself because he was a modest and noble man, and there was no point in rushing things. Besides, Ye Gulu decided that he should first get to know each other and take a couple of walks among the flowers and under the moon to prove his worth. The young man had already begun to imagine how he would hug and kiss the stranger with golden curls. When the main character was completely immersed in his fantasies, he didn't even notice that the girl had already woken up. The stranger sat on her bed with a dissatisfied look and silently looked at our hero, who was sitting next to her. The celestial being with bright green eyes and pointed ears, puffing out her cheeks with indignation, continued to incinerate the young man with her gaze. Ye Gulu felt awkward and told the celestial being that he would explain everything. But she didn't listen and shouted that he was a pervert. The other inhabitants of this kingdom were very similar to this stranger. They all gathered and whispered about something among themselves. Our hero was tied upside down to a tree for his misdeed, and the girl demanded to know why he had invaded her room. One of the girls pointed at the guy and said that this alien seemed to be a rather attractive young man. The injured girl began to express indignation when the others immediately changed their minds and began chanting that the handsome guy had been pardoned. Hanging upside down, our hero kept looking at the girls, his cheeks turning red when he noticed their beautiful figures. Even his pupils began to change as Ye Gulu looked at the attractive girls. Ye Gulu concluded that he had definitely entered the realm of immortals because he had never seen such beauties anywhere before. Another resident of the settlement came out and told the crowd of girls to stop shouting and asked what they were all doing there. The girl, in whose bedroom our hero found himself today, felt ashamed when the village elder came to them. The headman asked Luna what was going on here, and she reported that some vagabond had invaded their home today. When Luna claimed that Ye Gulu had snuck into her room and watched her sleep, the village chief became angry and shouted at her for being so impudent. She was about to order the guy to be punished, but then she fell silent when she saw how handsome the man was in front of her. The headman asked Luna if she was absolutely sure and where such a beautiful orc came from. The girl replied that she was sure that it was definitely not an orc. Luna got angry at the headmistress when she said that she was sure that this gentleman was just a traveler and that he should rest in her room. When Luna yelled at the village chief, she pulled herself together, cleared her throat, and asked if Ye Gulu had done something to her. The girl admitted that the guy was just rolling on the floor and looking at her. Her cheeks were red from embarrassment. Ye Gulu shouted that there had been a huge misunderstanding. He simply suffered from strabismus and could easily start staring at someone because of it. After listening to the boy's excuses, the headmistress looked at the other girls and asked what they thought about it. The whole crowd of beauties fell in love with Yegulu even more because they felt sorry for the sweet guy who, as it turned out, was sick. Luna was shocked when her headmistress so easily believed the Wanderer's insightful story and expressed solidarity with the girls. The protagonist went to the headman's room, where she apologized to him for the rude treatment of the villagers, walked up to Yegulu, and placed her hand on his shoulder. She approached the gentleman traveler and asked him to allow her to show him hospitality so that he could have a good rest. Yegulu even felt a little awkward because of her behavior. He admitted that this was his first time coming to this land of plenty. And first of all, he wanted to study the customs of this place. The village headman was amazed that less than 3 minutes had passed, and Yegulu already wanted to deepen his understanding of customs with her. And it turned out that he was satisfied with such an old woman. The girl approached him, and our hero smiled amiably and tried to make her understand that the headman had misunderstood him. A second later, an enraged Luna burst into the village headman's chambers and screamed to attract the headman's attention. The stunned and kissed Yegulu froze, and the headman turned around and asked her charge what had happened. Luna reported to the elder that a report had arrived from the scouts, and it turned out that traces of orcs had been discovered nearby. The elder asked Luna if she was sure of this, and she replied that the orcs were moving very quickly and would reach their village in 3 days. The protagonist looked at Luna in bewilderment when she walked up to him and grabbed him by the collar. Luna ordered the headman to immediately begin preparing for defense. And with these words, she attacked our hero. The village chief told the angry Luna that she understood everything, but asked why she beat Yegulu. The girl began to beat our hero again, shouting that she suspected that he was an orc spy. But the elder did not agree with her. Yegulu lay on the floor, trembling and beaten, not understanding what he had done wrong. And Luna asked the village chief if they should call for reinforcements from Eid City. The headman replied that it was too far, so they wouldn't make it in time. Then the upset Luna asked what they should do. The village head realized that there was only one way out. She knelt down in front of Yegulu and addressed the master traveler. On behalf of the elven village, she asked him to carry out one task, namely, to help them defeat their sworn enemies. Namely, the orcs, giant muscular monsters with sharp fangs and dark green skin, who are at odds with the elves. According to history, long ago, majestic and incomprehensible goddesses lived in this world and were friends. They were the goddess of the moon Mangan and the goddess of the earth Sidamu. Every day the goddesses played among the forests, bathed in the rays of the rising sun and in the twilight of the night, and enjoyed life to the fullest. One day, Mangan came to the venerable Sidamu with a complaint and asked if it was okay to just throw a cucumber on the ground. Then Sidamu answered the beautiful Mangan. How could she, so graceful and perfect, accuse her of such a terrible act? Mangan replied to his dear Sidamu that this was not funny at all. And why would she lie over such a trifle, being the great goddess of the earth? The conversation turned into a frank squabble with swearing. The girls sent each other away and accused each other of this misdeed. The friends became very angry with each other and began shouting loudly, shifting responsibility onto each other. The dispute between the two great goddesses of the earth and the moon turned into a fight, and the ladies began to pull out each other's hair. The elder said that their quarrel turned into a war that lasted a whole week, and they, the race of elves, became the descendants of the moon goddess Mangan. The girl wanted to tell him about the vile orcs, but our hero himself guessed that they were the descendants of the earth goddess Sidamu. The protagonist was amazed that in the heavenly kingdom the history of the development of races turned out to be so strange. Yegulu asked for more details about the cucumber story, but then stopped himself and asked how it related to their assignment. The elder said that they, the elves, were persecuted by the orcs and that the enemy race had actually become their weakness. She admitted that when they encounter orcs, they unconsciously lose their strength to resist, and their will to fight fades away. A stunned Yegulu gave a thumbs up and said that he now understood why they told him this legend. However, our hero found himself in the kingdom of the Celestials for the first time, so he reasonably asked the old woman why she was seeking his help. The village chief explained to the boy that it was all about the prophecy, and Yegulu demanded an explanation from her. The prophecy is mentioned in their holy scripture, the last prophecy of Mangan, where it was written that he would be able to dispel the darkness that surrounded her people by awakening from distant lands. The village headman poked the boy in the cheek with her finger and declared that according to their calendar, the time had just come, which meant that Yegulu was the wanderer from the prophecy. The village leader said that she wouldn't lie to him, and Luna decided to go up to the book and check for herself if it was true. Luna showed her ink-stained finger and asked if the head girl had just written those words. The elder began to justify herself, claiming that the updated records were nothing more than a manifestation of the divine nature of the sacred scripture. But Luna saw something else. The village head attacked the girl, who began reading aloud the headman's notes about how lonely she was and how she wanted to meet the man she loved. The main character felt uneasy in the company of these girls. He thought how absurd it was, and what was wrong with this world of immortals. But then Yegulu's thoughts turned over, and he wondered if this might not just be an absurdity, but a fateful meeting. He knew that a cultivator in search of immortality would encounter various kinds of amazing events on his path, and they would occur chaotically. He was familiar with such cases, for example, when a man picked up a branch on the road, and it turned out to be a divine sword with unprecedented power. The boy also knew that one day a cultivator caught a fish, which, surprisingly, turned out to be a young specimen of divine marten. Once upon a time, one of the cultivators found a ring, and it turned out that inside the ring lived an old man with unprecedented strength. The protagonist was familiar with cases of cultivators who fell off a cliff while escaping pursuit, but returned home with their wives on a divine animal. So he decided that the more ridiculous the adventure, the cooler it was, and he had to overcome it. So he declared that he accepted their assignment. The headman approached our hero and called the gentleman traveler a very good man, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. The village chief promised that, if the matter was successful, they were ready to generously reward him with gold. But Yegulu replied that he was not doing this for fame and money. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when the village elder said that she would also reward him with 3 elven servants. Yegulu screamed, begging them to send one of the elven girls to his room now as a deposit, and the village chief said that she would pay him a visit herself. The angry moon struck our hero again. Then, Yegulu suggested returning to the question of gratitude later, and the headman suggested starting a discussion of the issue. Our hero stopped the village head and asked her to wait, because first he needed to go to the restroom for a minute. When Yegulu was left alone, he noticed how unusual the restrooms were in the immortal realm and decided to take a look at what he had left in reserve. He closed his eyes and saw that all his spiritual techniques and cultivation base had disappeared, but his tempered meridians were still intact. The boy thought that all his artifacts had disappeared too, but then he discovered the Kunlun box, a storage place in which Yegulu collected various weapons. Our hero also discovered a bottomless bag, a spatial artifact where other treasures of the highest value were kept. The protagonist was perplexed, not understanding how the laws of the immortal kingdom worked. When he saw that the box and bag were still there, the young cultivator activated the portal to the bottomless storage and stuck his hand in to pull out the enchanted sword from the box. The boy understood that with the enchanted sword in his hand, the whole world would be at his feet. And it didn't matter whether he had lost his abilities or not. He grinned slyly, confident that the challenge he had received in the realm of the Celestials would allow him to ascend to the top again. From the magic box, our hero only managed to pull out an ordinary figurine of a person made of toilet paper and a sword made of peach wood. The smile disappeared from the guy's face when he saw such objects in front of him, because he hoped to get enchanted swords from the box. Yegulu was in a daze, not knowing where his enchanted swords and high-level artifacts were. The protagonist assumed that all the magical items from his earthly life were no longer available to him after his ascension. He started to get indignant when he discovered that the limits were also blocked. He thought that it was impossible, and it was just some kind of mistake. The protagonist returned the peachwood sword back to the box and closed it, thinking about his ascent to the top. Yegulu was devastated. He still couldn't believe that he now only had 2 ordinary items in his possession. The guy grabbed his head and screamed in horror. He was furious because he himself had blocked his treasures at the outer border. He was lamenting that now he had no access to the outer limits and would have to cope with only normal-level items. Yegulu stopped and looked back when he noticed someone was following him, the stranger's eyes glowing green. The guy immediately jumped out of the toilet, asking who was there, and then grabbed the hand of the person who was following him. It turned out that Luna was following our hero. The girl visibly tensed up when Yegulu grabbed her hand and caught her red-handed. He asked if she had been secretly spying on him, even though she had been lecturing him about morality before, and the girl screamed that she was just passing by. Yegulu didn't believe her, and Luna shouted that she was just keeping an eye on him in case he turned out to be an orc spy. The village headman came to the noise and asked what was going on. Yegulu immediately complained to her that Luna had been spying on him. The protagonist asked Luna after she started denying it if she had seen his secret magical treasures. The headman froze in surprise and looked at our hero with concern when she heard this question. She opened her mouth in surprise, which she covered with her slender fingers, and wanted to ask Yegulu something too. The blushing headwoman looked at the guy with loving eyes and asked if he really had 2 treasures. The protagonist began to justify himself to the village chief, claiming that he was talking about magical items. Yegulu started shouting for her to stop when the village chief grabbed the boy's legs and started dragging him along the ground to test it. The next day, the village elder introduced our hero to the most formidable archers of their village, the elite fighters of their army. The protagonist thought for a moment and said that the girls would need to remember several positions and names, and he would take command during the battle. Yegulu drew a battle arena on the board to explain to the elven archers what they needed to do with a pointer. Afterwards, the guy began teaching the girls archery, showing them how to properly draw arrows while standing behind the student. Standing next to the fair-haired beauty, our hero could not resist and wanted to kiss the girl he was teaching. But Luna noticed this in time and, indignant, hit the protagonist in the face with her fist to stop him. The boy continued to train the village's elite archers, and now the girls were able to aim better when drawing arrows. The main character lay on the ground and pointed with his finger at his student where she should aim. When Yegulu tried to pester the archer again, Luna noticed it again and this time kicked the guy in the face. Soon the beaten guy praised the girls for their good natural abilities and said that there would be no difficulties during the fight. However, he was unable to praise some of the students and asked them to come to his room for an individual lesson. There were no volunteers, so the main character chose Korra and Torma himself. The girls looked at the guy with fear. The guy told them that they had done well during the training, but it seemed like they hadn't learned everything, so they should go to his room. The protagonist started when he felt someone standing behind him. It was the enraged Luna. The angry elf ran after our hero, waving her fist, and the guy shouted, asking why she was following him all the time. When Yegulu, sweating from his run, stopped, he became alert when he heard someone screaming nearby. One of the villagers ran up to the village elder and shouted that something bad had happened, and that the orcs had already begun their attack on the settlement. The headwoman was horrified and asked how this was possible, since only one day had passed since they were noticed nearby. Night had already fallen in the elven village. One of the girls was not sleeping because she was standing guard. Her legs were shaking. She was moving back. The frightened elf held the sword in front of her and trembled with fear. She moved towards the wall. The menacing shadow of the orc loomed over her. The blonde girl decided to attack first, closing her eyes. She pounced on the orc with a sword, screaming for him to stay away from her. She tried to hit him with her sword, putting all her effort into it, but the tip of the blade didn't leave even a single scratch on the orc's skin. The formidable tall orc only looked silently at the elf in response. He froze, not taking any action in response. The girl's whole body was shaking. Her strength was beginning to leave her. The guardian of the elven village could barely stand on her feet in front of the orc. The girl could not hold back her tears. She complained that her strength had left her. It was already difficult for her to speak. Taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, the orc swung his wooden club to counterattack the elf. Panic broke out in the elven village. The girls ran in different directions, and the orcs were already freely strolling around the settlement. The orc leader asked the soldiers to be gentle with the girls and try not to hurt them. The ninth orc prince, Zusad, having already grabbed one of the girls, ordered his subordinates to grab all the elven girls and carry them to the center of the square. The frightened elves could not resist the orcs, who shouted at them to move. The orcs began to herd the inhabitants of the elven village into one place and ordered those already there to stand in one row. Zusad addressed the girls and introduced himself as the ninth prince of the orcs, stating that elves were destined to be slaves by nature, so meeting him should be an honor for them. Bearing his sharp fangs, the ninth orc prince ordered the girls to kneel before him and again called them slaves. The helpless girls were forced to submit. Surrounded by a whole crowd of orcs, they fell to their knees. Yegulu, who was watching all this, said that this was great because this way they wouldn't accidentally hit the girls. The boy turned to the Celestial Sisters and gave them the command to launch arrows at the orcs. 3 archers were ready to attack the enemies. More than 10 stars suddenly appeared in the night sky above the elven village. These were arrows loaded with them that had been released. Soon these arrows hit the orcs' heads, and they began to scream in pain and wave their arms, not expecting an attack from the elves. The ninth orc prince was stronger, so he managed to stop one of the arrows in flight and break it into 2 parts, squeezing it with his hand. The elves scattered in different directions and began calling for help, and Zusad became wary, assuming that they had called for reinforcements. Yegulu continued giving commands. He told the archers to focus on attacking their leader and do everything as he had taught them before. 3 archers prepared to hit the orcs with arrows again, while our hero read the Bai-Hu, 6 correspondences and 9 arrows spells. 3 more elven women drew their arrows to launch them at the orc chieftain, as Yegulu recited the Blue Monkey, Geng, Heaven's Will, and Heavenly Pillar spells. All the arrows aimed at the orc leader, but Zusad only needed one swing of his hand to break them before they hit him. The ninth orc prince immediately realized that someone was commanding this group of elves when they began to attack him deliberately. Zaysud began waving his weapon, defending himself from dozens of arrows, and told them not to even think that even one arrow could reach him. Yegulu and the village chief watched everything from the rooftop. The girl doubted that they would succeed, but our hero told her to trust him. The archers managed to break through the defense of the ninth orc prince, one of the arrows hitting the shoulder of the leader of all the green monsters. Zaysud was stunned when he looked at his wound. He could not believe that the elves had managed to inflict any damage on him. Meanwhile, the archers were ready to use the spells Harmony, Life, Birth, Blue Wind Guy, Blue Dog Yi, and Xuan Wu against the orc. Having uttered these spells, they fired several more arrows at him, and now all of them hit the target. Struck by dozens of arrows, the orc leader spread his arms wide and screamed in anger and pain. He fell to the ground, and our hero stood up and was not surprised that they had succeeded. because the arrowheads were flying swords that could be used to form a formation. The protagonist smiled because he successfully used the Divine Execution Sword formation, or rather a smaller version of it. After the crushing attack, the orc leader finally managed to come to his senses. He grinned and said that it was interesting. The dark, green-skinned monster managed to heal itself by forcibly expelling all the arrows from its body, leaving no traces behind. Zaysud said he would never have thought that such a remote village could cause him so much trouble. The orc leader raised his hand, showing everyone the cucumber doll, and shouted for them to try to cope with it now. The relic immediately activated and began emitting waves of purple light, magical energy that acted against the elves. The girls immediately collapsed to the ground and began to tremble. They could no longer move under the influence of the cucumber doll. Their strength left them. The elves could not stand on their feet. All the villagers began to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Yegulu held the village chief to prevent her from falling to the ground. Yegulu was perplexed to see that the cucumber doll was exerting such influence on their behalf. The elder explained to our hero that the cucumber doll is a sacred artifact of the orcs, and no elf can resist its power. Zusad laughed and shouted that no one could resist the will of the founding cucumber, and to their misfortune, the Kingfather ordered him to transport this shrine. The village head did not want to give up because her subordinates rely on her so much. The woman stood up, activated her staff, which began to glow with a bright orange light, and declared that she would not let the orc win. She declared that it was time to use the final power. The woman smeared her finger with blood to do so. The elder applied her blood to the wooden staff to activate its powers to their full potential and defeat the orc leader. The fair-haired elf screamed that she was sacrificing her blood to the fire gods, and then the staff began to glow brighter. Holding her staff in front of her, the head woman shouted, commanding the fire spirits to listen to her commands. The village head cast the Pillar of Fire spell, causing a powerful flame to pour out of her staff and rise above her like a fiery cloud. The elder shouted again, addressing the 9th orc prince, that he would never touch the inhabitants of this elven village. Zusad was amazed to see the magic of the 6th circle before him and asked how an elf with the power of a master could hide in such a remote village. But then the orc leader grinned and explained that he was just joking and that the elder's abilities did not impress him that much. Standing before the Pillar of Fire, the orc said that if he had not personally invaded this village, such power would have remained hidden from the world. With a sly grin, Zusad said that he was sorry to disappoint the girl now by confessing something to her. The orc leader released his energy and shouted that he was a grandmaster, surrounding his body with purple lightning. Zusad rose up, swung his club, and directed a stream of magical power against the fiery energy towards the village elder. A powerful blast of magical power immediately knocked the woman off her feet, and she began to fly backwards, losing her fiery staff. The magical power of the orc leader enveloped the head of the village. She could no longer resist, not understanding how this was possible. Closing her eyes, the woman gave in, and finally apologized to the girls she led in her elven village. But then she noticed how someone grabbed the woman, putting a hand on her shoulder, and prevented her from flying into the abyss. It was Yegulu. He told the Celestial that he was incredibly impressed by how she fought with all her might, and it was unlikely that he would ever forget it. The headman laughed, complaining that even at such a time he was ready to tease his aunt, and asked him to quickly run away from here. But Yegulu stayed and asked the Celestial Sister if the reward she had previously promised him was still valid. The protagonist asked if she would agree to become another servant to him, in addition to the 3 she had previously promised him. The village headman immediately blushed with embarrassment and stared at Yegulu, and the guy concluded just from her look that she had already agreed. He left the headman on the roof and asked her to leave the rest to him, preparing to fight Zusad himself. Meanwhile, Zusad turned around and looked at the guy in surprise, not expecting that the battle did not end there. When Yegulu appeared before him, the orc leader asked how he, a spineless man, had ended up here. The protagonist closed his eyes and introduced himself to the orc boss as Yegulu. The orc noted the guy's stateliness and height, suggesting that there were good representatives in his family. And Yegulu said that there was a time when he stood at the top. Zusad began to get angry when the main character revealed that for some reason he was never able to do everything the way he wanted. Yegulu continued, saying that now 3 maids and a graceful celestial being, the village chief, were waiting for him ahead. The boy bared his teeth and looked at Zusad with hatred, and asked if he was really going to take it away from him now. Enraged, the 9th orc prince screamed, wishing death upon our hero, and released his magical power through his fist against him. In response, the protagonist made a 2-finger gesture to stop the angry orc's attack. This was enough for him to allow the green monster's powerful force to flow between Yegulu's fingers and not harm him. The protagonist easily managed to block the monster's attack. The tip of the orc's weapon stopped as soon as it touched the guy's fingers. Yegulu looked at the green-skinned monster with a mocking expression and asked if this was all Zusad could do. The orc leader visibly tensed up. He couldn't understand how it was possible that his attack had been repelled so easily. The village chief also opened her mouth in surprise when she saw what Yegulu was capable of in battle. The attack, which shattered her sixth circle magic, was repelled by the protagonist with his bare hand. And this shocked the woman. Yegulu held the toilet paper man he had taken out of his magic box behind his back at the ready. A simple human figurine is an artifact that envelops its owner in protection capable of repelling only one enemy attack. Yegulu smirked and declared that it was his turn, using his free hand to open a portal to take something out. The boy armed himself with a peach wood sword, a normal level weapon, which was enveloped in streams of bright blue light. Orc Zusad wasn't too scared when he saw the simple wooden sword in front of him, and he accepted the weapon with a grin on his face. But our hero was determined to use this weapon for its intended purpose, even though it was a simple wooden sword, so he grabbed it tighter. Yegulu smirked and asked the green monster leader if he didn't possess the primordial spirit boundary. When the protagonist swung his wooden sword at Zusad, the orc boss assumed the guy was just joking. The orc leader stood motionless, not expecting what our hero was doing behind his back, waving his weapon. The solid ground behind the orc began to break apart after a few simple swings of the wooden sword. This was the last second for the orc leader. Zusad did not even notice how he died after Yegulu's ridiculous attack. The elder was stunned to see that with one blow of his sword, the boy had killed the orc chieftain with the strength of a grandmaster and assumed that it was the legendary sacred sword. In fact, Yegulu knew that the sword was not a famous one, but a simple one, made of peach wood. But for its category, it was not bad. But one day, a guy deliberately took such a sword in a fight against Lu Xiaoyu. He used the highest tempering technique. The old man then awarded the victory to Yegulu, even though the boy had used a sword made of ordinary peach wood. Lu Xiaoyu was very offended. Because she used a golden sword, she thought that the guy's victory was nonsense and some kind of absurdity. The master explained that the most important thing was to temper the wooden sword. So Yegulu tempered the sword 999 times. The old man said that the wooden sword's appearance had not changed, but its lethality had become higher than that of mid-level divine swords. He proudly showed everyone the weapon and called it an ordinary sword made of peach wood, 999 times tempered. Looking back on those days, Yegulu didn't expect that the sword he considered tasteless back then would now prove to be very useful to him. But the ordinary sword turned out to be very fragile. After one attack, it fell apart, and our hero was not surprised by this. A frightened moon peeked out from behind the tree behind which she had been hiding all this time and asked the children if it was all over yet. Deciding to show off in front of the elf, Yegulu put a smug snow-white smile on his face. Afterwards, the main character closed his eyes and pulled back his shiny hair, showing off his beauty to the girl. The guy proudly raised his chin and loudly declared that the insignificant orc leader was finished, and it was easy and simple for him. He was glad that the task had been completed successfully, which meant it was time to find the village elder and accept the reward of 3 maids. Coming closer to Luna, Yegulu noted that the girl looked good, which meant he would choose her as one of his maids. But Luna had no time for our hero's words, because she was staring at something that made the girl very scared. The fair-haired elf turned pale. The guy came closer to her and asked what happened, but she remained silent. It turned out that the 9th orc prince was not finished at all. The giant monster was in good health and ready to fight back again. He activated the orc's innate skill, Blood Rage, and the orc went into a frenzy after receiving a fatal wound. Zusad roared loudly, baring his large, sharp fangs, and prepared his weapon to attack his enemies. The protagonist tensed up and broke out in a sweat. The guy realized that he had been too careless, thinking that the enemy was already finished. In an instant, the 9th orc prince's sharp axe was ready to attack Yegulu and the girl standing next to him. Yegulu decided to push Luna away from himself in order to protect the defenseless elf from the orc's attack. The protagonist pushed the girl away and thought that it was too late to do anything, but decided to do at least something. The guy wondered why he decided to sleep with this girl without any hesitation, even though he had only known her for a short time. Yegulu closed his eyes and realized that all this time he had been spending next to her. He had been tormented by some strange feeling. Elf Luna told our hero what a fool he was, just as one of his friends had called him before. The blonde made a gesture with her fingers to activate her magical abilities and fight against the careless monster. At that moment, the night sky became covered with thunderclouds, and a powerful bolt of lightning, summoned by the girl, struck the ground. The execution of 5 lightning bolts, a technique that the girl activated, immediately incinerated the leader of all the orcs, leaving him no chance. The protagonist, having fallen to the ground, looked at this in amazement. He immediately recognized this magical technique as the execution of 5 lightnings. The stunned young man turned around and looked at the elf, beginning to realize who was really standing in front of him. Her wheat-colored hair gradually began to turn snow-white, and the elf's appearance rapidly changed. The protagonist was confronted by his earthly friend Lu Xiaoyu, the first teacher of the Taoist temple. The girl in red high heels took a few steps forward to approach Yegulu, the temple teacher. offended by our hero, once again called him a fool and asked who needed his salvation. The protagonist was shocked when he saw Xiaoyu in front of him. He shouted indignantly because he didn't expect to meet her here. But then, the guy remembered that at the moment when he ascended to heaven, the rest of the girls followed right behind him. The teacher of the Taoist temple looked our hero straight in the eyes with reproach. She remained silent for some time, and then she pricked him, reminding him that she heard that immortal mentor Gulu no longer had a cultivation base. The protagonist laughed falsely and said that it was no longer worth calling him an immortal mentor. It was better to just call him by his first name. The angry girl came even closer and kicked the ground. The frightened guy jumped back. She continued to mock him, claiming that her immortal mentor was so majestic that he was able to step out of their circle and ascend peacefully. A hurt Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms and assumed that her mentor was now living a happy life in heaven. The main character felt awkward in front of her. He bashfully lowered his gaze to the floor and began to deny that he was happy here in heaven. This angered the girl even more. The first teacher of the temple pouted and looked at our hero with anger in her eyes. She tried to strike Ye Gulu with lightning, but the frightened boy managed to jump aside in time. The girl tried to do it again, recalling how our hero invited her into the room for private lessons, thinking that she was Luna. Lu Xiaoyu made another attempt to strike Ye Gulu with lightning, recalling his compliments about how well she had performed. While trying to strike the guy with lightning again, she was angry that Ye Gulu chose her as one of his maids. The protagonist had to retreat, but was eventually stopped by a stone wall, and his back was pressed against it. The frightened Ye Gulu tried to justify himself to the girl, but he couldn't find the right words to calm her down. He shouted, asking where Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation base came from and what boundaries it was currently at. The first teacher of the temple did not answer the young man, and this time she managed to strike him with her lightning. After being struck by lightning, Ye Gulu's hair was disheveled when they returned to the building, and he was shocked to learn that Lu Xiaoyu had been here for 3 months. The girl said that when she woke up, she had the level of a golden elixir, and now she was able to reach the border of the initial spirit. Then the main character assumed that his girlfriend used the mirage magic technique to change her appearance. Lu Xiaoyu admitted that she used mirage to change her appearance and the butterfly dream technique to rewrite her consciousness. Ye Gulu realized that she had used the butterfly dream to hide her true consciousness, and thus she had come to regard herself as an elf. The girl explained that the condition for unlocking the spell was a real danger or an encounter with another cultivator. The protagonist assumed that after their first meeting, Lu Xiaoyu removed the lock and returned to her previous consciousness. The first teacher of the temple puffed out her cheeks with anger and asked our hero whether he himself thought she had returned to her consciousness then. The village headman approached them and admitted that 3 months ago, when Luna arrived in their village, she immediately realized that everything was not so simple. Lu Xiaoyu thanked the village chief for accepting her and taking care of her, and the village chief thanked her for helping her fight the orcs. The head woman realized that, as the prophecy had said, people from distant lands had come to the aid of her people and dispersed all the misfortunes that had beset them. The temple teacher asked the headman to keep it a secret and said that they would leave the village tomorrow. The woman was surprised that they were leaving so soon. The protagonist intervened and asked them to wait a second because he had completely forgotten about one important matter. Ye Gulu ran off somewhere at full speed because he forgot to pick up the treasures that were supposed to drop after defeating the orc. But when the boy ran to the battlefield, he trembled with horror and lost the power of speech when he saw something. In place of the 9th orc prince, there remained a handful of ashes, and there were no treasures, which greatly angered our hero. Ye Gulu started screaming, blaming Lu Xiaoyu for the orc carrying valuable weapons and equipment, destroying it completely. He began to rummage through the ashes with his hands, hoping that some artifacts had survived Lu Xiaoyu's blow. The protagonist visibly dejected when, after rummaging through what was left of the giant monster, he found nothing of value. Enraged, Ye Gulu began to trample the pile of ash and shout, cursing at the fact that no valuable artifacts were left. But a moment later, the main character perked up and stared at something with wide-open eyes. In front of Ye Gulu lay the Orc Shrine, a legendary relic, a cucumber doll that could impress all the elves. The protagonist immediately understood what kind of artifact was in front of him. He saw how the cucumber doll influenced the elves. A sly smile appeared on Ye Gulu's face. The boy was clearly pleased with the find, and his cheeks turned pink. The guy began to hide the treasure under his clothes, claiming that he hadn't found anything, and Lu Xiaoyu watched him closely, suspecting something. Ye Gulu turned on his acting and began to complain about the girl, saying that because of her, everything had fallen apart and they had suffered nothing but losses. The protagonist ran up to his celestial sister, and the village elder asked the traveler what had happened. The cultivator decided to immediately test the artifact's effect on the village elder. The cucumber doll immediately had an effect on the woman. Ye Gulu was delighted to see that the treasure was working and wished good night to the celestial being, which angered her. The next day, The protagonist and Lu Xiaoyu went out into the courtyard to say goodbye to all the residents of the elven village. All the elves were upset to tears because the boys were leaving them. The girls tearfully asked them to stay for a couple more days. The protagonist remembered that he was entitled to a reward. He approached the headman and whispered in her ear about the 3 maids that he had been promised. But he immediately received a blow to the head from Lu Xiaoyu, who approached the village headman and told the woman that it was time for them to say goodbye. Ye Gulu and the temple's first teacher walked along the path towards the bright sun, and the temple headman watched them for a while. But then the woman realized that she couldn't just let the gentleman traveler go, and asked him to stop. The headman ran up and took our hero by the hand to say goodbye to him personally. The protagonist was surprised when the woman took his hand. He froze for a moment and stared at one point. A blush appeared on the boy's cheeks as the head of the elven village silently kissed the master traveler on the cheek. The woman whispered a big thank you to the gentleman traveler for the help he had given to her settlement. Lu Xiaoyu stepped aside and turned her back to them. The girl snorted because she felt jealous of Ye Gulu. The village elder winked at our hero and asked him to visit them if he had free time. The protagonist smiled smugly, gave the woman a thumbs up, and promised that he would definitely visit them. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't contain her anger any longer and kicked the guy, shouting that if she gave him a finger, he would bite off her hand. The frightened guy started screaming in fear and running away from the angry girl who was chasing him to beat him up some more. When night fell again in the elven village, the street was illuminated by a bright yellow beam that shot down from the sky to the ground. A golden gate appeared on the green lawn, emitting bright light and turning the dark night into a sunny day. The village elder and the rest of its inhabitants came out into the courtyard and stared in amazement at the heavenly gates. The head of the settlement asked her subordinates not to panic. She knew that this was the teleportation technique of the Holy Court. The woman turned out to be right. The gates opened and a girl's foot stepped onto the green lawn. It was a knight of the Holy Court, a girl with long ash-blonde hair in a ceremonial white robe. The elves were delighted by her appearance. They decided that they needed to show courtesy, because before them was a knight of very high rank. The headwoman immediately bowed her head before the knight, realizing that before her was a man of at least the rank of commander. It turned out that Azure, the knight high priest responsible for overseeing Eid and its surroundings, appeared before the elves. The woman tensed, realizing that this girl was at the level of holy followers. Azure immediately got down to business and stated that her scouts had reported to her that orcs had invaded this village the day before. The village elder confirmed that this was indeed the case, but the hero who was passing by their village helped the elves destroy the orcs. The assistant who arrived with Azure reported to the lady that there were no traces of mana or semi-divine power left here. Azure asked if this hero really destroyed the Grandmaster-level son of the Orc King, even though there were no traces of mana left. The assistant suggested that her mistress ask these elves directly about the location of the orcish relic, but she refused and ordered them to leave. The hooded girl suggested that if it was a hero, he would have taken the orcish relic as a trophy. But the lady replied that registered heroes had that right. Azure became thoughtful because this relic was related to the relic hunter that the Holy Court was currently pursuing. So the Knight High Priest turned to her assistant and ordered her to bring this hero to her, alive. The girl in the white hood lowered her gaze in response and remained silent, thinking about the order of her mistress from the Most Holy Court. Removing her hood, the knight accompanying the lady, named Livia, replied to the Knight High Priest that she understood her order. Taking off her hood, the green-haired girl solemnly declared that she would begin to carry out the order. The following events took place in Eid province. In the suburbs, Ye Gulu and Lu Xiaoyu were wandering along the endless green meadow. The girl with snow-white hair confessed to our hero that in fact he had not ended up in the kingdom of immortals, but simply in another world. Ye Gulu wasn't surprised. He had already realized this himself, because the patterns of spiritual flows here were completely different, which affected the pace of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyu disagreed, asking how he could even sense the flow of spiritual energy if he didn't have a cultivation base. The protagonist shared that after yesterday's sleep, he had already managed to lay the foundations of a cultivation base, but had not yet decided which technique to choose. The girl tensed up and fell silent, thinking about how quickly her friend had managed to make such progress in his training here. The guy said he would have to give up some powers if he was going to continue improving. When Lu Xiaoyu asked if he had encountered any obstacles, he replied that it was more likely something extremely insidious. When the guy started telling everything, the girl asked him if he was tired of it, because he had told this story about the confrontation 800 times already. She turned away proudly and said that in this world he would not find a single girl who would admire his stories of past deeds. The girl said that from what she had learned about this world in 3 months, it was best to become an adventurer here if he wanted to continue slaying monsters. The protagonist became interested and made it clear to Lu Xiaoyu that he wanted details about who the adventurers were in this world. Adventurers are a group of people with noble hearts and unique skills whose goal is to destroy villains and ensure peaceful life for the people. These people take orders to destroy monsters, for which adventurers are given a reward, thus increasing their fame and power. They also have the opportunity to become a registered hero, a person who will be respected by all people and who will have many privileges. For example, such registered heroes have the right to flirt with anyone they want, because all the girls love them. The title of registered hero also gives a person the right to arbitrarily search any premises, breaking into people's homes. All the trophies that the hero receives after defeating the monster, he takes for himself and does not give them to the state. The main character beamed with delight. He had no idea that such a cool profession existed in this world. He immediately started exclaiming that he wanted to become a registered hero, and the girl said that first he needed to go to the Adventurers Guild. She told the guy that the nearest guild was in Ade City. Ye Gulu happily followed her because he was eager to get the privilege of flirting with anyone. At that moment, the boys didn't even suspect that someone was watching them from a nearby hill, observing them through binoculars. It was a green-haired girl named Livia, who, on orders from her mistress, was tracking down the hero who had stolen the orc's relic. Livia put her binoculars aside after spotting a suspicious guy through them. The girl analyzed the route the boys were taking and concluded that they were heading to the city of Ede. She decided that it was better to watch them carefully first, because these people had the power to crush the son of the Orc King. Soon, Lu Xiaoyu and our hero reached the small European-style town of Ede, with narrow streets and low houses. The boys entered the Adventurers Guild building, and at the entrance they were greeted by a girl in round glasses who smiled at them. A girl with bunny ears on her head asked our heroes how she could help them. When the protagonist saw her, his mouth opened wide in amazement because he was struck by the attractiveness of the girl from the guild. Yegulu was so stunned by the appearance of the Adventurers Guild worker that he felt like he had entered another cosmic dimension. The boy was delighted by how magnificent the clothes were in this world. He dreamed that Xiaoyu dressed like that too. The protagonist's imagination ran wild, and he imagined Lu Xiaoyu in his head, dressed in the same outfit as that girl. Lu Xiaoyu noticed how strange her friend was acting. He stood with his eyes closed and a stupid smile spread across his face. The girl threw the guy aside so that his head hit the floor and told the worker that they would like to register in their guild. The worker immediately gave Lu Xiaoyu a map and said that they, as newcomers, should try to go against the demonic vines first. Yegulu was happy, thinking that there would be no problem with these monsters since they were low level and had low combat ability. The boy imagined his girlfriend Lu Xiaoyu crying, screaming, and struggling because she couldn't handle the demonic vines. Clenching his fist, the protagonist confidently declared to the Adventurers Guild worker that they would accept this order for fulfillment. But when Yegulu encountered the demonic vines, the smile on his face was no longer there, because the monster had wrapped itself around his entire body. In reality, it turned out that Yegulu himself was unable to deal with this low-level monster. Vines had wrapped around all of his limbs. The boy screamed at the top of his lungs, calling for his girlfriend Xiaoyu to help him because he couldn't escape from the shackles of the thick green vines. With one strike of lightning, Lu Xiaoyu managed to get rid of the monster and save her comrade, who had also suffered from the girl's magical abilities. Livia, who had been secretly watching everything that was happening from the side, made some notes in her red notebook. The green-haired girl wrote that Lu was a master of thunder magic, above the level of a grandmaster, and that the young man was a weakling. When they returned to the guild, the worker concluded that the boys were quite strong and recommended that they fight Archospore. Yegulu again thought the task was easy since the Archospore was a low-level monster with mid-level combat ability that could dissolve equipment. The boy turned on his imagination again and decided that this time Lu Xiaoyu would not be able to cope with the monster and would scream and cry. The protagonist, confident in his abilities, shouted that they were accepting this order to destroy the Archospore. But when Yegulu faced reality, he failed again in fighting the monster, so he was sad. Archospore, a giant plant with sharp teeth and a huge tongue, trapped the boy and began to cover him with poisonous saliva. The protagonist, who was already in despair and not so confident in himself, once again called on his companion Lu Xiaoyu to help him out. The girl dealt with the monster again in 1 second, using her thunder power, and Livia was still watching the boys work. Livia, the knight's high priest's assistant, began taking notes in her notebook again after watching the rookie adventurers deal with the monster. She wrote that the girl was using thunder magic without even casting a spell, and the young man still seemed like a weak chicken to her. The guild girl praised the newcomers, saying that their efficiency was absolutely top-notch, and offered them more challenging tasks. The protagonist refused and said that this time he wanted to choose the task himself. He began to rummage through the guild papers with his hand. The guy noticed a piece of paper with a task to defeat a slime, a low-level monster that is absolutely not dangerous, but has the ability to mimic. Yegulu was already tired of being struck by lightning by Lu Xiaoyu. He decided that the slime was a rather simple monster, so it was worth choosing it. When the boys set out on the mission, Yegulu was again inspired and fearless, while Lu Xiaoyu watched him with bewilderment. He thought that today he must definitely demonstrate his greatness in battle to Xiaoyu. The guy believed that he would definitely succeed. The protagonist looked at his companion and noticed that the girl's whole body began to tremble violently. Xiaoyu was clearly afraid of something. The boys were faced with a monster that they had to defeat. It was a small, harmless clot of blue slime. Yegulu remarked that this slime was quite cute, but Lu Xiaoyu was afraid of it, claiming that she didn't even want to look at this monster. The protagonist knew that in the world where he grew up, there were no monsters like this little slime. He glanced at his companion and guessed that this was why the girl was afraid of this sticky monster. Xiaoyu could no longer hold back her tears. Yegulu said the name of the temple's first teacher, and the frightened girl turned around and looked at her companion. A sincere smile appeared on the guy's face, and he told Lu Xiaoyu how cute she was when she was afraid of something. Lu Xiaoyu was at a loss because she didn't expect to receive such a compliment from a guy. And the slime was also puzzled. The guy explained that she also looks cute during normal times, and when she transforms after his compliments, she is also very cute. He said that she was sweet even when she started throwing lightning bolts at him out of anger, and her weak side was also very charming. Yegulu noticed that she was trying to hide her fear now, and he found this side of Lu Xiaoyu extremely charming. Suddenly, the young man screamed, pointing his finger at the slime, calling him vile, and asked how dare he attack this sweet girl. The protagonist fell silent, preparing to deal with the slime that had terrified his companion Lu Xiaoyu. He shouted that he would now show his real skills, intending to apply the Yunjiang fist-fighting techniques and Taiji at the foundation level. Yegulu shouted, provoking the little monster to pounce on our hero first. The slime activated its special ability. Mimicry, its body began to change shape and grow rapidly. The boy tensed up as he saw the slime begin to mimic, using a technique that allowed the monster to change its own shape. Yegulu stated that he had already figured out the enemy's intentions, because this technique could only confuse the enemy and had no combat potential. The slime rapidly changed its shape, and in a matter of seconds it took on the shape of a girl with long hair. Afterwards, the slime acquired a detailed face, cute round eyes, thin eyebrows, and a small surprised mouth. The main character was stunned, watching as a real beauty appeared before him, who just a minute ago was a small, shapeless slime. Lu Xiaoyu was terrified to the point of horror. She sat on the ground and screamed in fear, and Yegulu was stunned by the beauty. The slime that was mimicking Lu Xiaoyu looked at his opponents in confusion and tried to ask something. He began to imitate our hero's movements, and Yegulu immediately noticed that the monster was trying to study his body movements. But later he said that it didn't matter at all. The most important thing for him now was how attractive this monster was to him. The boy was so amazed by the beauty of the mimic monster that he stared at it with his mouth wide open. Afterwards, the main character's whole body trembled with excitement. He still stared at the girl and could not say anything. Yegulu only managed to give the slime a thumbs up to show that he liked the way it looked. But a moment later, the protagonist received a blow, not from the monster, but from Lu Xiaoyu, who noticed the guy staring at the slime. Yegulu collapsed to the ground, lamenting that this was against military valor, and the temple's first teacher was still frightened. Trembling with fear, Lu Xiaoyu tried to gather her will into a fist and cast a spell to defeat the monster. She screamed loudly, activating 5 lightning execution to strike the monster, mimicking her with thunder. The girl managed to deal with the slime, which returned to its original form. But our hero was also struck by lightning. Livia, who had been watching from the sidelines what was happening, wrote something in her notebook again. She wrote that the girl was afraid of slimes, but her level of magic was still unusually strong and should not be underestimated, and called Yegulu a pervert. Livia concluded that only the girl was a threat, so as soon as they separated, it was worth grabbing the guy and interrogating him. At home, Yegulu was combing his hair again after being struck by lightning, complaining about Xiaoyu, who was now constantly tormenting him as soon as her magic level had increased. The guy frowned. He decided that he would not allow the girl to control him, since he did not have a cultivation base like before. The protagonist smirked, declaring that he would make his companion cry and scream some more, begging Yegulu to spare her. Yegulu approached the temple's first teacher and said her name in a sweet voice to win her favor. He asked why they didn't take some time now to study the fusion of mirage and moth dream techniques. Lu Xiaoyu snorted in response and said that these were not that difficult techniques, so Yegulu could learn them on his own. The guy explained that the girl's cultivation level was now much higher, and it would be nice if a senior colleague explained how everything worked. The girl was stunned. She couldn't believe that Yegulu was begging her, calling her a senior colleague and asking her to teach him the technique. She cleared her throat, pulled herself together, and changed her mind, since the guy had the courage to admit that he understood much less about these techniques. Lu Xiaoyu agreed to help our hero and show him how it was done, and her cheeks turned red because Yegulu recognized her abilities. Taking a step forward, the girl with snow-white hair told our hero to watch carefully because she would only show him once. She transformed back into the elf Luna using the Mirage technique, as well as the moth dream, to rewrite her consciousness. The girl said that by combining the two techniques, no one would be able to recognize the transformation and distinguish the genuine from the illusion. The protagonist was delighted to realize that there was now no difference between Lu Xiaoyu and real elves. Therefore, Ye Gulu took out the orc relic and began waving the cucumber doll in front of the girl, thinking that he would impress her with it. Lu Xiaoyu, in the form of the elf moon, immediately became frightened and screamed when she saw the orcish relic in her companion's hand. The girl's entire face was covered in beads of sweat. Her body began to convulse, and she could barely speak. With a satisfied smile, Ye Gulu tossed the cucumber doll in his hand and declared that Lu Xiaoyu would have to agree to his 3 conditions. Firstly, Lu should stop taking out her anger on the guy. Secondly, stop throwing lightning bolts at him, and also stop constantly calling him Brother E. The girl fell silent and looked down at the floor, and he continued to mock her, reminding her how insolently she had behaved in recent days. While playing with the relic, Ye Gulu asked her if she didn't expect that he was keeping a secret weapon and advised her not to be so careless. The guy declared that carelessness inevitably leads to problems, and once again threw the orcish relic into the air. The protagonist played too much, and the relic fell onto the wooden floor and broke into 2 pieces, losing its magical power. When Ye Gulu saw this, he was terrified. The boy turned pale and opened his mouth wide in fear. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes, and he stood there in a stupor, shaking all over as he looked at the orcish relic that had been shattered because of him. He quickly ran out of the room, giving his senior colleague a final smile and advising her to get some rest after the difficult days. The main character ran out of the house at full speed before his companion could come to her senses and take revenge on him for this prank. Lu Xiaoyu, in the form of Elf Moon, came to her senses and silently watched Ye Gulu leave, angry at his actions. Upset, she again called him a fool because she was not a real elf, and obviously the relic could not work on her. The girl was sad because she had expected Ye Gulu to simply come to her, without all this antics with the orc relics. The protagonist returned to his duties as an adventurer in the city of Eid and managed to defeat a huge dragon on his own. The dragon with red glowing eyes collapsed, and our hero only glanced at the paper with the task and said that everything was ready. It was a legendary level monster, a young death dragon. He guessed that its strength was at the level of a primordial spirit. Ye Gulu sent his sword back to the box and said that it seemed like the limit for the simulated enchanted sword was the level of the initial spirit. With his mind set on something, the protagonist declared that it was time to push his limits, intending to develop his power as a cultivator. The guy silently walked out of the dark cave into the forest, which was illuminated only by the light of the moon. It was already night outside. Pleased with himself after having dealt with the legendary monster, Ye Gulu whistled a cheerful tune to himself. Livia noticed the guy and how he was leaving the death dragon's lair. She knew that without a group and a healer it was impossible to stand against this monster. Throwing aside unimportant thoughts, the girl reminded herself why she was here now. It was time to arrest and interrogate this stranger. The girl was scared when someone asked her if she had waited too long for this guy to finally be alone. She turned around abruptly and asked who was there, immediately introducing herself as a knight of the most holy court on duty, in whose work no one has the right to interfere. Livia became even more frightened, her face covered in sweat when she looked at this stranger and saw that it was a succubus in front of her. The succubus came closer and said that it was a coincidence because she also waited until Livia was alone and asked why she was following the guy. Frowning, Livia replied that she didn't have time to figure out who she was and what she was doing here. But she didn't dare interfere with her mission. The succubus continued to approach Livia and replied that she thought she had just been unclear. The demoness, who turned out to be Yun Yu, asked Livia if she was tired of living, since she was pursuing her brother mentor. The green-haired girl was indignant and asked how she dared to speak in such a tone to a knight of the Holy Court. But in response, Yun Yu only smirked when she heard about the Holy Court and swung her weapon at Livia. The succubus asked the girl if she knew how many people she had wiped off the face of the earth along with those who dared to go against the flow of her mentor brother. After this, Yun Yu tried to hit the Holy Court knight with her weapon, but Livia covered herself with her shield in time. The girl with green hair was scared. She didn't understand where the succubus got such strength from, because her shield was destroyed with one blow. Yun Yu tried to attack the girl with her weapon again, but Livia managed to jump aside at the last moment. The succubus did not give up. She swung her black weapon once again to deal with the one who was hunting her brother mentor. Seeing this, Livia became frightened. She immediately took out a vessel with holy water and used a metamorphosis spell. Holy water enveloped the succubus's weapon so that she could not use it against the knight of the Holy Court. Thus, Livia was able to remotely influence the succubus's hammer to disarm the weapon with holy water. The Holy Court knight managed to snatch the weapon from Yun Yu's hands. The succubus clearly didn't expect Livia to have such strength. Afterwards, the green-haired girl grabbed her sword and placed her forehead on it. She activated her aura, and tongues of green flame enveloped her body. Livia screamed that the succubus did not dare look down on a knight of the most holy court, and with these words she tried to pounce on her. The knight was visibly frightened when the succubus managed to repel her attack with only a gesture of one hand. Yun Yu thus blocked the knight's weapon by placing it in a magical golden cube, causing Livia to tense up. Now that the succubus could stop her opponent's sword with a flick of her finger, she asked if Livia was really singing the same old song. Without allowing the holy court knight to attack her, Yun Yu arrogantly asked Livia if she could really be her rival. The knight shouted, asking the girl what technique she used. Yun Yu replied that it was the Mu Shaman cloud formation. Using a cloud formation, the succubus struck the holy court knight, launching a powerful stream of magical power at her, knocking her off her feet. Livia dropped her sword and fell backwards off the cliff, screaming in fear as she fell. The green-haired girl immediately used the holy water metamorphosis to save herself from death as she fell down the cliff. The knight of the holy court doused her body with holy water to soften her fall and avoid death from such a great height. But the fall was still hard, as Livia crashed off the cliff onto the green lawn, raising a tall column of dust above her. The fall caused the girl to lose consciousness. She lay on the grass with her eyes closed and could no longer fight against the succubus. Yun Yu stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the defeated knight of the holy court, feeling like a winner. But the battle made the succubus feel unwell, and the girl noticed that she was again lacking vitality. She concluded that she would not be able to hold out for long if she relied only on feminine energy. The mark on her body began to glow. Yun Yu decided that she needed to return to the city and find something to eat, and then she began looking for her hammer. There was a commotion in the local Adventurers Guild building, and a worker called everyone with an emergency news release. The girl said that they were looking for a succubus who only hunts girls, and many had already suffered as a result of her actions. She approached Lu Xiaoyu, who was missing our hero, and asked if she wanted to take a look at a quest that had a pretty hefty reward. The paper depicted a wanted high-level succubus who absorbed dreams and possessed unknown combat potential. Lu Xiaoyu sweat dropped and opened her eyes wide as she looked at the image of the wanted girl. She immediately jumped up and screamed, because she recognized her good friend Yun Yu in the wanted succubus. The girl immediately snatched the paper from the worker's hands and declared that she accepted the assignment. Meanwhile, our hero was still wandering through the forest. He stared with surprised eyes at something that came his way. The guy said that this world is truly amazing, because girls in it even fall from the sky, when he came across Livia lying on the lawn. Looking at the stranger, Yegulu thought that this girl was a bit like his friend Yun Yu, although Yu was more energetic. The protagonist put his hand to the stranger's mouth to check if the girl was still breathing. He decided that he couldn't leave this stranger to her mercy. He thought that this event had happened to him for a reason. The guy picked up the girl and started carrying her on his back from there. Yegulu decided that this looked like another fateful meeting. Yegulu carried the stranger back to the cave. The knight of the sacred court was still unconscious after falling from the high cliff. The protagonist, using his magical abilities, decided to bring the stranger back to her senses by transferring his healing energy to her. The girl broke out in a sweat. She began to return to her consciousness. The first thing Livia did was complain about how hot she was. Having managed to open her eyes, the knight turned around to see who had managed to bring her back to consciousness. She saw behind her the guy she had been hunting all this time. Yegulu was focused on healing the stranger at this time. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked questioningly at the girl, chuckling when he noticed that she had regained consciousness. Yegulu felt uneasy when he noticed that the girl had finally come to her senses, and the stranger began to tremble with fear. The boy explained that he had used his energy to heal her wounds and had taken off his clothes so that the boiling of his internal forces would not lead to burns. He assured her that he had no ulterior motives, but assumed that the stranger would not believe it anyway. Livia couldn't hold back her tears because she was so scared when she woke up in the dark cave with this guy. The sacred court knight, not listening to the guy's explanation, jumped up and ran away, screaming in fear, and Yegulu tried to stop her. The green-haired girl ran out of the cave and found herself in the middle of the night forest, still not having recovered from the shock. The knight's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tried to control her emotions after being left alone. But then she realized that she was left almost without clothes, which meant that she would not be able to go back home in this state. So Livia was forced to turn around and go back to the dark cave where the protagonist was waiting for her. The first thing the girl did was blush with embarrassment and approach Yegulu and scream, demanding to know where her clothes were. Yegulu honestly admitted that he didn't understand at all how the cut of their clothes worked in this world, so he accidentally turned them into rags. The knight of the sacred court became angry and began to scream, while simultaneously beating our hero with her fists. Yegulu defended himself with his hands and asked her to stop, as continuing to beat him would not solve the problem with his clothes. When Livia realized that she was still standing in front of our hero in this state, she was contorted with horror, and her whole face turned red. The girl burst into tears again and ran away, leaving the stunned protagonist alone with his thoughts in the cave. Livia came back and demanded that he return her clothes, She insulted Yegulu nonstop, which made him confused. But our hero still decided to lend a helping hand to the girl and opened his box to take out some clothes. He showed her several sets that he had left as gifts from other girls and asked her to choose one of them. Livia just sat to the side and trembled, not saying anything. Yegulu concluded that the girl didn't like these clothes. He took out a few more dresses, pink and black, and asked the girl if she liked these sets. The green-haired girl didn't answer. Yegulu wanted to turn around and leave, but Livia stopped him. Livia pointed to a pink dress with black lace and said she wanted to wear it. The main character left the cave for a while the girl was changing clothes. After some time, he asked if she had finished. When she replied that she didn't, he was understanding since he too only knew how to take off clothes, not how to put them on. After a few more minutes had passed, Yegulu, suffering from boredom, asked the girl if she had finished changing. The girl asked him what difference it made, and he explained that Livia had not yet fully healed, so it could take time. Yegulu felt incredibly bored standing outside the cave, and after some time had passed, he asked Livia again if she had finished yet. The guy breathed a sigh of relief when the girl replied that she had already changed, which meant he could go back. The protagonist silently entered the dark cave where Livia was waiting for him, dressed in the outfit the guy gave her. When Yegulu saw the Holy Court Knight in her new appearance, he was speechless and stared at her in a stupor for a long time. Livia was indignant. She said that she was a priestess in front of him, so he was forbidden to imagine any strange things, even though she was wearing his clothes. The guy started waving it off, claiming that it wasn't his clothes at all, and stated that that wasn't the point at all. He said that the point was that she fell from such a great height that it damaged her internal organs, so Yegulu was unable to heal her completely. The green-haired girl protested, claiming that she was a knight of the sacred court and that divine blessing protected her. She fell silent and looked at our hero with a puzzled expression when he showed her 3 fingers in response and began counting down. Afterwards, the main character showed 2 fingers and said 2, counting the moments until the moment when, in his opinion, something would happen. Then the young cultivator said one thing, and then his gaze changed. He frowned and looked at the girl. The guy turned out to be right. The next moment, Livia felt ill. She lost the ability to stand on her feet and collapsed. Afterwards, the girl began to cough loudly, spitting out blood, which means that her internal organs were indeed damaged. Yegulu squatted in front of her and said that her internal organs had reacted this way because of her scandals, and she wouldn't live until tomorrow if she continued like this. Livia asked the protagonist to promise and swear to her that he was only going to treat her and nothing more. Sighing heavily, Yegulu was dissatisfied with being required to swear oaths and asked the girl who she thought he was. He explained that they had never met and that he had no obligation to save her. He just wanted to do a good deed. The girl forced herself to remain silent when Yegulu said that he would leave right now if Livia was not satisfied with something. Livia explained that she was a knight of the Holy Court, strictly following the commandments, and that she had been mistaken about him at the time. But now everything was clear to her. Yegulu was confused about what had become clear to her, and the girl reminded him that he had said that in order to heal, she needed to take off her clothes. She said that, according to the words of the Son of God, all people are vicious and born in sin, and if she undresses, it will be tantamount to sin. The knight of the sacred court, blushing, understood that this would also be equivalent to her belonging to him. The protagonist stared at her with dumbfounded eyes when Yegulu declared that she voluntarily agreed to become his woman. However, there were tears in the girl's eyes and her face was full of sadness when she realized that she was forced to take such a step. At this time, the city of Eid was already quiet. It was deep night outside, but not all the residents of the small town were still asleep. Succubus. Yunyuyu came to the city to find something to eat. She entered someone's house and began to suck the energy out of the victim. The demoness thanked the girl, saying that she had eaten her fill, having sucked the energy out of the stranger who was sleeping peacefully in her house. Stretching, the succubus turned and left, saying that it was now time to deal with unfinished business. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu walked towards the exit of the guild, intending to find that fool and tell him about Yunyu. Yunyuyu used the mark from the previous formation to calculate the location of the little knight, and Lu Xiaoyu tried to find Yegulu. The girls simultaneously, using their magical abilities, found out where the knight of the sacred court and our hero were now. At this time, Yegulu was still in the dark cave with Livia. He was taken aback by the girl's statement. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking about the words of the knight of the sacred court, and chuckled, remaining silent. Yegulu remained silent for a long time, scratching his chin with his finger, and Livia was noticeably nervous, waiting for him to answer her. The girl perked up when Yegulu finally broke the silence and told the knight that he understood everything. After that, she did not even listen to what he was saying. The knight only prayed, turning to the Son of God, that he would not demand retribution from her. The main character continued to explain something to her, but she did not listen to him at all. She was only trying to accept her fate. Yegulu, about to begin the treatment, asked Livia to turn her back to him so that he could transmit his energy to her with his palms. When she did this, the guy warned her that she would have to be patient because the procedure could be painful. The girl obediently followed all of our hero's commands, closed her eyes, and was willing to endure the pain in order to be cured. Yegulu looked at her with a puzzled expression when she immediately started complaining about him touching her back. The guy indignantly explained that pressure was needed on the back to heal her wounds, and that the sounds were produced by the circulation of spiritual chi. The girl looked at him in shock when he asked about healing wounds, and he asked if that was not what he had just talked about. A minute ago, Yegulu explained to the girl that she didn't have to dedicate her body to anyone, and there was no need to undress, and it was time to start treatment. The protagonist was shocked when he realized that the green-haired girl was not listening to him at all at that moment. Livia was terribly ashamed. She blushed and began to scream with trembling lips, trying to justify herself to the guy. The guy continued his treatment, saying how conservative the views in this world are, because in his world, everything is completely different, and there is no need to dedicate your body to doctors. Livia explained that these were the sacred words of the Son of God, and they, the Holy Knights, were expected to follow the instructions. She had mentioned the Son of God several times in their conversation, so Yegulu asked who he was. Before explaining, the Knight of the Sacred Court folded her hands in a prayerful gesture. The girl with green hair explained that the Son of God is the title of the highest high priest, the head of the most holy court, and the herald of God on earth. Livia explained that they, believers, live, develop, and die in the name of the Lord, and it goes without saying that they must unquestioningly obey the Son of God. Yegulu noted that this was quite interesting, and the reputation of their god was truly enormous, since they lived and died for the sake of the deity. The girl concluded that Yegulu came from distant lands and asked if all foreigners were so rude to saints. The protagonist grinned and tried to explain to the Knight of the Sacred Court that in his case the situation was rather unusual. The guy immediately remembered the girl who calls herself Luki, the head of the Mu Shanmen sect. As he continued his treatment, he smiled, knowing that the celestials of his world were known for having a tendency to kill. Yegulu asked if he was entitled to any reward for rendering a service to the Holy Court by healing the knight's wounds. The girl was delighted, believing that our hero wanted to join the bosom of the church, and said that the Holy Court always accepts new followers. Before Livia could finish speaking, Yegulu interrupted her and asked with shining eyes whether they would give him a girl. The Knight of the Holy Court was perplexed when she heard this question, so she could not answer it right away. Still hoping for a reward from the Holy Court, the protagonist asked if they would give him money there. Feeling awkward about the boy's questions, Livia looked away and honestly answered that he would not receive such a reward. Then the main character, looking at Livia with eyes shining with hope of receiving something worthy, asked if they would give him the miraculous equipment. The stunned girl replied that in order to obtain the equipment, Yegulu would first have to become a knight. Yegulu immediately refused, asking how they even managed to recruit people without any financial support. When the guy finished treating the girl, Livia admitted that she felt much better after the procedure. The protagonist said that he used spiritualized chi to heal internal damage and also put her meridians in order. Livia found the strength to rise back to her feet. She felt embarrassed, but thanked our hero for his help. The young man smiled amiably and replied that it was only a joy for him to help another person, and that it was a trifle for him. However, one question was bothering the guy, so he mentioned what happened that night. Using a control technique, Yegulu, with eyes shining with purple light, asked how Livia had fallen unconscious in this wilderness today. The guy looked at the Knight of the Sacred Court, without taking his eyes off her, in order to take control of her consciousness with magical power. The girl turned pale and looked at our hero with fear. Waves of magical power began to penetrate her consciousness. Livia's expression changed completely. Her gaze became empty. She stared at one point and remained silent, having fallen under Yegulu's influence. Yegulu grinned. His spiritualized chi remained in the girl's body after the healing, so the control technique certainly worked. And although this was a lower version of the technique, it was nevertheless quite sufficient for our hero to take the next step. He wondered if she really thought that picking up a girl on the side of the road wouldn't raise any suspicions, since he had been wandering around the world for years. Looking at the face of the girl who had lost control of her consciousness, the main character decided that he would now properly interrogate her. Meanwhile, Yun Yu came to the place where she had previously encountered the knight. She assumed that after such a wound, she would not have been able to escape. The succubus giggled maliciously and continued to search for the little knight, telling her not to be afraid, because her little demoness sister had already arrived. Lu Xiaoyu had also already come to that very night forest. She complained about the long journey and was looking for our hero, holding his hair in her hand. She followed the trail that the guy's hair gave her, calling him names at the same time, because it was unclear what he was doing behind her back. Yegulu began interrogating the Knight of the Holy Court, first asking the girl how she ended up here, Not daring to look the guy in the face, Livia answered by lying that she was just passing by. The protagonist snapped his fingers to gain even greater control over the girl's mind, which could still lie to him. He frowned, looked into the eyes of the knight of the most holy court, and demanded that she tell him only the truth. The girl trembled. Something changed in her consciousness. Now she was even more under control. Livia hesitantly said that she had come here because of the orcish relic, but she herself did not understand why she had confessed this to him. The protagonist became wary when he heard about the orc relic and decided to continue interrogating the girl. Livia admitted that the mistress ordered her to find the man who took the orc relic for himself. Then Yegulu asked her another question. He demanded that Livia tell him who exactly her mistress was. The green-haired girl walked towards the cave wall because she had difficulty standing on her feet. She admitted that her mistress was the Knight High Priest Azure, and that she was part of her retinue, but tried to stop herself. The protagonist approached the girl and continued the interrogation. He was interested in what Livia was planning to do with him. Livia answered the guy that Her Excellency Azure ordered her to find him because she wanted to see him alive in person. Yegulu was extremely indignant and asked if the girl was planning to kidnap him. The girl admitted that the original plan was to capture Yegulu and then interrogate him under duress, and this angered the guy. The protagonist screamed and hit the girl. He was angry because the knight planned to interrogate him. He waved his hand again and declared that he had defended the elven village and done many good deeds, but they intended to interrogate him. The boy hit the girl again, screaming and complaining that the knights of the Holy Court wanted to grab him. Without stopping, the protagonist waved his hand again, asking Livia if they had any moral principles at all. The girl screamed and cried as an angry Yegulu beat her, shouting at her and asking if they had any laws. Afterwards, he calmed down and asked Livia what relation her mistress Azure had to the orc relic. Livia revealed that the low-level relic is related to the relic hunter currently being hunted by the Holy Court. The girl was already having difficulty speaking. She tried to explain to our hero that this was a matter of particular importance. Under Yegulu's control, she began to stutter and lose her speech, and the Sacred Court Knight felt noticeably unwell. Yegulu thought that at least now he knew that this most holy court was looking for him and was willing to use all sorts of tricks. He smiled slyly, deciding that it was worth asking the girl a few more questions, since he had difficulty taking control of her consciousness. The guy asked what the night girls with such conservative views do when they find a man they admire. Livia was taken aback when she heard the question about admiring men, so she couldn't answer right away. The girl with sad eyes admitted that she had never communicated with men before, and today was the first time she had become close to someone. The Knight of the Sacred Court felt very strange, which she shared with our hero. The protagonist turned his nose up high, deciding that the immortal mentor's charm was truly boundless, and that Livia had fallen in love with him. Smiling slyly, the guy decided, in this case, to ask the girl opposite what parameters she possessed. The Sacred Court Knight struggled against Yegulu's technique with all her might. She wheezed, stopping herself from responding to him. The guy cocked his ear and asked the girl to speak louder because he didn't understand what she was trying to tell him. In response, the flushed Livia began to groan even louder, trying to bring her captured mind back under her control. She found the strength to grab the protagonist by the collar of his shirt because she didn't like the interrogation he was giving her. It was difficult for Livia, but she asked Yegulu to stop his magic, since she was a knight of the Holy Court. Indignant, she looked at the guy and screamed, asking how he could allow himself to mock her like that. The protagonist became wary when he saw that the girl had used all her energy to master the control technique. Trying to overcome Yegulu's control technique, the Holy Court Knight pulled the boy with all her might to knock him down. Yegulu began to shout and protest at the girl not to pull him, and he raised his hand to hit her again. At this moment, Yunyu entered the cave and immediately looked at her brother mentor. For some time, the girl did not make herself known, but silently watched with cold eyes what he was doing. With a smile, the succubus Yunyu finally announced her appearance and said that she saw that her brother mentor was busy with work. With a fake polite smile, Yunyu asked if she should step away for a while so as not to disturb him. The main character was stunned when he looked at the succubus and recognized in him a girl he knew well. He realized that it was Yunyu, because she was the only one who called him his brother mentor, and those horns and ears were just a trick, like in the case of Xiaoyu. Continuing to smile insincerely, the demoness said that her brother mentor's love was truly boundless because he gave her clothes to another girl. Yunyu made it clear that she thought Yegulu was enjoying life here, but what she really wanted to ask was whether he wanted to die. The main character understood his girlfriend at a glance, so he immediately ran away to the side to be away from Livia. Sweating from the tension, Yegulu tried to justify himself to his friend, saying that there was a reason for all of this and that she should listen to him. Succubus. Yunyu still smiled sweetly and answered our hero that she was ready to listen to him. But at the same time, the girl activated the Cloud Order formation and Thousand Gaps to attack Yegulu. The protagonist tensed up, realizing that his friend was serious. which meant he couldn't justify himself so easily. He immediately used Imitation Enchanted Sword and the Dragon Pool spell to protect himself with weapons from the girl's attack. Yun Yu asked if the guy was only at the foundation stage, and Ye Gulu saw that Yu was also at the primordial spirit stage. The protagonist tensed up when he saw that it was not so easy to get rid of the girl's cloud command formation. She came closer and said that she only knew that, although she had not seen her brother mentor for so long, all her thoughts were only about him. Ye Gulu's sweat dropped when the girl asked what was wrong with him and whether he had thought about her even once during all this time. He scratched his head and replied that they had grown up together since childhood, and suggested that they go outside and talk in private. In response, the succubus only smiled ingratiatingly, and a golden magical seal appeared behind the girl's back. In a second, this seal became so large that it filled the entire cave. Yun Yu decided to solve the problem with outsiders. The protagonist looked warily at the magic seal and became visibly frightened when he realized what the girl was about to do. Now 3 seals of Yun Yu surrounded our hero and forced him to stand still. The guy could only silently look at the girl. Yun Yu admitted that she felt that Ye Gulu was in a close relationship with this girl. The girl said that she thought the protagonist did not consider Livia an outsider, after which she waved her hand to use her magic. She activated the Cloud Ghost formation and the Thousand Judgment spell, after which a loud explosion was heard. Golden magic blocks filled the entire cave. Thick smoke rose around, and the girl stopped. She guessed that her brother mentor had been unable to cope with her attack, and a smug smile appeared on the succubus's face. But she became wary when she noticed that the golden magic blocks around her began to crack and crumble. The main character rushed out to meet Yun Yu, destroying all of her blocks along the way. His body surrounded by blue magical swords, the demoness was visibly frightened. All her magic turned into fragments. She tried to wave her hand to fight back, but afterward, she decided to kneel in front of Ye Gulu, surrender, and look at him with loving eyes when the sword was already in front of her face. Enchanted by the protagonist's skills, the girl admitted that she considered her mentor brother to be the strongest, and all because our hero managed to defeat Yun Yu at the foundation stage, when she herself was at a much higher level. The protagonist asked the girl to stop making noise, because the power of his simulated sword was about to run out. The girl with snow-white hair smiled maliciously and answered her brother mentor that she knew this. The young cultivator was visibly frightened when the power of his sword finally ran out and it was shattered by the girl's golden block. The protagonist was stunned to see Yun Yu immediately launch a counterattack, and he could only watch. The girl used Cloud Palm against her mentor brother and hit him with such force that he lost his balance. The boy flew back and collapsed at the other end of the cave, raising a large cloud of white dust above him. Yun Yu approached him and admitted that she was even a little touched when she saw that the guy was still unable to raise his hand against Yu. Livia, who was still there and watching this scene, was indignant when she saw what Yun Yu was doing to the guy. Without even looking at the Holy Court Knight, Yun Yu told her that she was in the way and snapped her finger to get rid of her. The Sacred Court Knight was startled as golden magic blocks instantly surrounded her, forming walls. Livia was now trapped in a large golden cube, screaming and banging on the walls, trying to get out, but it was all in vain. The green-haired girl was left standing trapped and silently watching what was happening in front of her. She felt awkward and wanted to cover her face with her hands, but she couldn't when she saw Yun Yu about to kiss Ye Gulu. The Knight of the Holy Court was burning with shame, but she couldn't bring herself to close her eyes to stop looking at it. The girl's cheeks turned even redder as she unwittingly witnessed the events unfolding before her. When Yun Yu managed to kiss our hero, she was very pleased because she was finally able to absorb the energy of her brother mentor. She noted that the energy of her mentor brother was very intense, and she felt her body overflowing with power. The protagonist, trying to keep a friendly smile on his face, asked if Yun Yu could let him go now. Succubus. Yun Yu assumed it was some kind of joke when the boy asked her to finally free him. The girl smiled slyly, looking at her lover, and told our hero that the most important thing was still ahead of him. The main character looked at the girl with frightened eyes, beads of sweat running down his face from fear. Livia, who was trapped in Yun Yu's magic cube, felt extremely ashamed, but she couldn't look away. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu appeared in the cave. The girl carefully entered there, holding onto the stone wall with her hand. The Knight of the Sacred Court was stunned when she looked to the side and saw another girl appear in the cave. Lu Xiaoyu, when she saw what was happening here, became visibly angry and stared at the guys with eyes full of anger. The girl could not contain her anger and jealousy. She pursed her lips and frowned, and her face turned red with anger. Livia was frightened when she saw how angry Lu Xiaoyu was. She froze in fear, knowing that this girl had great strength. Yun Yu also turned her attention to Liu Xiaoyu, who, with her cheeks puffed out in anger, looked at the succubus with hatred. The angry abbess of the temple began to yell at our hero because he had deceived her by saying that he would go on the mission alone. Lu Xiaoyu became angry at the protagonist and continued to yell at him, creating a jealous scene in the middle of the cave. Yunyu clicked her tongue in annoyance when Lu Xiaoyu appeared here, and Yegulu began to make excuses, claiming that he could explain everything. The succubus forced a smile onto her face and greeted Sister Xiaoyu, saying how long it had been since they had seen each other. Lu Xiaoyu asked if Yunyu had really planned everything up until today when she had incited the other girls to get an answer from the guy in the past. Yunyu agreed that it was her idea, but ascension and other unforeseen circumstances were not included in her calculations. But Lu Xiaoyu clearly didn't believe her. She moved forward, asking Yunyu if she was sure of her statements. The angry girl walked close to Yunyu and screamed, asking how it happened that she ended up here with Yegulu. She pointed her finger at Livia and shouted that there was also a stranger there, who for some reason was dressed in Yunyu's underwear. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that this was indeed just a misunderstanding regarding Libya. Yunyu and Lu Xiaoyu simultaneously looked at our hero and shouted at him to shut his mouth and not interfere in the conversation. A quarrel broke out between Yegulu, Lu Xiaoyu, and Yunyu, while Livia still stood in the cube, watching silently with a hurt expression. The girl decided to get out of here. For this, she bit her finger in order to use the blood for magic. The sacred court knight dripped blood onto the ground, intending to break free from Yunyu's magic cube. The green-haired girl understood that she had to do something urgently before the others noticed. While Yegulu sat to the side with his knees tucked under him, Yunyu told Xiaoyu that this matter needed to be sorted out in order. The demoness said that she had been connected with Yegulu by pure ties since childhood, and perhaps they would have already become a family with children if Xiaoyu and the others had not put a spoke in their wheels. She stated that if anyone had any reason to be unhappy here, it was her, and no one else. Lu Xiaoyu didn't agree with the girl and asked if her brother mentor hadn't told her a story, namely, that the first kiss that our hero had belonged to Lu Xiaoyu, and not someone else. Yunyu was visibly angry, but still kept a smile on her face. She immediately demanded an explanation from her brother mentor. The protagonist explained that it was just an accident. He slipped on a banana peel and fell on the girl. Crossing her arms over her chest, the frowning demoness decided to play this game with Lu Xiaoyu. She pretended not to be bothered by Yegulu's first kiss, forced out a laugh, and asked her rival what was wrong with it. Yunyu confessed to the girl that she once took a bath with our hero. Recalling this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was furious with jealousy and immediately started yelling at the protagonist as he stood in front of her in fear. Yegulu started shouting back, making excuses that it was when he was a child, and that he and his friend Yunyu were children back then. The first teacher of the temple asked Yunyu, what was the point of talking about what happened in childhood? She turned away and replied that it was still no less important. Lu Xiaoyu said that no matter what, the initiative was always on Yuyu's side, but she never took any steps towards him. Trying to maintain a friendly smile, the angry demoness asked if Xiaoyu had actually taken any steps to get together with this guy. Raising his trembling hand, Yegulu wanted to explain himself. He said that this was all because of the pure yang technique that he had mastered in the past. Lu Xiaoyu and Yunyu turned around at the same time, looked at our hero and shouted, reminding him to keep quiet. Yunyu asked if Sister Xiaoyu was looking for her today to fight her. Lu Xiaoyu asked the demoness in response if she really had any reason to be afraid of the succubus. The succubus immediately activated her magical abilities. Golden magical seals appeared behind her back. She was not averse to fighting. Lu Xiaoyu was also ready to fight. She took out a magic ticket and activated it to defend herself. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl finally completed her trick to escape from captivity. Livia drew a magical symbol on the ground using her own blood in order to finally exit the magic cube. The Knight of the Sacred Court managed to activate this symbol. It began to emit a bright golden light. Not long before this, a brawl had broken out in the forest near the city of Eid, and a girl and a boy were justifying themselves to the lady that they had done nothing wrong. The guy, covering the frightened girl with his back, begged the woman who caught them to let them go, but Lazur was adamant. She stated that she had been informed the day before that this couple was engaged in kidnapping elderly people. The girl began to tearfully justify herself, claiming that this was not true, and that the elderly woman had been abandoned in the mountains by her son, who wanted to get rid of her. She declared that it was only out of the kindness of her heart that she brought the old woman back to the village, and Lazur listened to her silently. The Night High Priest did not believe the criminal's story. She took out a vessel with holy water and activated it. Azure threw a vessel with holy water right at the supposed criminal, and the guy was scared when he saw it. The holy water caused the young man to panic. He began to scream, and the liquid began to act, burning the girl's skin. The guy asked the girl if she was okay, and she started complaining about how much pain she was in. Lazur asked if the criminal was going to continue to evade, because she was sure that they had committed the crime. The exhausted blue-haired girl leaned against her boyfriend and cried as she was called a renegade necromancer. She sobbed, insisting to the Night High Priest that the truth had done nothing wrong. The guy hugged her and said that he had already told her not to stick her nose where she shouldn't, and the girl asked what they should do next. The young man consoled his tearful lover and made her smile. telling her that everything was okay and he was there. The necromancer asked where the holy court was when the Baron brought her wife to death, and now he decided to resurrect her and live away from the rest of the world. Azure listened silently to the necromancer's speech. He was sure that the knight would not be able to trample them like ants. Flashing a demonic gaze, the boy grinned and said that the knight had seriously miscalculated if she had expected to destroy them so easily. He revealed the red tattoo on his arm and addressed the great dragon that slumbers in the depths of the abyss. Placing his palm on the ground, he caused the ground to crack, and the necromancer continued to read the spell. As the earth crumbled, the necromancer screamed, asking the great dragon to show his greatness just this once. With a mad expression on his face, he continued to yell, calling on his deity to wipe his enemies off the face of the earth. The boy cast the death summoning spell, after which a black dragon flew out from the depths of the firmament. A strong wind arose, stones flew in all directions, and Azure stood calmly and watched as the dragon flapped its wings. The abyssal dragon appeared before the night high priest in all its glory and opened its ominous mouth. But the girl still did nothing. The night high priest stood still and watched as the dragon covered her with his shadow, protected by two swords. Standing in a majestic pose, the necromancer shouted, asking if Azure really didn't think she would meet a mage like him in such a wilderness. Smiling madly, the guy declared that since the world was unable to accept his kindness, it was too late for her to do anything. The young man stretched out his hand and shouted that now the world would have to face his wrath. Azure didn't seem to be afraid of the necromancer's antics. She continued to stand motionless and watch the abyssal dragon's fury. The girl turned to someone and reported that the heretic had been identified. He was the great necromancer of legendary level, Fisher. Raising her swords, she introduced herself as the Night High Priest Azure and declared that she would judge him in the name of the Holy Church. The stunned boy opened his mouth wide and began to sweat when he realized that the Night High Priest was standing in front of him. The shocked necromancer asked how a girl like Azure could be a Night High Priest with the level of a holy follower. Without answering the necromancer's questions, Azure was ready to fight him. She activated the sacred art and absolute balance. A bright beam of white light appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight towards the black dragon that the legendary necromancer had summoned. When this happened, the Night High Priest extended her hand and cast the extermination spell to get rid of the dragon. The frightened necromancer covered his resurrected wife with his back, and a bright flash illuminated everything around. Necromancer Fisher only had time to turn around, hug his frightened girlfriend, and stare with eyes full of fear at Lazar. Azure received a signal from her accompanying knight, Livia, and assumed that the girl had already found the orc relic. Meanwhile, the necromancer Fisher and his resurrected wife were already in oblivion. Azure finished them off with her swords. The Knight Pontiff, having dealt with these enemies in the name of the church, declared that the time had come for the next trial. The symbol drawn in the cave by Livia still emitted a bright light. The girl with green hair was waiting for help. Afterwards, the cave was illuminated by bright golden gates, indicating that the Knight Azure had finally arrived. Night High Priest Azure passed through the magical golden doors and took the first step into the dark cave. The first thing the lady did was praise her accompanying knight, Livia, saying that she had done a good job with the task. Livia broke into a happy smile and screamed when she finally saw her mistress and realized that she would be saved. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were taken aback when another stranger appeared here, and Ye Gulu said that he definitely didn't know her. Ye Gulu, who was being teased by the girls by pulling his cheeks, advised the stranger to run away from here because it was too dangerous. But Azure did not go anywhere. The Night High Priest immediately announced that it was time to begin the trial. The protagonist tensed up. He immediately realized that this was the very lady that the girl knight had told him about. He stepped forward and stated that they were all decent people who respected the law and asked what they had done to deserve being judged. Livia began to accuse Ye Gulu of being the one suspected of illegally possessing the relic and of using magic to bully her. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu stared at our hero at the same time. They were dumbfounded that Ye Gulu would do such a thing to a girl. Finding himself in a difficult situation, Ye Gulu turned around and said that it was better to let the girls talk because he still had unfinished business. The Night High Priest remained silent, silently listening to the accusations against Ye Gulu and the boy's justifications. She stated that the boy would immediately go with her to the Holy Court because he was suspected of illegally storing the relic and mocking the knight. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu looked angrily at Azure, who began to accuse their lover of crimes. The first abbess of the temple did not understand much, so she asked her rival what the priestess meant. Yun Yu was no longer smiling and replied to Xiaoyu that it seemed like the Night High Priest wanted to take away their brother mentor. The expression on the snow-white-haired girl's face turned cold when she realized that they wanted to take her lover away. Yun Yu was the same way because she believed that this Azure intended to steal someone else's boyfriend from them. The girls rallied and began discussing Azure. They concluded that he was the Night High Priest, but Xiaoyu didn't understand what her interest was. Lu Xiaoyu said that there were rumors that the night priests were at the level of saint disciples. Yun Yu also knew this. This level, according to her, is equal to the level of spirit division, 2 positions higher than the level of girls. The first abbess of the temple therefore asked her rival whether they would be able to cope with Lazur, who was an order of magnitude stronger than them. The succubus demoness was also unsure. She asked Zhao Yu if she thought it was worth participating in this competition. The girls made some decision and together moved closer to Lazur, while our hero still stood behind. The Night High Priest frowned and silently looked questioningly at the girls who had closed the distance. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Azure with hostility and asked if she had forgotten to ask them before she was about to take their boyfriend away. In response, Lazur only looked at the girl in bewilderment. She looked tense because she felt some kind of threat from her. Yun Yu intervened and advised Xiaoyu not to waste words on this girl, and asked which of them would start first. Lu Xiaoyu snapped her fingers and declared that she would go first. An arch of golden magic tickets appeared behind her. The girl summoned lightning, which easily pierced the roof of the cave, and Azure looked up, noticing the threat. The execution of 5 lightning bolts was supposed to fall on the Night High Priest, but it landed on the ground because Azure jumped aside in time. The cave floor was reduced to a pile of rubble, and Azure jumped up, defending herself with 2 sacred blades. The Night High Priest was still silent. She was determined to fight back against the girls and had no intention of running away from the battle arena. Lu Xiaoyu was also floating in the air. She asked the High Priest if she was ready for enlightenment, and again used 5 lightning plague. Azure prepared to grab her sword when she looked up at the night sky and saw lightning about to strike her. The Night High Priest confidently grabbed the sword and swung it to block Lu Xiaoyu's attack. That's why the lightning hit the protective barrier created by the sword, and Azure was completely fine after the attack. Afterwards, the knight decided to go on the offensive and rushed forward, cutting through the air as sharp stones fell past her. She made 2 swings of her sword, thereby drawing a large cross on the rock that led to the ill-fated cave. Lu Xiaoyu, Yun Yu, and Livia, who were still inside, were visibly frightened when the cave began to collapse. The main character was in a stupor, his eyes and mouth wide open in fear. Stones had already begun to fall on him from the ceiling. The demoness Yun Yu clicked her tongue in irritation and rushed forward. She grabbed the girl's hand to pull her out. The succubus casually dropped Livia onto a green lawn after rescuing her from the rapidly collapsing cave. Knight Livia sat obediently on the grass. She clearly did not expect that the girl who had attacked her earlier would save her. Livia felt awkward, but she stuttered as she thanked Yun Yu, who was standing next to her, for pulling her out of the cave. Yun Yu asked the girl not to misunderstand her, because she was only afraid that the underwear that Livia was wearing might get ruined. The green-haired girl looked pitifully at her savior as a piece of white cloth began to fly at her. Livia was startled and ducked her head. It turned out that Yun Yu had thrown her shirt at her to make her put it on. Turning around, Yun Yu told the girl to change her clothes and then returned the pink nightwear to the demoness. Meanwhile, the main character also ran out of the cave. He looked at the sky, watching the battle. At this moment, the boy was worried about Xiaoyu, who was still hovering in the air in front of the Night High Priest. Lu Xiaoyu silently watched her opponent, waiting to see what Azure would do next. Puffing out her cheeks with anger, the first abbess of the temple looked into the face of her rival without taking her eyes off. Azure also looked frowning and angry at the girl. She looked straight into her eyes for a long time, and silently. Lu Xiaoyu finally broke the silence, crossed her arms, and asked if it was true that all of them in the church were at the level of holy followers. The knight replied that the real strength was close to reaching the level of legend, and asked why Lu was trying to protect Yegulu. When Azure said that she was asking this because Lu Xiaoyu, with such strength, definitely didn't need a low-level relic, Lu asked if she was truly interested. The abbess of the temple put 2 fingers together, preparing to attack Azure, and began to describe everything to her in general terms. Lu Xiaoyu revealed more golden magic tickets and declared that this fool Yegulu was under her protection. The girl screamed that even the original heavenly ruler would not be able to take this guy away from her because she said so. The Night High Priest was at a loss because she did not understand who this original heavenly lord was. Azure replied that none of this mattered, since Xiaoyu refused to cooperate. Her actions amounted to heresy. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant and asked the knight how else her actions could be considered heresy. With her amber eyes shining, Azure accused her opponent of arrogance and declared that she was much superior to her. Xiaoyu smirked and replied that if it was about levels, then Azure knew nothing about people seeking immortality. The girl was ready to use the power of thunder, saying that people like them kill those who are stronger than them. Lu Xiaoyu gestured with her hands and cast 5 lightning execution against Azure again, filling the surrounding area with bright yellow lightning. Azure was ready to defend herself. She activated Sacred Art and Absolute Balance, launching swords at the girl. The bright white beam of Azure's sacred power and Lu Xiaoyu's powerful lightning collided together at one point. The first abbess of the temple screamed, trying her best to fight off her opponent's white beam. In response, the Night High Priest only snorted because she felt confident in defeating the girl. Yunyu said that things were bad because she saw that Azure still had one sword left, which meant that Lu Xiaoyu had not yet managed to defeat her. The black-gloved knight raised her hand and waved her finger to summon the sword that was high in the sky. The demoness decided to join the battle to help her sister and activated the cloud command formation. After she used the 1,000 gaps, the tall golden pillar helped the girl rise high into the sky. Meanwhile, a powerful beam of white light was heading towards Lu Xiaoyu. The girl's lightning power had already been exhausted. She was in danger. But the succubus Yunyu came to the rescue in time. She rose up on a golden pillar and covered Lu Xiaoyu with her back. The girl spread her arms out to the sides, and the golden pillars began to fill more and more space. The demoness used 1,000 gaps and defensive formation to create a golden magic shield that protected them from the power of Azure. But the Night High Priest's power proved to be stronger, so cracks immediately began to form in the golden shield. Yunyu clicked her tongue in annoyance as she noticed her magical construction beginning to crumble. The girl in black shoes was forced to push off from the golden pillar and jump up. She flew towards her sister Xiaoyu and grabbed her, screaming for her to be careful as a white beam pierced their defenses. Yunyu protected the girl with her back, so a fragment from the golden structure hit her right in the back. Yegulu didn't understand how this was possible, since Azure had broken through not only the defensive formation, but even Yuyu's own defense. Yunyu's defense was completely destroyed, and the girls began to fall flat on their faces together, injured. Thick smoke filled the surroundings. Lu Xiaoyu held her wounded friend in her arms, who was no longer able to fight. Lu Xiaoyu was very scared for Yunyu, but Yunyu calmed her down by telling her sister that she was fine. The first abbess of the temple took out the golden amulet of supremacy and cast a spell to heal her friend. Xiaoyu looked forward when she noticed that the Night High Priest had also descended from the sky to the ground. At that moment, our hero entered the battle. As soon as Azure landed, the sword stuck into the ground right in front of her foot. The protagonist advised the knight to stand where she stood, threatening to use force if she approached his friends. With his hands in his pockets, Ye Gulu's dark silhouette asked Azure if she really thought she could get away with injuring his men. Azure stood her ground. She ordered the young man to hand over the orc relic to her and go with her to the court. The protagonist called the Night High Priest just another subject on his life's path who doesn't listen to anyone. The guy took something out of a homeless bag, saying that he didn't want to use this forbidden elixir, but circumstances forced him to. He squeezed a small golden pill between his fingers. It was a divine elixir with an amazing effect. Yegulu put the small golden ball into his mouth to bite the pill and take the elixir. A moment later, the guy's eyes opened wide and turned a bright turquoise shade. Everything around began to shake. Even the always calm Azure began to visibly panic. The Night High Priest was frightened when she saw that the boy's power was just like that of the High Priest, the Son of God. The protagonist appeared before Azure in a changed form, his eyes glowing and his body surrounded by an ominous aura. Looking at Azure with cold, demonic eyes, Yegulu declared that he had just managed to break through the earthly limit. When the knight heard this, the girl was in a stupor. She stared at the guy with wide-open eyes. Beads of sweat ran down her face. In the girl's eyes, our hero looked like a scary black monster with round, glowing eyes. Azure's whole body trembled. She felt a strong pressure. Her body could not move. The main character came right up to the girl, who could only stand on trembling legs in front of him. Taking out the elixir vessel, Yegulu chuckled and told the little knight that she had made a big mistake. Unexpectedly, the protagonist splashed this elixir right in the face of the Night High Priest so that she did not have time to defend herself. The frightened Azure immediately began to wipe her face. She screamed because she suspected what kind of elixir it was. The girl's eyes widened and she froze, in a state of shock after Yegulu managed to do this to her. She was at a loss when she saw that Yegulu and her two companions seemed to have vanished, taking advantage of the opportunity. The following events unfolded in the city of Eid, where our hero and his two girlfriends managed to retreat. It was still night. The protagonist used earth element magic, Vanish, to teleport into the building. Yegulu had a contented smile on his face as he stood hugging his beloved girls. Lu Xiaoyu became angry at our hero and slapped him in the face, screaming, demanding that he finally let her go. The main character looked at the angry girl in bewilderment and put his hand to his cheek, which had become red from the slap. Yunyu was also angry. She thought that she had lost at that moment because she had acted differently from her friend. So she decided to also hit our hero in the face and yell at him, demanding that he stop hugging her. Yegulu was at a loss. He didn't understand why the girl had just done this to him, since she had been hitting on him the day before. In the room, Lu Xiaoyu asked the guy why he made them retreat, and whether Yegulu hadn't ascended to the earthly limit again. Their eyes widened in surprise when the guy admitted that it wasn't that simple, and the earthly limit was just a trick. Lu Xiaoyu wondered how he managed to deceive the Night High Priest, because at that moment even she herself believed it. The protagonist admitted that he simply used a menacing-looking pill to demonstrate imaginary strength to the enemy. The fearsome-looking pill is an elixir that can temporarily subvert the power of the highest level, but it has no real combat effectiveness. Yun Yu began to suspect what kind of elixir her mentor brother had used against Azure. Yegulu said that it was wandering water that cast a spell for 20 hours, blocking the ability to search and track. Lu asked why they should be afraid of Azure, since by joining forces they could defeat her. But Yegulu replied that it was impossible for now. Xiaoyu was indignant and asked why this was impossible, and the protagonist replied that it was not a matter of ability at all. The protagonist explained that the problem was that the Night High Priest's weapon had some strange properties. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her brother mentor with fear. She herself did not notice any strangeness in the Azure weapon. Yunyu asked her sister to look at the wound that remained on her back after the battle with the Knight of the Sacred Court. Xiaoyu blamed herself, thinking that her sister was injured due to her carelessness, but she didn't understand what Azure's weapon had to do with it. Yegulu asked if the girl had ever heard of Mu Xianmen's portable formation called the Hidden Axe. Lu Xiaoyu knew that the Hidden Axe was a formation that could completely resist any attack below the earth limit. The guy replied that mastering this formation was not so easy. In their current, only the founder and Yun Yu had managed to do so. This is why, according to our hero, Yu enjoys the reputation of being the strongest mentor of defensive formations. The surprised first teacher of the temple asked the boy what this had to do with the girl's weapon. Yegulu reminded him that the Hidden Axe was a portable formation, so Yun Yu always kept one of them with him. Yun Yu confirmed that she did indeed have one such hidden axe with her in the battle the day before. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned because her little sister was injured even though she had this formation with her. The succubus was also uneasy about this. She suspected what was going on and wanted to express her opinion, but our hero interrupted her. The protagonist, instead of the girl, answered that it was all about the power of rules that a Night High Priest could possess. Yegulu stated that only with the power of rules could Azure have injured Yun Yu. Ignoring her hidden blade, Lu Xiaoyu scratched her chin and wondered if the power of rules affected the functioning of the laws of the world. The guy explained that there were many differences between their world and this one, but here too it should be possible to use this power. Yun Yu, who was very curious, asked her brother mentor what exactly the power of those two azure swords was. Before expressing his assumption to the girls, our hero stared at one point and squinted, thinking about something. Yegulu understood that Azure was capable of performing synchronized sword attacks, but instead, she always used a sequential attack method. Analyzing how that knight fought, the guy realized that it didn't matter at all to her what the result of the first attack was. The main thing about Azure's strange ability was that her second attack always hit its target, and Yunyu's hidden axe couldn't help her. Therefore, Yegulu was able to deduce the specific characteristics of the Night Priest's sword's ability. It was no wonder that at one time the guy was the strongest in the world. Having only seen the battle in passing, he accurately determined the power of the sacred sword Azure. Our hero determined that Azure possesses the sacred weapon, absolute balance with the ability, impartial verdict. Lu Xiaoyu felt upset and said that if the power of rules was really being used here, it would be really difficult for them to fight. The protagonist replied to the girl that if he himself were at the level of the original spirit, he would be able to defeat Azure. He shamed the girls, saying that they were not at the level to defeat Azure, so he ran away, taking them with him. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant, not understanding what to do now, because the elixir lasts for 20 hours, and after that they will not be able to escape from Azure. With a heavy sigh, Yegulu turned away and replied that the girl was right, so they only had 20 hours to solve the problem. Our hero already had a plan in his head. He was ready to tell the girls what he intended to do in those 20 hours. Staring at the floor, the protagonist declared that during this time he intended to reach the level of the primordial spirit in order to become stronger. Meanwhile, Azure was sitting on the green lawn, and Livia asked the lady if she was okay. The Night High Priest squatted and spat as the elixir entered her mouth. Azure felt ashamed of how easily she had been fooled, and the blushing girl wiped her mouth with her glove. Livia began to worry about her mistress's condition, but she still stood silently, her back turned to her assistant. Without turning around, the lady stated that she was fine, but she could not tolerate such an obvious insult. Livia couldn't hold back her tears. The lady didn't even deign to look at her, and she believed that Azure was angry with her. The Night High Priest, without explaining anything further to her assistant, raised her hand, adorned with a black glove. She decided to console Livia by stroking her head and said that she was determined to bring those guys to justice. But she did not see that her assistant was standing in the completely wrong place. Azure stated that before returning to the Holy Court, they needed to reconnoiter the area again in order to continue the pursuit. Livia was delighted when the lady suggested continuing the surveillance, and she immediately agreed to follow her order. The green-haired girl screamed in fear as she saw her mistress crash into a tree on her way. The wandering water had an even greater effect, as Azure swallowed it. causing the knight to completely lose her bearings. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was not happy with Yegulu's plan. She doubted that he would accomplish anything in a measly 20 hours. Yegulu also understood that it was impossible to reach the primordial spirit level within this time, especially since they shouldn't go out and show off. The guy asked the succubus if the girl was really in her current form thanks to Mirage. Yun Yuyu replied that, having become a succubus, she constantly had to absorb the life forces of other girls in order to survive. Lu Xiaoyu was surprised because usually succubi use the life energy of men to maintain their strength. Yun Yuyu hugged Yegulu and replied that the girl was right, but she couldn't do such a treacherous thing to her brother mentor. Yun Yu explained that this ability was called absorption, and she needed to absorb the energy of a large number of girls to compensate. Sweating with shame, Yegulu cleared his throat and said that it seemed like he had recently experienced this ability firsthand. Lu Xiaoyu became completely enraged and ran after Yegulu, waving her fists and asking what they were doing behind her back. After receiving a bump on the head from Lu, Yegulu later admitted that the succubus's ability made him remember a certain current from their world. The protagonist talked about the flow of paired unity. He remembered the girls who practiced it in his world. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yue were shocked and shouted at the same time, not expecting the guy to mention this current. The current possessed an extremely unusual dual cultivation technique called dragon drawing water, and this technique was extremely sinister. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant and asked Yegulu what was the point of mentioning such a base technique. The guy replied that the ruthlessness of the technology is that it takes everything without leaving a trace, but its effectiveness deserves high praise. Succubus absorption, according to Yegulu, is similar to the mutually beneficial feeding technique, which is different from that base technique. The protagonist stated that after a deep analysis of the mechanism of the succubus's ability, he came to a certain conclusion. A renowned genius and expert in the world of cultivation solemnly announced that he had created a completely new technique based on the two techniques. Yegulu said his innovation is based on the principle of lending, giving back, and then lending again. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist declared that he had named his invention the pearl diving technique. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Yegulu with a puzzled expression, raising her eyebrows when she heard about the new strange technique. Yegulu explained that the technique would allow for rapid breakthroughs by temporarily borrowing the opposing side's cultivation base. A blush appeared on the temple's first teacher's cheeks as she asked what it meant that the technique required interaction. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as her sister whispered in her ear what Yegulu meant. Then the girl's face turned completely red. Xiaoyu was terrified. Her lips trembled, and beads of sweat ran down her cheeks. Enraged, she began to shout at the protagonist, threatening that he should only dare to bring the idea to life. Yun Yu had a different reaction. She smiled playfully and covered her mouth with her hand to hide her mockery. The succubus told her friend how ignorant she was, even though she was older than the girl. She was no different from the young girl. Lu Xiaoyu felt awkward when Yun Yuyu began to accuse her of categorically not agreeing to such a shameful matter. Yun Yuyu stood up and declared that they were currently being pursued by a powerful enemy, so they could not delay any longer. The girl approached our hero and declared that she agreed to practice this technique with him, a blush shining on her cheeks. Smiling, she turned to her sister Xiaoyu, but continued to look into the eyes of her lover. Afterwards, she glanced at the temple's first teacher and said that the girl could take on the role of bodyguard for now. The succubus started when she suddenly felt someone place a hand on her shoulder. The girl smiled, but she was clearly scared when she noticed Lu Xiaoyu behind her, who was in no mood to smile. Lu Xiaoyu accused her little sister Yun Yu of continuing to show off in front of their mutual lover. The succubus crossed her arms and asked what was wrong, suggesting that Xiaoyu wanted to challenge her again. Raising her eyebrows indignantly, the temple teacher asked if Yun Yu really thought she was afraid of her. Yun Yu continued to tease the girl, asking if she was really that familiar with shameful things. This made the first teacher of the temple blush. She grimaced and stared at her sister and began to stutter. After clearing her throat, the girl replied that her temple of the highest teacher had conducted quite a lot of research into this matter. She stated that she also had sufficient knowledge about paired cultivation methods, having read books before. The succubus then asked if Lu Xiaoyu had already practiced dual cultivation before. This made Lu Xiaoyu blush and become even more indignant. She screamed, asking how this was possible. Burning with shame, the girl with long snow-white hair replied that, of course, she had not yet practiced this technique. Yun Yu continued to mock her friend, looking at the girl ingratiatingly. She asked if she really practiced this on her own. The first abbess of the church covered her reddened face with her hands and did not dare look her friend in the eyes. When she came to her senses, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened and she screamed as a natural question popped into her head. She pointed her finger at Yun Yu and shouted, asking if the girl already had any practical experience. The succubus proudly raised her chin and honestly answered the girl that she had already practiced paired cultivation. Both the protagonist and Lu Xiaoyu were stunned when they heard this from Yun Yu. A sly smile appeared on the demoness's face. She was building up the intrigue and did not immediately begin to tell her friends the details. But afterward, the girl with the horns on top of her head confessed to Yegulu and Lu Xiaoyu that she had been practicing cultivation on her own. Temple Abbess. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. She began to stutter, and it was hard for her to believe that this was true. But Yun Yuyu only confirmed once again that she really did do it, which stunned not only Xiaoyu, but also our hero. Indignant, Lu Xiaoyu began to scold her sister for this, claiming that it was disgusting. Yun Yu asked the girl why she was reacting like that and whether she was interested in knowing who she was thinking about during the practice. The girls looked at each other angrily, and our hero didn't even understand whether he should be happy or horrified. Lu Xiaoyu declared that no matter what, she would cultivate the pearl fishing technique today, and it was not up for discussion. The succubus asked why the girl had recently been swearing so loudly but was now taking the initiative. Indignant, the abbess of the church shouted at her friend, asking what business it was of hers. Yun Yu replied that she didn't care, but first they would have to decide who would practice the technique with Yegulu first. The succubus declared that she would force the protagonist to surrender quickly, and after that, Sister Xiaoyu would be able to begin practicing. Lu Xiaoyu became even more angry when she heard this. She shouted that she intended to be the first. The girls' conversation turned into an open squabble. They angrily shouted at each other, arguing over who would be first. The protagonist, who was afraid because of the girls' screams, raised his trembling hand, wanting to say a word. Sweating from the strain, Ye Gulu, with a dull gaze, declared that they could all practice the technique together to avoid arguing. Enraged, Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu simultaneously punched our hero in the face, shouting at him not to even dream of such a thing. The blow was so strong that it caused our hero to lose his balance and fall face down on the floor. Trembling all over, the beaten young man raised his hand again and wanted to object to the girls. Then Lu Xiaoyu took off her red high-heeled shoe to discipline the protagonist once again. Yun Yu did the same. She silently took off her black high-heeled shoe because she was outraged by the guy's idea. They threw shoes at the guy, indignant that he was being too dreamy and offering them triple cultivation. Covering his head with his hands as the girls kicked him, Yegulu asked them to stop so he could explain everything to them. While pinning our hero to the floor with their feet, the girls simultaneously stopped kicking him. Having calmed down a little, the first abbess of the temple and the succubus allowed the protagonist to explain everything to them. Yegulu reminded them that their goal now was to raise the boy's level so that he could teach Azure a lesson. The girls simultaneously demanded further explanations from the young man, since they still did not understand why triple cultivation was necessary. The protagonist stated that the main problem was that if he practiced cultivation with only one of them, something might happen. Yegulu raised his head and warned his friends that disaster would happen if they gave up triple cultivation. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu looked at each other, not understanding what kind of trouble the protagonist was talking about and why something had to happen. They finally let him go, and a frustrated Yegulu stood up from the floor and brushed off his dust-stained clothes. The main character reminded his friends that since birth the guy has had two essences. The first is the essence of the innate sword, which allows a person to learn the skills of wielding this weapon much faster. The uniqueness of our hero lies in the fact that at the same time nature has endowed him with the essence of primordial chaos. Lu Xiaoyu knew that all the great swordsmanship geniuses in the history of their world possessed the essence of the innate sword, and Yun Yu knew that the essence of the primordial chaos was universal and was more suitable for formations, spells, and cultivation of the Dao path. The protagonist confirmed their words and said that at the level of laying the foundations there are no problems with this. But there is one thing. According to the guy, above the level of laying the foundations, a small conflict arises between the two entities. The first abbess of the temple looked at our hero with fear, because she did not know that a conflict could arise because of two entities. The cultivator explained that the two entities in his body represented two forces that had occupied their territories and were fighting each other for supremacy. The protagonist said that if he practiced pair cultivation with only one person, it would lead to an imbalance. In a serious tone, Yegulu warned the girls that the imbalance could lead to fatal consequences, including rupture of the body and death. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were stunned when they heard this, and they looked at their brother mentor in shock. Xiaoyu knew this, and also that even the divine technique and the elixir of immortality would not be able to save her from death in this case. Yun Yu stated that, furthermore, the powerful dual cultivation technique itself goes against the will of heaven. The main character began to cry with happiness when the girls finally understood him. He said that he believed that they would understand everything. Lu Xiaoyu said that, on the other hand, high risk definitely comes with high reward. Yun Yu stated that if Yegulu successfully made a breakthrough, he would be unmatched, and there should be no problem in breaking through several levels. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, proudly lifted his nose up and agreed with everything his companions said. He extended his hand forward and stated that, as the girls had seen earlier, he was not focusing on anyone. Yegulu closed his eyes and said that all those present here were exceptional geniuses of the path of cultivation. But there was one thing. The guy said that his power at the level of the initial spirit and the power that girls have are completely different things. Lu Xiaoyu was offended by our hero's words and kicked him right in the face. The girl screamed, claiming that Yegulu was the strongest in the world because of the innate sword and primordial chaos essences, and Yun Yu tried to calm her down. The main character, who had received a wound on his face after being hit by a girl, tried to get back to his feet. Yegulu said with a trembling face. Both girls had stood at the summit once before, so they would definitely understand what he meant. The guy swore by heaven that he had only put forward this proposal in order to defeat their enemy with joint efforts. He shouted, looking into their faces, that he did not do this because he desired the beauty of girls. These words also offended the first abbess of the temple, and she again could not stand it and kicked our hero in the face. She pounced on the guy, screaming, wishing him dead, and began to fight with him so hard that a high cloud of dust rose above them. After the squabble ended, Lu Xiaoyu and her sister Yun Yu were left alone, sitting silently on the bed. Yun Yu asked Xiaoyu what they would do, and she replied that there was no choice and that they would not watch Yegulu's body explode. The succubus agreed with the girl. She replied that it would clearly be unnecessary if they allowed Yegulu to die. Lu Xiaoyu stated that for this reason, there was only one thing left to do. Agree to practice the pearl fishing technique with the guy. Yun Yu looked at her sister and asked if Lu Xiaoyu was really willing to take such a step. Lu Xiaoyu's expression showed that she didn't want to do it, but she said that there was no point in her objections anyway. The first abbess of the temple's cheeks turned red, and she bit her lip because she was tormented by doubts. Yun Yu stared at the girl with wide eyes when Xiaoyu asked her to listen. Clutching the hem of her dress with her hands, Lu Xiaoyu mentioned how she had recently bragged about her understanding of this aspect. The girl with long snow-white hair, burning with shame, admitted to her sister that she actually knew nothing about it. In response, Yun Yu giggled, covering her mouth with her hand when she finally heard Sister Lu Xiaoyu's confession. Lu Xiaoyu, who was blushing, began to cover her face with her hands and scream because she was so embarrassed in front of her sister. Yun Yu stroked the girl's head to calm her down and asked the temple abbess not to worry about it. Lu Xiaoyu calmed down when her sister consoled her and suggested that they try to solve the problem together. Saddened, Lu Xiaoyu, almost crying, turned her head to the side and fell silent, thinking about something. The main character tried to get up from the floor. He already doubted that he would be able to increase his level while he was being beaten like this. Having managed to open one eye, the boy looked questioningly at his girlfriend when she called him a fool. Afterwards, Yegulu's eyes widened and he froze in shock when he saw something in front of him that dumbfounded him. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu stood in front of him, asking why he was staring and suggesting that he begin dual cultivation. Yegulu began to prepare. He took a cloth made of magic threads that promotes the circulation of yin and yang. He laid it on the bed and told the girls that this sheet could increase the effectiveness of the upcoming cultivation. The joyful Yun Yu brought 2 pillows and declared that they were from the warm gem set. The protagonist was surprised when he learned that the mentor gave the girl these pillows, but only handed him a sheet. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu stood awkwardly to the side, blushing and sweating as she silently watched the boys gather. Yegulu brought an artifact of the twin flow. It was a wooden antique screen decorated with a picture of a flowering tree. The protagonist told the girls that a little later he would turn on the noise insulation in this magical screen so that they would not disturb people. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant at the boys' words and shouted at Yegulu not to dare to disturb anyone. Yun Yu said that she had already realized that something didn't add up here, and asked if Yegulu really had any connections with the paired fusion current. The protagonist became wary when his girlfriend accused him of knowing techniques and possessing flow artifacts. He began to justify himself because he had bought this partition at an open sale held by the Temple of Hidden Treasures. Yun Yu felt awkward and coughed when Yegulu asked her not to play dumb and said that she knew the techniques of this current herself. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant at the boys' conversation, took off one of her shoes and threw it right in our hero's face. Burning with shame, the girl, who was all red, asked them whether they would finally begin practicing triple cultivation or not. The protagonist, who had a red mark on the bridge of his nose after being hit by a shoe, looked at the girl in bewilderment. Blushing, he composed himself and told Lu Xiaoyu that it was time for them to begin practicing the pearl fishing technique. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu both blushed as they were forced to begin triple cultivation practice. Yun Yu smiled when she saw the Dao Yan incarnation of her brother mentor. It looked, in her words, very cute. A small spirit of the main character appeared before the girls, a small glowing person emitting a turquoise light. Lu Xiaoyu looked at him in surprise when she saw how our hero's spirit began to gradually rise. The protagonist's Dao Yan incarnation began to shake, and Yegulu's little spirit began to grow rapidly. The first abbess of the temple stared at the main character in surprise, watching him gradually grow. Yun Yu declared that their mentor brother was indeed extremely gifted, and she both loved and feared him. For the first time in his life, the protagonist felt what it was like when the pure yang technique did not constrain him. He raised his head, spread his arms out to the sides, and thought that for the first time he felt true freedom. Yegulu asked the girls who would be willing to be the first to practice pearl fishing techniques with him. Lu Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, blushing and feeling awkward, but she expressed her desire to be the first. The protagonist immediately grabbed her hand and declared that this matter could not be delayed, so they should get started. The first abbess of the temple shouted at the boy not to hurry so much when he grabbed her and dragged her along with him. Yunyu was left sitting alone on the bed. Yegulu and her sister were behind the screen, so the girl did not know what was going on. The succubus covered her mouth with her hand in fear as she sat and listened to what was happening behind the wooden screen. An hour passed. Yunyu looked at her sister with concern when she crawled out and begged for a rest. She screamed as Yegulu dragged her behind the screen again, saying that they didn't have time and the technique practice wasn't finished yet. The demoness continued to sit alone on the bed and watch with bated breath what was happening. She started to back down when it was her turn, but Yegulu said that time was running out, so he grabbed her hand. Yunyu blushed. Her mouth twisted, and she looked at Yegulu in fear when she realized that it was her turn. Morning came. Lu Xiaoyu and her friend Yun Yu were already sleeping peacefully in their bed, cuddled up to each other. But the main character was not in the mood for sleep. He stood and watched the sleeping girls, smiling sadly. Yegulu didn't bother them, turned around and left, because the guy still had things to do today. Our hero went outside. It was already light outside. The rays of the bright sun illuminated the yard and the guy's face. Yegulu covered the sun with his hand and thought that he had only reached the golden elixir stage, even though he had taken 2 cultivation bases from the girls. He decided that the result was not bad, since he was only 3 levels behind that girl knight. And that was quite enough for victory. As soon as the guy went outside, he was immediately discovered. Golden doors appeared in front of him. The protagonist said that it seemed like his pursuers were already here, and Yun Yu and Lu Xiaoyu also woke up and looked out the window. Yun Yu turned to her brother mentor and asked him to be more careful. Lu Xiaoyu was also visibly worried about the fool. Yegulu looked at them with a smile and asked if they would like to have some puff pastries for breakfast after everything was over. Azure appeared before our hero. The guy offered the Knight High Priest to change the battlefield if she wanted to fight. The knight looked at Yegulu with disdain and agreed to change the battlefield, and our hero silently snapped his fingers. At that moment, 5 magical swords appeared behind the main character, surrounding him, protecting him. A strong wind arose. The young cultivator took one last look at his opponent and said that they would meet at the top. Azure jumped back as the protagonist suddenly disappeared, jumping off the ground and leaving behind an explosion of dust. The Knight High Priest jumped up above the ground, which was destroyed by our hero's jump. She silently looked at Yegulu with a frown and prepared to fight the guy she considered a criminal. The girl also took off from the ground and began to fly rapidly towards the sky to fight the main character. The two of them changed their battle arena. Now Yegulu and Azure were floating above the clouds, both protected by their magic swords. The protagonist, seriously preparing for the battle, at first hovered silently in the air and looked at his opponent. Afterwards, Yegulu decided to extend his palm before formally introducing himself to Azure. The boy, holding 5 magic swords behind his back, declared that his name was Yegulu and that he belonged to the Mu Xianmen sect. Controlling his weapon with his hand, the protagonist declared that from now on his swords would speak for him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were bored and were at home watching the battle from the window. Lu Xiaoyu thought about it. She was worried about her beloved fool and asked her sister if he could really win. Yun Yu was not so worried about her brother mentor. She smiled and told the girl that, of course, he would win. She tried to calm her worried sister, laid her head on her shoulder and said that this was their brother mentor. Xiaoyu looked at the girl in surprise when she tried to distract her and said that she was taken aback yesterday when Lu Xiaoyu became so proactive. Yun Yu said that she couldn't imagine that the highest teacher of the Taoist temple could show such a forgotten face. Lu Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and screamed, burning with shame, and began to hit Yun Yu with her hand to finally shut her up. Xiaoyu asked her friend where she was in the mood for jokes, since Yegulu had only reached the golden elixir level, which was much lower than Azure. Yun Yu replied that there would be no problem since the night girl was also a swordswoman, and her brother mentor had never lost in this field. Lu Xiaoyu calmed down a little, agreeing with her sister that her brother mentor had never lost when questioning the sword. The succubus recalled that after the ascension of the founder of their sect, Yeguloi immediately became the strongest swordsman in the world, who had never lost. She asked Xiaoyu not to forget that the sword of Mubai, the master of the Shushan fencing school, was the merit of learning from her brother master. Yun Yu smiled, realizing that Yegulu, who possessed the innate sword essence, was also once the strongest swordsman and ruler of the 99 enchanted swords of Kulin. Then Lu Xiaoyu calmed down and began to look at the sky with loving eyes. gaining confidence in her lover's victory. The succubus asked her sister how the protagonist could lose. Having such achievements in his past life, Lu Xiaoyu agreed with her. At this time, Lazur was already exhausted. The battle was not going in her favor. The girl was breathing heavily, her hair was disheveled. The protagonist managed to take away the sacred weapon from the enemy. He held one of the swords in his hand, pointing it at the girl. He looked down at Azure and stated that her sacred weapon didn't even feel that good to the touch. The defeated Azure, whose clothes had turned into rags, asked our hero who he really was. The girl said that at first glance it was clear that he was only a grandmaster level, and she admitted that he was able to overcome the special ability of her sacred weapon. The Knight High Priest screamed indignantly and demanded to know how Yegulu had managed to accomplish something like seizing a sword. Yegulu smiled and asked if the knight was referring to her special ability of inevitably landing a second attack after the first one missed. The Knight High Priest was stunned and screamed, not understanding how Yegulu could know about this ability, since she had only attacked twice. Yegulu stated that it was too easy to deal with this ability. He only needed to let the first attack scratch him a little. A smug smile appeared on the guy's face when he decided to tell the girl about the sword grab technique. Beaming with joy at his superiority and victory, Yegulu asked if his friend had ever heard of the essence of the innate sword. The Knight of the Holy Court stared at the boy in shock, shocked to hear that he possessed this essence. He tried to explain it to her, saying that, speaking in their language, it was an innate ability to conduct a dialogue with the sword. Azure looked at her opponent in bewilderment, not understanding what a dialogue with her own sword was. Looking at the sword, Yegulu said that this little one spoke well of Azure, even though she now belonged to him. The Knight High Priest fell silent, frowning and looking at our hero with an offended look. Afterwards, the girl folded her hands, adorned with black gloves, together and was about to answer our hero. The protagonist, watching closely what his opponent was doing, only grinned in response. Understanding what she wanted to do, Yegulu said that there was no point in continuing this conversation if she just wanted to stall for time. The Knight High Priest began to become noticeably nervous. Even her hands became covered in beads of sweat, and she began to rub her hands vigorously. The girl was clearly upset and admitted that the main character had guessed about her intentions to stall for time. Smiling, Yegulu allowed the girl knight to continue, promising that he would not disturb her. Azure was still nervous, rubbing her hands together and looking at our hero with an offended look, and Yegulu extended his hand to her. Frowning, the girl knight told the protagonist that he would regret what he had done. But Yegulu smiled broadly, flashing his snow-white teeth, and told the knight of the sacred court that he would not regret it. Looking at Azure with crazy eyes, Yegulu said that, on the contrary, he had been looking forward to it for a long time. Azure began to pray to her deity, saying that the light of his grace touches every corner of their sinful land, and that salvation lies in his love. As the knight of the sacred court recited the prayer, everything around darkened, and the girl's eyes began to emit a bright yellow light. Opening her mouth wide, Lazur continued to read the prayer. She declared that now everyone would see this city of the Son of God. After the girl's eyes began to emit small, multicolored sparks, she called upon the servant of the Son of God with her prayer. The protagonist froze and looked up as a bright white light filled the space, blinding everything around him. The frightened guy stood and stared at one point. He clearly didn't like what was happening. His former self-confidence had evaporated. Yegulu teleported and found himself in a luxurious palace, but absolutely everything in it was painted snow white. Finding himself here, the main character immediately assumed that he was inside some kind of magical sphere. The young cultivator looked forward in fear. He was in a stupor when he saw someone's presence in the mysterious palace. A girl in a long dress appeared before the main character. She was completely white, and she was also holding a sacred weapon in her hands. The woman, who had a white halo behind her head, at first silently looked at the main character, holding her sword at the ready. The main character looked at her in fascination. He realized that this was the so-called Son of God, and noticed how strong she was. At this time, Yun Yu took out the miraculous Haichun bomb, a thick, bright pink liquid that sparkled as it poured out of the vessel. The girl poured some magic bomb onto both her hands, preparing to perform the healing procedure. Afterwards, the succubus extended her palms forward, which were enveloped in a thick pink healing liquid. With a concentrated expression, Yun Yu applied a miraculous massage to Lu Xiaoyu's back to give her a massage. Yun Yu looked at her friend in surprise when she called her name to say something. The first abbess of the temple praised the girl. The back massage brought her pleasure, and she began to feel better. A smile appeared on Yun Yu's face when she realized that Lu Xiaoyu enjoyed her massage. Yun Yu replied that it was, after all, the miraculous balm of the Mu Xianmen current, and she also used her special massage technique. The girl was determined to help her sister properly deal with the pain in her back and lower back, and continued to give her massage. Yun Yu smiled and said that she had finished massaging Lu Xiaoyu's back, so she needed to turn over now. Lu Xiaoyu felt awkward, turned over onto her back and asked her sister if she really needed to massage the front too. Yunyu turned her wary gaze to the side as the room suddenly became dark and the sun disappeared. The first abbess of the temple also became alert. She looked out the window, noticing that it had suddenly become very cloudy. The girls went to the window, looked out into the street and saw that the sky was rapidly covered with dark storm clouds. Tears appeared in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, and she said that she clearly felt that something was wrong up there. Yunyu also became noticeably sad. She agreed with her friend and said that at that moment it became absolutely obvious. Lu Xiaoyu was worried about her brother Mentor. She asked the girl, doubting whether her beloved fool was really okay. Meanwhile, the snow-white palace in which the Son of God lived shook as if an earthquake were happening there. The protagonist was already in full swing fighting against the Son of God. Using his magic sword, he maneuvered, dodging her blows. The battle was not easy for Yegulu. After retreating to a safe distance, the guy was breathing heavily and his face was bloody. He frowned, looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes and clicked his tongue in irritation because he was wounded. The guy silently looked at his opponent with the eyes of a predator. He was silent, thinking about what next step to take in this battle. All the magical objects that our hero possessed, and which he tried to use against the Son of God, lay destroyed on the floor. Among them were magic swords, which Yegulu's opponent had shattered into small pieces, amulets, and other treasures. The girl with the halo was still intact, despite the young cultivator trying to hit her with dozens of already destroyed swords. The protagonist sat on the floor some distance away from her, with a long crack in front of him. Left by his last destroyed sword, the Son of God looked at him and said that he was only a mortal, and that it was foolish of him to wave a sword before a god. Yegulu thought that even though this was only a divine descent avatar, the difference in level between them was a bit too much. The divine avatar, hovering in the air, approached our fallen hero, who clutched the shard of his last sword. The guy perked up when he saw the girl's bare leg in front of him. He looked at her foot in bewilderment. The snow-white girl ordered Yegulu in an ominous voice to kiss their feet and swear to serve them in exchange for sparing her life. Yegulu looked at the divine avatar's foot with fear in his eyes and silently thought, not following the girl's order. But then a crazy smile appeared on his face. The guy began to laugh. His eyes were covered by white strands of hair. The protagonist's crazy laughter grew louder with each passing moment, and he continued to laugh in the girl's face. The main character found the strength to stand up and said that kissing feet is a lot of fun. But there is one thing. Yegulu said that he knew many more interesting games and invited the girl to come to his room that evening. The divine avatar again called him a helpless mortal and said that they saw that his data was very good, so they would not kill him. Staring at the boy without blinking, the girl offered him to be loyal to them, and in exchange they would allow him to become a knight of the Holy Court. The protagonist, frowning, looked silently at the giant snow-white girl in response, clearly not agreeing with her demands. He smiled when she said he had good natural talent and said he had been told that before. The guy said that if the person who told him this had bumped into this girl, something would have happened. The young man recalled a moment from the past when he was very little, his first meeting with a woman who praised his natural gifts. Then the boy looked in bewilderment at the stranger who came up to him, squatted down in front of him and said that he was simply incredible. The woman said that the holy spiritual principle of his soul radiates from the top of his head, and he is so young, but already has such perfect physical characteristics. Little Ye Gulu simply looked at the stranger with fear as she praised his outstanding talent in cultivating the Taoist path. This stranger with black eyes and hair introduced herself to the boy as the head of the Mu Xianmen sect named Lu Qi. Smiling kindly, she extended her hand to the distrustful boy to shake and said she was glad to meet him. The main character simply turned around and left, not believing the girl's words, and she grabbed him by the jacket, insisting that it was true and she was not deceiving him. Lu Qi showed a poster with her picture on it and asked if she didn't look like the girl on it. Ye Gulu, clearly not trusting the stranger, began to look at the portrait and then at Lu Qi in turn, comparing the appearance of the two ladies. Lu Qi began to tug at the boy's cheeks and pull at his hair, claiming that the portrait was simply an artistic reworking, so there were differences. The girl and her new little student went on their first walk together, climbing a mountain along rocky paths. Lu Qi bought Yegulu a tangaloo for 2 coins to win the boy over. Our hero was not averse to enjoying the caramelized fruit. Walking behind his mentor, the protagonist asked her what the path to becoming immortal was. The girl explained that the path to becoming immortal lies in controlling the spirit and developing natural abilities. The surprised boy replied that a teacher from a private school in the neighborhood had told him something similar. A sweet smile appeared on the face of the founder of the sect, Mu Xianmen. She was pleased that Yegulu was asking such questions. The girl placed her palm on the little protagonist's head to stroke his crown and praise him for his curiosity. When the hand touched Yegulu's head, the boy's eyes widened, shining with adoration for the girl. According to legend, far to the north lies an endless snowy plain where eternal winter and night reign, and even the eternal flame of the school of sacred fire has gone out there. In this area, there is a snowy country called Kuimin. The people there are completely transparent. They are not afraid of the cold, but they are afraid of the sun, which can kill them. Lu Qi, while telling these legends, told Yegulu that this world was vast, with a great void above it and an abyss below it. According to the girl, in the human world, many domains compete for supremacy, and in the deserted wastelands, amazing beasts constantly appear. She also told the boy about a tribe of werewolves that had lived far from the world for thousands of generations. Lu Qi also told the boy about the abyss that gives birth to and gets rid of the embodiment of primordial chaos. The girl told the protagonist about the many unknown races of this world and the unexplored grottos of the immortals. Also on that walk, the boy heard from his mentor about unprecedented miracles in this world and various unpredictable phenomena. With her back to Yegulu, Lu Qi said that there were so many examples like this that even a lifetime would not be enough to see them all. Turning around, the founder of the movement smiled and asked if the boy liked her story. The protagonist, flushed with delight, replied to his mentor that this was very cool. Lu Qi wondered what Yegulu would think if someone told him that all of this was created by immortals. The protagonist said that he would think that this man was a liar, because the Celestials were hardly that cool. The girl laughed when she heard this answer, but stroked the boy on the head and praised him. Lu Qi's long dark hair fluttered in the wind. She said that she didn't believe in Celestials, but she was going to personally verify this theory. Small birds flew up to the girl and landed on her head and shoulders while she stood peacefully on the rock. One of the birds flew away, fluttering its wings, and Lu Qi declared that if it turned out that the Celestials were really so incredible, she would immediately follow them. In case it turned out that the immortal Celestials were nothing special, the girl had another plan. Sitting on a giant sword, the girl declared that if they disappointed her, she would immediately kill the immortals. Now Yegulu thinks that this is the path to becoming an immortal: to strike powerful Celestials with a sword and fight them. Gaining confidence, the boy asked since when the golden elixir was not able to cope with the earthly limit. Yegulu became angry and declared that they, who strive to become Celestials, were initially going against the will of heaven and killing gods. The protagonist extended his hand forward, intending to continue fighting against the divine avatar further. The guy believed that destroying just one avatar of a pseudo-god, with the sword's radiance at the golden elixir stage, was a completely feasible task. Looking at the divine avatar with a challenging gaze, the protagonist offered her to take up his sword to fight again. Having prepared himself to fight the girl, the protagonist waved his hand to use his magical abilities against her. The completely snow-white girl, holding her sword at the ready, still hovered above the floor and silently watched the actions of our hero. She stared at the guy with soulless eyes and did not blink, not responding to the protagonist's provocations. Suddenly, the girl's eyes began to emit bright white sparks, and something began to change in the divine avatar's gaze. The girl's expression changed to a friendly one. She smiled and wondered who this guy was in front of her. The protagonist immediately realized that it was no longer a divine avatar in front of him, and assumed that her own consciousness had appeared. Yegulu boldly replied to the divine avatar that the guy had nothing to hide from her, and that he was who he was. The young cultivator looked askance at the snow-white girl and confidently declared that he was her father, meaning the one to whom she should show respect. The true consciousness of the Son of God which appeared before our hero froze when it heard these words. The girl chuckled, smiled, and closed her eyes, as if she didn't believe the main character's words. The divine avatar seemed to be split in two by a golden beam that appeared out of nowhere, but the smile remained on his face. The beam passed through the girl's entire body. The two parts seemed to separate and began to move separately, and the Son of God declared that they would see each other again. The light emitted by the beam grew brighter, and now the girl's entire body was radiating it, and she looked at Yegulu with a kind smile. The protagonist squinted and covered his eyes with his hand because the light was so bright that it blinded him. The beam grew stronger and larger. It began to destroy the palace. The main character was surrounded by stones that flew from the ceiling to the floor. Yegulu decided to leave here when the snow-white columns began to fall. The entire structure of the mysterious palace was rapidly collapsing. The protagonist silently turned around and walked away, leaving behind the divine avatar, which was destroyed along with the palace. The sky, which had previously been covered with thunderclouds, began to clear, and a bright divine light appeared through the clouds. The elven village also noticed this phenomenon. Bright rays began to illuminate everything around, creating the illusion of sunny weather. The village elder of the elves, who noticed this, covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. She suspected what this meant. The slime, mimicking Lu Xiaoyu, whom our hero had met earlier, also looked at the bright sky in bewilderment. The sacred courtyard and its main gate were also blinded by bright rays that shone even brighter than the sun. But Livia was not happy about this. The knight of the sacred court, seeing this, thought that something bad had happened to her mistress. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu, who were watching this from the window, looked up at the sky in shock when they noticed this phenomenon. The first abbess of the temple was in shock. She immediately realized that the bright light was caused by the action of our hero's sword. Yunyu felt relieved because she saw the trace of the Earth Boundary Sword, which meant that her lover had not lost the battle. The succubus was delighted, saying that her brother mentor was simply magnificent. But Lu Xiaoyu was dissatisfied, unwilling to accept Yegulu's greatness. The demoness suggested to her friend that they quickly go change their clothes and go meet Yegulu, because he had undoubtedly won. With her arms crossed, an indignant Lu Xiaoyu replied that no one would want to meet him and told her friend to go there alone. A joyful Yun Yuyu began to change her clothes, humming a folk song by Feng Menglong about a relationship between a boy and a girl. Lu Xiaoyu didn't agree that the end of a fight was an excuse to go meet a guy, but she admitted in her heart that Ye Gulu was a good fighter. Having finished changing into her usual outfit, the succubus continued to hum a cheerful song, mentioning her brother mentor. And Xiaoyu was still trying to convince herself that she didn't care that Ye Gulu must have had a hard time fighting against an opponent at the Earth limit level. Meanwhile, Yun Yuyu, pulling on her black stockings, continued singing a folk song about a couple in love. The first abbess of the temple began to doubt, she thought. Maybe it was worth meeting the guy because it would not mean anything. Yun Yuyu told her sister that she was leaving alone, and if she didn't want to go with her, the girl let her go. Continuing to hum the song, the succubus turned and left, wanting to meet the winner as soon as possible. But then the girl suddenly returned and looked at her sister with curious eyes to check what she was doing. The succubus decided to play a prank on her friend and took the girl's outfit, which was lying on the bed, while she was not looking. Lu Xiaoyu decided to meet the young man after all, but she was still angry with him because she wanted him to be happy about her appearance. To begin with, the abbess of the church decided to change her clothes. She began to look around for the clothes she had left in the room. After some time had passed, the girl panicked. She almost cried, not understanding where her outfit had gone. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she froze in shock when she realized who could be responsible for the disappearance of her clothes. The temple's abbess became angry and started shouting Yunyu's name because she thought that she had stolen her clothes. As Lu Xiaoyu was about to take something out of the magic box, she concluded that this rogue Yunyu had no intention of taking it with her in the first place. She reached into her space because she knew there must have been some old Taoist robe left there. The girl was arguing about the mess in the magical storage room and regretted not having cleaned it up further, but she still found some clothes made of golden fabric. Lu Xiaoyu managed to find a classical-style Taoist robe from the Supreme Master's temple in the storage room. The girl's hands began to tremble, and her cheeks turned red when she realized that she had only managed to find a robe from her entire outfit. Not long before, other events were unfolding in the sky above the city of Eid, and Azure lost her balance and began to fly down. The Night High Priest, in a state of freefall, could do nothing to help herself because she was defeated. But unexpectedly, the defenseless girl was saved. Someone grabbed her right in mid-flight, holding her by the ankle. It was the protagonist who made the decision to save his opponent from death while she was falling down unconscious. Yegulu sighed heavily, looking sadly at Azure, who was left in a helpless position after their fight. The cultivator successfully landed back on the ground, taking Azure with him, and he sat the girl down under a tree to let her come to her senses. When the Night High Priest opened her eyes, she recognized the guy who stood in front of her. The girl was perplexed. Azure looked at our hero with fear. Seeing that he was in a hostile mood, he held the tip of the sword right at the girl's face. The protagonist had no intention of sparing the knight who was chasing her. He stood and held his sword in front of her, ready to strike at any moment. But then Yegulu changed his mind. He put away the sword that he had taken from the girl the day before and rested its tip on the ground next to him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist allowed Lazar to go. He decided to spare the girl and not deal with her. Lazur was perplexed. She didn't understand why the guy was letting her go, since she intended to send him to court. The protagonist looked at the Night High Priest and remained silent. His eyes were friendly and there was a smile on his face. The guy, without stopping looking at her, said that it seemed to him that the role of a cold-blooded and unwavering judge was not easy for the girl. The protagonist knew that the Night High Priest Azure was actually completely different from what she wanted to appear to be. The girl shuddered and froze when Yegulu exposed her, saying that in fact, she had not killed a single living soul. Yegulu said that there was no need to be so surprised, because he had a friend who was like Lazur, ready to tear and throw. But in fact, she only felt sick at the sight of blood. The protagonist stated that Azure, who constantly talks about the trial, still held back and did not kill Lu Xiaoyu and Yunyu in the battle with them. It was obvious to the boy that Azure's second blow could have seriously injured Yu, but she decided to only lightly graze his opponent's back. The Sacred Court Knight remained silent, looking down. She understood that Yegulu's words reflected reality. That wasn't all Yegulu wanted to tell Lazur. He reminded her of something he had already told the girl before. The protagonist reminded Lazar that the sword he took from her told him a lot of interesting things about her adventures. When the girl heard this, she froze and opened her eyes wide, realizing that the guy had exposed her. Yegulu, who had previously communicated with the sword spirit that he had taken from the sacred court knight, indicated that he knew the details. Azure blushed when the protagonist stated that he knew that the girl was serving the holy court not of her own free will. One night, when the knight of the sacred court was on duty, she was ready to judge a cat girl with long pink hair. Lazur's gaze was then very unapproachable and cold. She looked at the criminal for a long time without blinking, and then ordered her to accept the judgment. At that moment, the tower in which the criminal lived was destroyed, and a loud explosion thundered. However, the girl who appeared before the court of the sacred court remained safe and sound and was released. As she was leaving, she turned around once more and looked towards the judge. The girl was surprised that Azure had destroyed her house but had not touched her. The criminal was also surprised by the fact that the knight told her to simply change her name and never return to these lands again. After this noble deed, the cat girl no longer considered Azure a minion of the holy court. Now the criminal believed that the lady knight was perhaps on their side and not blindly serving the holy court. The dark-haired guy, who had been judged by Lazur the day before, opened his eyes and saw his worried wife in front of him. The girl couldn't hold back her tears when she saw that her dear husband had finally woken up. The necromancer was lying on the wooden floor. He tried to get up and understand what happened, and his wife told him that he woke up. The man, grimacing in pain, silently touched the scar that was on his neck after the fateful battle with Azure. The necromancer asked if his wife had actually attached his head back, and she, wiping away her tears, said that she had done everything as he had taught her. But the boy understood that something was wrong here, because a knight of the holy court should know how to completely destroy the necromancer and his family. The wife was sure that the knight had absolutely no intention of killing them. The necromancer didn't understand why the Knight Azure planned to let them go. The girl replied that she thought she probably knew everything about them. The guy asked if Lazur knew that he was simply taking revenge on those who had bullied his wife and was not harming peaceful people. Closing his eyes, he thought that for the holy court, the truth had never been a reason to spare their lives, even though they could establish the truth. When the necromancer realized what exactly was wrong, he opened his eyes wide and stared at his resurrected wife. His wife asked him what was the matter, and the guy concluded that letting them go was not the decision of the holy court, but of that particular knight. One day, the knight high priest Lazarus was told that fear was the best reins that would direct her neck in the right direction, but not her will. The girl remembered one moment from her life in the holy courtyard. Then she was the center of attention. Everyone was calling her. When she became a knight high priest, one of the servants of the holy court remarked on how young she was. Azure remembered the girls who approached her and screamed demonically that she was a child favored by the Son of God. Then the humble knight high priest stood silently and did not dare to answer them, listening to how very lucky she was. The girls with demonic smiles came even closer, claiming how lucky she was to become the sharpest sword of the Son of God. The second servant of the holy court also placed her hand on the shoulder of the newly made knight and declared that the time had come. The girls surrounded her on both sides and declared that it was time to welcome the new knight, implying that she was just a toy to them. When the crippled Azure was tested for compatibility with the sacred weapon, her hands and feet were bound by dozens of threads. The courtiers, after conducting an inspection, discovered that the level of compatibility was the highest, and this girl was a true genius. Smiling demonically, they told the others to hand over Azure to the high priest, as she could become a knight high priest. The path to becoming a knight high priest was not easy for Azure. She constantly walked around with wounds and bruises. But the girl herself was not eager to become a knight high priest. Lazur had a completely different dream. The only thing she wanted was to return home to her childhood, where she was happy, living an ordinary life with her parents. When Azure was only 5 years old, she was forcibly taken to the holy court due to her extremely high compatibility with the sacred weapon. Having reached adolescence, the servants of the court made the girl the youngest knight high priest in history. The protagonist asked the girl why she didn't just leave the holy courtyard if she didn't want to deal with all this. Azure's eyes grew sadder when she heard this question. She looked away and fell silent for a moment. The girl looked at our hero and, sincerely not understanding, asked if Yegulu really wasn't afraid of her. Yegulu realized that this was why Azure used divine descent at the end. Thinking that he was afraid of that divine avatar, Azure explained that using divine descent meant summoning her avatar. But after the avatar was destroyed, she could no longer determine its location through the seal on her body. The protagonist laughed when he realized how everything had been calculated and asked what the girl was going to do next. The Knight High Priest did not know what she should do next, and she sincerely admitted this to our hero. Lazur, clasping her knees and almost crying, said that she also had a sacred weapon through which the Son of God could find out her location. The cultivator immediately figured out how to solve this problem, extended his hand and told the girl to give it to him. Azure didn't understand what exactly the guy wanted her to give him. and he explained that he was asking for her sacred weapon. The Night High Priest opened her eyes wide and froze, staring at one point when she realized that she could break free. The girl, without a moment's hesitation, handed the second sacred sword to Yegulu so that he could take it as well. The protagonist took both sacred weapons and threw them into the bottomless magic box with the rest of his arsenal. After closing his vault with a gesture of his hand, Yegulu stated that he thought she shouldn't have any more problems. Lazur thanked our hero for helping her free herself from the shackles and finally free herself from the Holy Court. Yegulu once again asked the former knight of the Holy Court what she was going to do next. The girl understood that the guy had defeated her, and besides, she had lost her sacred weapon and the lion's share of her strength. After some thought, the former knight decided what she would do next and was ready to tell the guy about it. Beaming with happiness, the girl declared that she would finally be able to return home and take up farming. After saying goodbye to Lazur, the protagonist returned back to the city of Ide, holding his hands in his pockets. He walked silently down the street. Yunyu immediately ran out to meet him. A joyful girl waving her hand, greeting the winner. Yunyu jumped on his shoulders, telling him how cool he was, while Yegulu complained that he couldn't breathe. When Lu Xiaoyu started shouting at the fool to pay attention to her, he peeked around the corner and asked why she was hiding there. When the main character saw the outfit the abbess of the temple chose to greet him, the guy froze in shock. Lu Xiaoyu felt awkward appearing before her lover in just a Taoist robe, so she looked away and greeted him. Yunyu clicked her tongue in annoyance when she saw that Lu Xiaoyu had finally arrived, and Yegulu's nose started bleeding from the girl's beauty. All three boys returned home safely and sat on the bed. Yegulu covered his nose with cotton wool to stop the bleeding. The first abbess of the temple felt very awkward sitting in front of them in this outfit. She blushed, and Yegulu glanced at her. Even our hero blushed, having taken a closer look at how his girlfriend was dressed, and sharply turned his head back. The atmosphere in the room was awkward, the silence making her even more embarrassed. So Yunyu cleared her throat before speaking. The succubus asked her brother mentor what was wrong with that knight Azure with whom they had fought the day before. Covering his bleeding nose with his hand, the protagonist replied that Lazur had returned to her home to work the land. Lu Xiaoyu clearly didn't expect to hear such an answer, so she looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding why Azure had returned home. Yegulu explained that, using his peerless swordsmanship, he had caused Azure to forget all her strife and return to her primitive rural idyll. The protagonist suggested forgetting about the girl for now and asked if anyone wanted him to return their cultivation base to them. Lu Xiaoyu was indignant, screamed, and began waving her fists, claiming that the shameless man should at least wait until the evening. However, Yunyu was not against getting her cultivation base right now, and whispered in the guy's ear that he could do it. Becoming even more angry, the abbess of the temple, flushed with shame, shouted that she, too, would not mind taking back the base now. One day and one night later, the cultivator woke up, his eyes wide open as the sun was already high in the sky. The guy woke up wearing a hat that belonged to his friend Xiaoyu. The girls were still sleeping, lying on either side of him. Yegulu couldn't help but turn his gaze to the left, where the temple's first abbess was still sleeping peacefully. Because of this, the boy's nose started bleeding again, and he covered it with his hand because Xiaoyu's Taoist robe had a strange effect on him. Not wanting to wake his girlfriends, the young man got up and pulled on his black sweater to start the new day. The young cultivator looked at his palm and concluded that he had managed to return all of his cultivation back to the girls. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also woke up. The girl opened her eyes and mumbled something before coming to her senses. Seeing that the main character was about to leave somewhere, the abbess of the temple asked the guy to stop. Sitting down, the puzzled girl asked why something had changed after the return of the cultivation base. She screamed in horror and asked why she was only at the groundbreaking stage. The screams also woke up Yunyu. The girl looked at her hands and screamed that she had also sunk to the level of laying the foundations. Indignant, they both shouted at the protagonist, demanding that he tell them why this happened. The protagonist, completely ignoring the girl's words, turned around to leave and thus avoid conflict with them. The guy stopped and sighed heavily, realizing that he would have to explain everything to his friends, but he couldn't find the words yet. Yegulu was sweating profusely, finding himself in an awkward situation. He didn't dare look the girls in the eyes and didn't know how to explain everything to them. The girls were stunned when they learned that the guy had used up 2 of their primordial spirit cultivations with that attack. The protagonist tried to justify himself to them, begging them to listen to him, since the enemy was at the peak of the earthly limit. He waved his arms, claiming that the enemy was on such a huge peak that he had nothing else to do. The guy said that the fact that he won was already quite good, and Yunyu and Lu Xiaoyu were trembling with anger and looked at him angrily. Yegulu asked his friends not to panic and promised that he would definitely be able to return their lost cultivation to them once he himself had leveled up a little. Sweating from the strain, the guy shouted, promising the girls that within a month he would definitely return their lost abilities to them. Upon learning that at that time, the brother mentor no longer had the cultivation to return it, Yunyu became suspicious. Lu Xiaoyu asked why they had practiced triple cultivation for a whole day if Ye Gulu had nothing to return to them. The protagonist looked down, scratched the back of his head, and became quiet when the girls exposed him. Blushing and sweating, the cultivator replied that they themselves had not asked him to stop, which was why they had practiced joint cultivation for so long. Yunyu started to giggle, covering her mouth with her hands, and Lu Xiaoyu blushed with anger and shame and started yelling at the guy. The following events took place in the city of Eid, where our heroes now lived. It was light and sunny outside. The girl who worked in the Adventurers Guild greeted the man who came with a smile on her face. She welcomed the guest to the Eid Adventurers Guild and said that new adventurers should register. When the guild girl saw who exactly was standing in front of her, her eyes widened and she began to stutter, because she saw the hero in front of her. It all began with the fact that not far from the city of Eid, in the area of the Red Rock, epic events were unfolding. Two heroes stood near the nameless grotto. They were ready to enter the cave to fight the terrible monster. The adventurers were confident in their abilities, so they immediately began to walk towards the giant monster. Soon they appeared before the monster, who greeted them unfriendly and immediately bared his sharp, giant fangs. The brave heroes had to fight against a legendary-level monster, the strongest beast known as the Lava Dragon. When the red-haired boy saw a legendary-level monster in front of him, he was not afraid, but on the contrary, he was inspired to fight him. He reached behind his back to draw his sword and declared that defeating powerful monsters was what he enjoyed most. He had an assistant with him who, opening a book, began to read a prayer to bless the hero with firmness like a mighty mountain and flexibility like a river stream. A magical seal appeared on the floor, and the book began to spew golden drops of light. The girl used a third-level blessing. Smiling, the brave hero thanked the girl for her blessing, and he immediately received an increase in defense, speed, and attack. Confidently approaching the lava dragon, the hero dragged his sword behind him, wanting to see whose fire would be stronger. Using his signature super awesome style, the adventurer rushed forward to pounce on the lava dragon with his sword. The red-haired boy used the fire slash technique, and with just one swing of his sword he was able to get rid of the dragon. The task was completed, and the hero looked again at the piece of paper with the image of the monster and its description. The dragon was extremely dangerous. The adventurer rolled the paper into a scroll and declared the task successfully completed. It was Jace who declared that he was a great hero, and indeed the most amazing and incomparable. Raising his hand, the red-haired boy declared that his next target was the city of Eid, and his assistant hurried after him. The short girl tripped and fell, but the hero didn't even notice. He changed his mind, saying that first they needed to search everything here. Jace stood in a proud pose and declared that he was going for the treasures and the girls of Aid, and the assistant stood up and began to run quickly towards him. At this time, the main character was eager to see with his friends what treasures he had managed to obtain in the previous battle. Yegulu spread his arms out to the sides and asked the girls to see what artifacts he had managed to obtain in the battle with the Divine Avatar and the Knight. After clearing his throat, the young cultivator was ready to show Lu Xiaoyu and Yunyu the artifact he liked the most. This is the sacred weapon Absolute Balance, as well as the two sword spirits that reside within and the sword's special ability Impartial Verdict. Yunyu's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw the pair of swords that possessed the power of rules, and asked how Yegulu managed to obtain them. With a sparkling white smile, the narcissistic Yegulu asked the girl not to forget who he was, because he was a 10-time treasure hunting champion. Lu Xiaoyu was not happy. She asked what the guy did to that night girl that she decided to give him those swords. Yegulu explained that he, using his peerless swordsmanship, made Azure forget all her strife and return to her primitive rural idyll. Lu Xiaoyu immediately imagined this scene, Yegulu laughing ominously and telling Azure to see the advantages of his swordsmanship. The girl was angry that Yegulu treated the night girl like that, called him a scoundrel and slapped him. The protagonist was perplexed. He did not understand what words exactly touched the girl, the art of fencing or the incomparable. The guy told the truth that these swords still had the seal of the deity, so Azure could be tracked by him. So he took them and threw them into a spatial bag. Having said that they needed to level up a bit to use those swords, the guy was ready to show off the next artifacts. The protagonist showed the girl several fragments of an unknown crystal that shone with mother-of-pearl hues. The first abbess of the church saw such a thing for the first time in her life, so she asked the guy what it was. Yegulu admitted that his story about defeating the enemy at the Earth Limit Peak was not entirely accurate. In fact, he only defeated his avatar, Yunyuyu. After carefully examining the fragment that remained from that avatar, said that it undoubtedly contained power. The guy replied that he now even felt a little sorry that his blow was so fierce that only this small piece remained. He bragged to the girls, claiming that thanks to such a clean blow, his opponent didn't even have time to react. Yegulu said that the fragment lacked any tracking ability. and was now simply a container of power that could be controlled. Xiaoyu didn't understand how they should use it, but Yunyu suggested using it as an immortality pill or a tempering agent. Speaking of the transformation coefficient, Yegulu thought that it would be good if the fragment had a human form. Before the protagonist could finish his sentence, the fragment that remained from the defeated divine avatar activated. Yegulu stared at the shard in shock and was dumbfounded to see it begin to emit a bright white light. A second later, a divine avatar appeared before the boys, in the same form in which he was during the battle with the guy. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were startled and screamed, not understanding what was happening. The girls' mouths wide open in surprise. The protagonist visibly panicked and started screaming, asking if the shard really had voice control. The divine avatar stood motionless. The cultivator began to examine her from all sides to find the controls. Yegulu reported to the girls, saying that there was no color, definitely not, but everything else about this avatar was there. Frowning, the suspicious Lu Xiaoyu asked the guy what he meant by saying everything was in place. The protagonist thought that what he meant was quite obvious, so he asked the girl what else he could have meant. The boy grabbed the divine avatar by the shoulders and declared that they could use this thing to practice pearl fishing techniques. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned when she heard this, and judging by Yunyu's reaction, she also didn't like the idea. But Yegulu liked the idea and shouted that among all the methods at their disposal, pearl fishing was the most effective. The guy smiled, saying that they were quite lucky, and now they had the opportunity to return some of the girls' lost cultivation. The protagonist shouted, calling on his friends Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu to use pearl diving on their avatar as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu didn't like this idea and froze, looking at the divine avatar in front of them with disbelief. The girls' cheeks turned red, and they stood there for a long time in silence, imagining how they could use the divine avatar for practice. Lu Xiaoyu, burning with shame, screamed, not understanding how this was possible. But Yunyu said that it was entirely possible. The first abbess of the temple, stunned by her friend's words, turned sharply and stared at the shameless woman. Lu Xiaoyu yelled at her sister, asking if she was completely crazy, since she couldn't practice such a thing with a complete stranger. Yegulu didn't understand why they were so excited, because their goal was clear and understandable, raising their cultivation level and nothing more. Moreover, as the main character claimed, this is not a human at all. At most, the divine avatar can be called a doll. Lu Xiaoyu, indignant, said that she still didn't agree to it, and let Yegulu catch pearls if he wanted to. The protagonist stated that he would then conduct pearl fishing practice himself, and then hand over the cultivation base to the girls. The temple abbess became angry with the guy and hit him on the back. Yegulu screamed from the severe pain in his lower back. Blushing, the girl shouted that Yegulu should not do this here because he did not dare to commit indecent acts in front of her. Having received a strong blow to the back, the protagonist stood and rubbed his lower back with his hand and then opened his eyes wide, realizing something. The guy joked with Lu, saying that he didn't think the girl had such hobbies because using pearl diving in public was already a bit strange. Lu Xiaoyu, dumbfounded, blushed even more and was speechless with shame, while the succubus giggled at her, hiding her face. In order not to disturb his girlfriends any further, our hero went to an ordinary inn in the city of Ide, where the rent for accommodation was 5 gold pieces. The boy sat on the bed for a long time and thoughtfully looked at the divine avatar, the doll, which stood absolutely motionless. After doing some calculations, the guy found out that this doll had a cultivation base at the consecration level. However, when he obtained the cultivation bases of Xiaoyu and Yuyu at the primordial spirit stage, he himself was only able to reach the golden elixir level. Given this, Yegulu would presumably only be able to move forward a little from the foundation stage, but he felt that it was better than nothing. Shaking his head, he cleared away unnecessary thoughts and decided that it was time to begin, because a drop of cultivation is a drop of cultivation, and there is nothing shameful about it. With a heavy sigh, the hero admitted that it was still a bit of a shame that the girls hadn't joined him. The protagonist decided to get started. He pulled off his black shirt before taking the cultivation base from the avatar. Yegulu suddenly stretched out his hand and cupped the face of the divine snow-white avatar with his palm. Smiling, the satisfied guy declared that there was no point in bothering with pearl fishing practice now. The protagonist's eyes took on a sinister appearance, and his pupils began to emit blue tongues of flame. The guy decided not to waste time and use Devour against the doll. This is part of the Taudi technique, which works at a level below the golden elixir. But it seems that something didn't go according to our hero's plan, because just as he was about to take the doll's cultivation, something happened and the guy panicked. The divine avatar, revived from a fragment of the former one, opened its eyes and began to show signs of life. An attempt to use Devour on a divine avatar resulted in the cultivator spitting out blood. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist began to beat his fingers on his chest to come to his senses. He suspected what was happening to him. The protagonist was shocked when he realized that he felt so bad because He had just made a level breakthrough. Ye Gulu began to meditate and mentally recite the spell about the primordial chaos that guides the spirit and the sound of the sword that protects the heart. Sometime later, the protagonist was still in the room of an unremarkable hotel, and it was still light outside. Lying on the bed, Ye Gulu still felt unwell. His face was covered in beads of sweat, and his mouth was still bleeding. The balance was restored. The guy was glad that the breakthrough was only to the level of consecration. Otherwise, he would have faced inevitable death. He knew something didn't add up here. It was obvious that Devouring's cultivation transfer rate was much lower than Pearl Diving's. The protagonist didn't understand why the cultivation base stored in this doll had such a high conversion rate. He looked at the lifeless, snow-white doll with suspicion, and was surprised that he got much more benefit from it than from Lu and Yun. There was a commotion at the hotel. The employees started arguing with the gentleman, trying to get him out, since they already had a client staying there. This gentleman turned out to be Jace. He declared that he was a hero and was right now exercising his privilege to search the premises. Jace brazenly opened the door to the hotel room where our hero was temporarily staying, and his assistant arrived with him. The protagonist looked in bewilderment at the stranger who tactlessly burst into his hotel room while he was naked. The red-haired boy immediately noticed the divine avatar lying lifeless on the bed with blood on it. Jace immediately started sweating and stuttering, thinking something bad had happened to the divine avatar. The indignant hero began to shout at Ye Gulu, asking what he had done to the divine descendant. Ye Gulu stood there dumbfounded, silently staring at the stranger, not knowing how he had managed to get into such a situation. Ye Gulu turned around, asking for 1 minute to put on his shirt, but he wanted to activate his chatterbox mode. The activation of the chatterbox mode was already a third complete. Putting on his shirt, he told the stranger that he was almost finished. Just when Ye Gulu was about to activate his chatterbox mode, he cleared his throat to get out of this situation. A friendly smile appeared on his face. The protagonist apologized to the strangers and politely asked who they were. The red-haired man introduced himself as registered hero Jace, who intended to exercise his search privilege. Jace tried to get an explanation of what happened to Ye Gulu and why a divine descendant was lying there, and Ye Gulu tried to talk his ear off. The registered hero became interested when Ye Gulu turned around and said that he had an interesting thing lying there. The red-haired boy looked in horror at the artifact that the protagonist decided to show him. It was a statue of himself. Ye Gulu shouted that it was a valuable artifact inherited from his ancestors, and he wanted to present it to the hero lord. The protagonist tried to convince Jace that it was an expensive item with engravings and details, but the guy doubted that such a rough and dark thing was worth anything. Jace and his assistant began to carefully examine our hero's figurine, trying to figure out whether it was truly valuable. But a second later, the figurine activated and exploded, turning into an ordinary grenade disguised as a treasure. When the protagonist's treasure exploded, it turned out that it contained a magical elixir, which came into contact with the skin of the hero's assistant. Jace also screamed in fear when he realized that the statuette was a trap, the elixir splashing onto his face. It turned out that it was a crudely crafted figurine with a trigger mechanism containing a solution of photinia flowers. When Jace wanted to demand an explanation from our hero, he saw that Ye Gulu took the opportunity to disappear. Jace screamed throughout the hotel because Ye Gulu had managed to escape, but the hero wanted to wash himself quickly because the flower solution smelled really bad. The boy used earth element magic, Vanish, to take the divine avatar with him and return home to the girls. The escape turned out to be difficult for our hero, so he sweated and breathed heavily before explaining himself to his friends. Lu Xiaoyu laughed, asking if immortal mentor Ye was so weak that he returned after only 2 hours, breathing heavily. The smile on the girl's face immediately disappeared, and she stared at the divine avatar in shock when she noticed that she was injured. The temple teacher screamed, pointing her finger at the snow-white doll, and asked what he had done to it and why there was blood on it. The protagonist immediately tried to justify himself to his friend, claiming that the blood on the avatar's dress belonged to him. Feeling upset for her brother mentor, Yun Yu asked if he had become so weak that he had started vomiting blood. The girl said she knew that doing this all day and night long could be too tiring. The succubus confessed to her brother mentor that after that day, both she and her sister Xiaoyu were also unable to move for a long time from fatigue. Indignant, the protagonist shouted, asking why they asked him to stop and whether they were so eager to get their cultivation back. Lu Xiaoyu got angry and kicked our hero in the face, shouting at him for even talking about cultivation. The protagonist stopped arguing and explained that he had vomited blood when he made the breakthrough, but that was not important now. Sweating after escaping, Ye Gulu shared with his friends that he had gotten into a real mess at that hotel. Lu Xiaoyu, beginning to worry about her lover, asked what had finally happened to the guy. When Ye Gulu told them everything, Xiaoyu was shocked that the people who caught him with the doll recognized her as a divine descendant. Yunyu's eyes became cold and lifeless, and the girl declared that she would go and eliminate the witnesses. The protagonist asked her to stop and warned her that the person who had caught him off guard had a considerable level and a fairly high status. Yegulu guessed that the red-haired stranger belonged to the registered hero caste. Yun Yuyu said that there might be problems with that if he really was a hero, and Lu Xiaoyu thought about the guy's words. The succubus revealed that registered heroes have good levels, carry divine weapons, and have many privileges. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sadly decided that the biggest problem was that they themselves were currently at a very low level. The abbess of the temple began to beat our hero with her fists and shout, blaming him for the low level they had because of him. The protagonist decided to sum things up and said that the most correct step now was to simply disguise themselves. They had no other choice. Lu Xiaoyu asked if the guy meant using a magical technique called Mirage when he talked about disguise. Yun Yuyu shook her head and said that their current level was too low for Mirage, and this would only expose them faster. The young cultivator closed his eyes and chuckled, and began to actively think about how to solve this problem. When another idea appeared in the immortal mentor's bright head, he suddenly opened his eyes and declared that he had come up with something. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu stared at their brother mentor, waiting for him to tell them what he had come up with. Yegulu suggested going back to basics and disguising themselves the old-fashioned way, using clothing and human-like techniques for shapeshifting. Lu Xiaoyu felt awkward as she changed from her usual outfit to a more somber and medieval-looking one. The temple's first teacher appeared before the boys in a black and white maid's costume. She blushed because she was uncomfortable in this outfit. Yunyu felt more comfortable in the costume she chose for disguise. Her dress also consisted of black and white shades. Yun Yuyu's maid outfit was not much different from her sister's. Both of them decided to disguise themselves as cleaners. When the main character saw his companions in completely new images, the guy opened his eyes wide and froze. Lu Xiaoyu, confused, asked the fool why he was staring at her, while Yunyu liked the way Yegulu was looking at her. Yegulu silently gave the girls in their new outfits a thumbs up, implying that he liked their outfits. Lu Xiaoyu yelled at our hero, asking if he really thought dressing up meant going back to basics. The protagonist justified himself by saying that this particular version of the costume was Yunyu's idea, and not his at all. Not long before, Yunyu suggested disguising themselves as a merchant and his maids, because in this world, such a set is found at every step. The girls stated that they could make the maids' costumes themselves, but they also needed to remember the maids' codes of conduct. Then the perplexed abbess of the temple asked her friend what standards of conduct the maids had. A sly smile shone on Yunyu's face, indicating that she liked the rules she was about to learn. The demoness told her friend that the most important rule is unquestioning obedience to the master's orders. After they had changed, Yun Yuyu reminded her friend not to forget who they were now when the time came. Yun Yuyu reminded her once again that they were maids now, so they should not show disrespect to their master. Flirting with her new master, Yegulu, in the guise of a mustachioed merchant, Yunyu asked if she was speaking correctly. Yegulu, who had simply donned a thick gray mustache to change his appearance, laughed and said that Yunyu's words definitely made sense. Lu Xiaoyu, who was clearly unhappy with the new rule, clicked her tongue in annoyance and said that she understood everything. Stuttering and blushing, the girl looked pitifully at her new master and showed complete submission. Enjoying his privileges, the protagonist said that he should test the maid's loyalty, since he was now the master. Before Yegulu could even touch his newly minted maid, the girl punched him in the face and yelled at him. The blow to the nose was so strong that the cultivator closed his eyes and began to fall on his side, losing consciousness. At this time, Yun Yuyu was kneeling on the floor and had no idea that Yegulu was falling right on top of her. The main character fell headfirst onto the girl's knee, but at that moment he felt much better. The demoness looked down at her master and asked if his face hurt much after he had been beaten. The girl said that she wasn't sure that Sister Xiaoyu wouldn't be angry if the master lay on her lap for a while. Yun Yuyu laughed and said that she wasn't sure that Sister Xiaoyu wouldn't resort to physical violence if she saw that the owner was so comfortable. She complained about her sister, saying how cruel she was, unlike her, and that Yun Yu could only sympathize with the master. Lu Xiaoyu was really angry when she saw this scene and started yelling at the guys and demanding that they stop it. Yun Yuyu, perplexed, replied that it was just a joke and asked if her sister was really angry with them. Lu Xiaoyu, blushing with anger, asked the demoness what was so outstanding about her method, and could no one else do it? The succubus glanced sideways at her sister and smiled meaningfully, not revealing all her secrets to the girl. Then the girl with demonic horns on top of her head asked if Lu Xiaoyu could act like her. The first abbess of the temple was forced to accept the challenge. She felt awkward, but she allowed the beaten Yegulu to lie on her lap. The girl looked at her master and asked, blushing, if he liked to rest lying on her lap. The protagonist's cheeks turned red, and he, not refusing to lie on the girl's lap, replied that he felt good. Without any shame, the guy admitted that even the view here was much better than when he was lying on Yunyu's lap. The abbess fell silent, her eyes wide, and tried to process the words she had just heard from the boy. Realizing what Ye Gulu meant, the girl began to punch him and yell at him, outraged by his words. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu looked at the front door in fear when they heard someone's voice complaining behind the door that it took half a day to get rid of the smell. Someone behind the door said that he had a feeling that there was nothing of value to be found in ID, not even a couple of treasure chests. The main character, who had been beaten by Lu Xiaoyu and whose mustache had even fallen off his face, immediately tensed up because he realized that it was that same Jace behind the door. Lu Xiaoyu, realizing that it seemed like she couldn't avoid meeting that mysterious hero, took out her magic amulet and stood next to its owner. Yun Yuyu was not in the mood for a fight. She wiped the guy's bloody nose with a handkerchief and suggested that he just talk to Jace. The door swung open and Jace greeted the villagers and introduced himself to them, saying he had come to exercise his search privilege. The red-haired guy stopped, fell silent and chuckled, looking at the main character in bewilderment. He saw Ye Gulu in front of him with a friendly smile on his face, which was distinguished from the previous one only by his thick mustache. Jace was immediately suspicious. The registered hero said that he had a feeling like he had seen this guy somewhere before. Realizing that he could now be exposed, the protagonist began to sweat, but still stood and smiled at the guest. The red-haired guy waved his hand and said that it didn't matter, because the village people all looked the same to him. Registered hero. Ida began pacing the room as if it were his own home, announcing that he would now begin a search. The first thing the young man did was go to the bookcase, and after a quick examination, he said that nothing was found there. Afterwards, Jace walked over to the wooden chest, squatted down in front of it, and checked the contents. But it was completely empty. Without giving up, the registered hero began to crawl on his haunches, even looking under the beds, but found nothing there. Meanwhile, the succubus Yun Yu was more interested in the assistant who came here with Jace. Yun Yu clearly suspected something was wrong. She frowned and continued to watch the mysterious girl closely. Jace's companion behaved extremely modestly and quietly during the search. She simply followed the guy, holding a book in her hands. Yun Yu narrowed her eyes and realized that something was wrong. She noticed the illusion that this girl was using. The registered hero grabbed his head and began to tear his hair, complaining with a scream about how poor this house was. With trembling hands, the guy said that there were no treasure chests here, and that almost all the monsters in the city and its surroundings had been killed. Jace honestly couldn't understand who could have beaten him, not knowing that it was a 10-time treasure hunting and monster-clearing champion standing next to him. The red-haired guy chuckled and turned his attention to the girl standing in the room. It was Lu Xiaoyu that Jace had caught his eye, and the boy said that after looking at her closely, he found her quite beautiful. Jace praised Ye Gulu for having managed to dig up a succubus maid somewhere, and said that he was sorry that she wasn't his type. The registered hero rudely addressed the villager. 3 guys in disguise stood silently and listened to the guy without arguing. Pointing his finger at Lu Xiaoyu, Jace asked the villager if he could give him this long-haired maid. The protagonist could no longer contain his anger. He frowned, staring at the red-haired guy with the gaze of an enraged predator. Jace came closer and asked what the problem was, promising to pay a good sum in exchange for the maid. With a beaming smile on his face again, Ye Gulu told the hero that he was afraid there was a problem. He asked him not to look at the fact that the maid looked neat, because in fact the girl was mentally retarded. The protagonist said that one evening this maid tried to learn how to dig the earth like pigs do. In addition, according to Ye Gulu, the maid might go crazy, and from time to time she would suddenly attack people and bite them like a dog. Lu Xiaoyu could no longer maintain her character and began to get angry at our hero, trying at least not to say anything to him. The protagonist, pointing to the girl's anger, said that Jace could see for himself the inappropriateness of the maid's behavior. The registered hero of the city of Ede fell silent, thinking about his master's words, and scratched his chin with his finger. Smiling broadly, Jace replied that it was nothing to worry about. It was just dementia, so the maid was fine with him anyway. Pointing to the assistant, the guy said that his groupmate had healing magic, so she would be able to cure the maid. Jace walked closer to the maid, extended his hand to her, and declared that she would go with him. The girl did not resist yet, hoping for help from Ye Gulu. The registered merchant failed to grab the girl because Ye Gulu grabbed his wrist to immobilize his hand. The protagonist pushed Lu Xiaoyu aside with his free hand, and Jace was stunned when they began to resist him. Trying to maintain a friendly smile on his face, Ye Gulu politely asked the boy if he could remove his hand. Jace fell silent. His hand began to tremble involuntarily under the force of our hero's influence. He could not break free. The red-haired guy was completely confused and asked the mysterious mustachioed merchant what it all meant. But the main character only silently looked at the impudent adventurer, continuing to hold Jace's hand in check. Ye Gulu's mood changed dramatically again in an instant, and the mustachioed guy started smiling brightly again. At that moment, Jace, perplexed, had no idea that in this world there is an old proverb: a sin is forgiven 3 times. Ye Gulu forgot to tell Lord Hero that this maid had a hot temper, and he was afraid that Jace wouldn't be able to handle her. The guy's eyes lit up at that moment, frowning. He looked carefully at the maid again, thinking about her master's words. Jace, breaking free, smiled mischievously and said that now he wanted to get this girl even more. Then Lu Xiaoyu couldn't contain her anger. She pushed off the floor and kicked the negligent hero with both feet. The blow left Jace dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be able to miss an attack from a simple maid, being a legendary hero. The temple's abbess looked at the fallen Jace with disdain, saying nothing to the red-haired boy. Climbing into the arms of her true master, the girl asked Jace what it was he wanted to try. Yun Yu, who was watching this from the side, began to feel a little jealous, because she also wanted to hug her brother mentor. Jace's assistant approached the stunned boy, whose face was covered in bruises, and asked if he was okay. The blue-haired girl reached out to use healing magic to heal Jace's fresh wounds on his face. The registered hero wiped the blood from his face before continuing to fight for the maid he had taken such a liking to. The boy laughed and said that it was becoming quite interesting, because never before had the peasants dared to treat him like that. He pointed his finger again at Lu Xiaoyu, who was standing next to our hero, and definitely didn't want to go with Jace. In the name of his mother and himself, 2 generations of heroes, Jace swore that he would definitely get the maid Lu Xiaoyu. The protagonist's face darkened, but he continued to smile, demonstrating politeness to the uninvited guest. Suddenly, the clear sunny sky became covered with thunderclouds, and beneath them appeared the tip of our hero's giant magic sword. The sword formed a beam that stretched from the sky to the earth and was so powerful that it immediately tore the roof of the building into tiles. The red-haired hero was frightened and jumped back at the last moment when our hero's sword almost struck him. Looking at the weapon with fear, Jace screamed, asking the guys what kind of joke this was. The protagonist, who had silently summoned his magic sword with his mind, grabbed the hilt of the weapon. He pretended to have no idea where this strange sword had come from and said that the hero should get out of here. Otherwise, another one would fall from the sky and blow his head off. Starting to get indignant, the guy with red hair demanded that our hero not dare threaten him. Doubting, he asked his assistant if it was true that the village boy had just threatened them, and she replied that she didn't know. Still smiling, Yegulu assured that he was just an ordinary villager, and he wouldn't dare to behave so disrespectfully towards Lord Hero, registered hero. Ida was covered in sweat. His self-confidence evaporated, and he doubted whether Yegulu was telling the truth. So he asked his assistant again if it was true that this guy was laughing at him now. But she shook her head, as if she didn't know. Enraged, Jace began to threaten the protagonist back, but was too nervous to do it properly. They were forced to pause when the guild loudly announced that a legendary-level monster had been discovered in the eastern part of the city. The guild declared the monster's threat level to be at its highest and asked adventurers of Grandmaster level and above to begin fulfilling the order. Jace clenched his fist, ready to finally fight a monster worthy of his level, his eyes shining with excitement. Finally, he warned the protagonist that he would deal with him next time, because the battle with the monster was urgent. Yegulu was at a loss when Jace and his assistant immediately left, slamming the door behind them. Left alone with the girls, Yegulu felt even more scared than when Jace was here. The guy was noticeably sweating. Lu Xiaoyu began to beat the owner and yell at him for portraying her as a mentally retarded girl with a hot temper. The protagonist tried to justify himself to her, claiming that he only said this for the sake of disguise, and his plan ultimately worked. The girl calmed down a little and stopped beating him, when the guy admitted that at the end of the meeting with Jace, he still couldn't control himself. Lying on the floor, the beaten Yegulu almost cried, saying that he felt sorry for the flying sword that he had hidden in the clouds for an emergency. Lu Xiaoyu blushed, thinking that the protagonist was only so angry at that hero because of her. The girl, blushing like a tomato, indignantly promised Yegulu that she would deal with him if he dared to insult her like that again. With her nose in the air in resentment, Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms over her chest and walked away, showing her resentment towards the protagonist. Yunyu stood to the side and watched this scene. She decided that next time it was her turn to be in her opponent's place. When it was all over, the protagonist scratched his chin and remembered that a legendary level monster had been mentioned recently. Yun Yu immediately said that it was too dangerous and that he needed to improve his level first. Lu also doubted that the guy could handle it. Yegulu told the girls that he had already leveled up and asked them to guess what he found in his inventory at the consecration level. The protagonist took out a small sphere from a bottomless magic chest, similar to a green planet. It was a mini grotto of immortals. He told the surprised girls that, despite its low rank, the grotto was capable of contributing quite well to the growth of cultivation. The guy told the girls to go to this grotto because with its level of consecration, the difference between the legendary level and the grotto is 4 steps. Determined for new adventures, Yegulu declared that it was time for him to set out for a fateful meeting. Lu Xiaoyu asked her friend to stop and asked what exactly this mini-immortal grotto was designed for. The guy laughed and replied that the girls themselves would understand everything as soon as they got to you, because everything was perfectly clear there. Without further questions, Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu teleported into the small green sphere to level up. Having found something for the girls to do, our hero was left alone with himself, eager to meet the legendary monster. A battle was already taking place at the high cliff. The monster was discovered by adventurers who wanted to blow it up and destroy it. The ground crumbled under the force of the sledgehammer-wielding monster and the heroes who swung their swords to deal with the monster. The protagonist once again used his earth element magic skills to teleport to the scene using Vanish. Yegulu decided that before everything began, he should first scout out the situation here. When the boy looked ahead, he saw a bright white light and small stones flying straight towards him. The protagonist saw bright stripes of green light and a white flash, and he regretted that he had been too careless. But this did not frighten the immortal mentor. He did not panic and thought that nothing terrible would happen now. Having activated his power, the boy decided that he had a great opportunity to use his new sanctification-level flying sword. Yegulu intended to fight back against the monster, but it was too late because Jace blocked him with his back. The registered hero held his sword out in front of him to protect himself from the monster's stream of green magical power. When Jace had a second to turn around, the boy asked our hero if it was that peasant. Yegulu had to put on a fake smile again and greet the hero. Smiling brightly, our hero pretended to be glad to see Jace again and asked if his face hurt. Jace asked the villager what he was doing there, as it was too dangerous, and told him to run back to the city and hide there. Getting ready to continue fighting, Jace said that they would have time to chat about the maid later. But for now, he had to fulfill his duty as a hero. A giant orc, the mother of the deceased Zasud, appeared before the boys and said that his son was passing by Ide and was supposed to return home today. A merciless monster with large, sharp fangs demanded that the people immediately release the orc and return the relic to their tribe. Jace told Little Eye that he was counting on her because it would be difficult for him to beat opponents of a higher level alone. The boy understood that a fierce battle awaited them because he had to fight the Orc Queen Gruul and the Orc King Zerg. Meanwhile, Yunyu was in the Immortals' grotto. She was tired and asked Lu Xiaoyu if she wanted to take a break. Lu Xiaoyu was also noticeably tired, breathing heavily, but she refused to stop, claiming that she could continue working. The abbess of the temple recalled the words of her beloved fool, admitting that he spoke the truth. In this grotto, everything really is clear. While gathering green shoots in the flooded field, Yunyu also immediately understood what she needed to do in this grotto of immortals. It turned out that this mini grotto of immortals was created to increase cultivation through farming. The protagonist stood behind a tree and watched as the evil orc screamed, demanding that Jace and I return the relic and their son. It was no wonder that these monsters seemed familiar to Yegulu. He realized that they were the parents of the 9th orc prince, Zasuda. He realized that his parents didn't know that their son had gone straight to the elven village and had long since turned into a pile of ash. The Orc Queen Gruul swung her spiked hammer to force the humans to return her child. The battle was not easy for Jace, but the boy managed to put his sword in front of him to block the monster's attack. But besides the hammer, Gruul had another weapon. The orc waved her hand and sent the adventurer flying back tens of meters. Jace still managed to stay on his feet and remain unharmed. He struck the sword straight into the ground to destroy the solid ground in front of him. Breathing heavily, the boy realized that the main blow should be concentrated only on the woman, because the king had not yet entered the battle. The Orc Queen Gruul was indeed more hostile in this battle than the king, who simply stood behind. Zurga, who was much smaller, only bothered Jace with the air blades he threw to help his wife. Even though only the queen was involved in the battle, Jace knew it was extremely difficult for him to continue fighting. For the first time, the red-haired boy encountered the brute force of a legendary-level monster firsthand, Adventurer. Jace gripped his weapon tightly with both hands, so tightly that they trembled. He understood that defeating the orcs would be quite problematic. The protagonist, who was watching the battle with a relaxed attitude while resting near a tree, thought that this little Jace looked quite inspired. Watching him closely, Yegulu realized that this kid's weakness was that he was a little lacking in brains to win. At first glance, one might think that the woman represents the main striking force, and the Orc King is only a distraction. But in fact, Yegulu, as an experienced hero, understood that the king's air blades posed the greatest threat, capable of determining the outcome of the battle. What Yegulu found interesting was that this little Jace didn't figure it out, but his body still reacted on its own. The protagonist knew that in a battle between opponents with a small difference in speed, blocks are much more important than dodges. But this rule does not apply to the blow from which Jace protected our hero when the battle with the orc was just beginning. Yegulu saw that the boy seemed to be leaving all his dodging opportunities to the fleeting air blades, which was wrong. The guy wondered if Jace was doing all this based on his intuition, or if instinctive fear was acting on his behalf. The protagonist really wanted to unravel the secret behind the Orc King's attacks, so he continued to watch the battle closely. Jace, breathing heavily, told his assistant that this wouldn't work, and if they continued fighting like this, they would definitely lose. Little Eye looked at her companion in fear as he cried out in pain while fighting against the orc couple. The registered hero was forced to make a bold decision and declared that they would give up protection, speed, and recovery. The boy told his assistant to use the most powerful attack enhancement magic on him to make him stronger. Little Eye opened the book and began working on a magical blessing for Jace to make his attacks more powerful. The boy's entire body was surrounded by tongues of flame. He intended to end this battle in his favor with one attack, using the Wrath of the Red Lotus. The brave hero rushed forward, swinging his sword, which left behind a stream of powerful flames. He used his signature super awesome style. The protagonist began to watch even more closely when he saw that Jace had abandoned his defense in favor of attacking with all his might. Yegalu guessed that Jace wanted to push the orcs off the cliff, while the hero and the orc queen were about to pounce on each other. Our hero decided that Jace was just a fool and was forced to take out a paper human figure that gives him the ability to withstand one attack. Yegalu admitted that the plan was not bad, but a battle was not a game of chess in which the opponent could not make a move at the same time as you. Jace was confused when the protagonist suddenly blocked him with his back using thunder element magic and instant movement. Our hero was upset that he had been forced to waste the Paperman figurine from the collector's edition so senselessly. Yegalu took the hammer attack, using the golden Paperman to protect Jace from certain death. The impact was so strong that the edge of the cliff where the Orc King stood collapsed, and Yegalu and Jace began to fly down. The Orc King fell down, and the Queen managed to cling to the edge of the cliff with one hand. Our heroes also fell off the cliff. The blue-haired girl screamed, scared for her companion Jace, when she saw him fall from the collapsed cliff. She became even more scared when she saw the paw of a green giant orc who was trying to climb back up. Little Eye panicked, tears already welling up in her eyes, refusing to believe that Jace was dead. The following events took place at the bottom of the cliff, where boulders and fallen trees were scattered everywhere. I didn't yet know that her companion Jace had survived. The boy was scratched, but holding onto the sword, he was able to help himself get to his feet. The Orc King also survived the fall from the cliff. Landing on the ground, he said that the enemy's tactics were not bad, but all in vain. Using slow fall, the Orc King stated that air magic was something he mastered, which is why he survived. Jace replied that he was also surprised, because the orc in front of him had grown abnormally short, and his weapon was air magic, which was unusual. Looking at the orc with disdain in his gaze, the registered hero called his opponent a truly anomalous species. In response, the father of the deceased Prince Zasud bared his sharp orcish fangs and laughed loudly right in the boy's face. The monster drew an analogy between orcs and humans. Humans, he said, also have various heroes and legends. The orc crossed his arms and stated that they, of course, also had similar anomalous species that differed from the normal representatives of the race. Jace wasn't worried that his plan hadn't worked. At least he was glad that he had managed to bring the battle down to a one-on-one fight. Remembering his previous battle, where he managed to defeat the lava dragon with one swing of his sword, he realized that the orc was also at the insignificant legendary level. The boy decided to resolve the battle with the Orc King as quickly as possible, and then head up to help Little Eye and that villager. Jace stood still and silent, his body surrounded by fiery energy, his aura emitting bright orange sparks. The Orc King became wary. He didn't know what it was, so he asked his enemy what he was doing now. But the adventurer did not answer the enemy's questions. He closed his eyes and continued preparing to attack the Orc King. The flames became much more powerful in a second. The guy used the attack enhancement Wrath of the Red Lotus, which greatly increases his strength. The orc screamed, asking how he managed to do this, because in front of him was the strengthening magic that the girl had cast on him. The fiery energy of the adventurer filled the surroundings and soaked into Jace's signature sword, which was ready to attack. Swinging his sword, the boy shouted at the orc not to dare look down on the great hero, and use the legacy of the brave talent. Using super awesome style and a fire slash, Jace brought the flaming sword behind his back to pounce on his opponent. The Orc King snorted and stared at the boy. He prepared to defend himself. The hero's abilities did not frighten him. The orc gestured with his fingers and activated his wind magic, threatening Jace that he would deal with him. The leader of all the orcs used Gust of Wind and Iron Slash, turning the air into blades, and he directed them at Jace. The peaceful green forest immediately turned into a battle arena. A huge explosion was heard, and the force of the orc's wind soared high into the sky. The monster's magical attack caused the registered hero, Eid, to lose his sword, the blade flying far away and piercing the ground. Now the red-haired boy was completely unarmed, and the Orc King grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The guy's whole body was shaking. He clenched his teeth but did not beg for mercy, and the orc asked him if he really thought that only humans had talents. The orc roughly threw Jace into a tree, asking why the boy thought that anomalous species didn't have such talents. The orc's blow was so powerful that Jace's armor was turned into splinters, and the boy was seriously injured. The monster came closer and complimented him on his good camouflage, But since his talent was activated, it was just ridiculous. Jace dropped her disguise, and the orc saw that in front of him was not a boy, but a woman, with whom he decided to end things immediately. Baring his sharp fangs, he cast a predatory glance in her direction and decided to use the Venus Slayer talent, which deals double damage to female creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were still spending time in the mini-immortal grotto, resting after the harvest. Lu Xiaoyu complained to her friend about being tired. She sighed heavily, claiming that farming was very tiring. Yun Yu was surprised when the girl suggested that it would be better to wait until Ye Gulu raised his level to practice triple cultivation. The temple abbess fell silent, her gaze dulled, her cheeks flushed with shame, and Yun Yu looked at her in surprise. The girl's face turned red like a tomato. She covered her eyes with her hands and screamed at Yun Yu to forget her previous words. Yun Yu didn't make fun of the girl and said that she was interested in something completely different right now. The succubus asked her friend if she didn't think that practicing triple cultivation was much more tiring than farming. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she pondered her friend's words, and then agreed that farming was much easier. Jace found herself in a defenseless position, sitting under a tree, looking the orc in the face with hatred, and ordered him to kill her. But the monster was in no hurry to deal with the defenseless girl. He knelt down in front of her to talk. The Orc King asked the girl if he was right in suspecting that she had killed his ninth prince, the son of Zusad. The girl turned away, not wanting to look at the orc, and admitted that she had no idea what he was talking about. The monster with bright yellow eyes snorted and frowned, asking if the girl was going to continue denying it. The orc hit the tree with his hand, millimeters from the girl's head, and she became frightened when the monster tried to intimidate her. Smiling maliciously, the orc called her a worthless creature and said that death awaited the girl if that was what she wanted. But first she had to give birth to a child. Coming closer, the orc admitted that he was curious about what kind of monster would be born if an anomalous species and a girl with the blood of a hero flowed through her veins. But then the main character jumped out of the bushes, holding the fragments of Jace's armor in his hands, and said what a pity that he had to interrupt them. The orc turned his head and looked in bewilderment at the guy who suddenly appeared here. Jace screamed when she saw our hero, telling him to get out of here quickly because it was dangerous here. But Ye Gulu didn't pay attention. He regretted the broken breastplate of the hero, which he called a wonderful spatial artifact. The Orc King stared at the guy in bewilderment, and Jace also had no idea what kind of spatial artifact the weirdo was talking about. The protagonist explained that before he saw that Jace's chest was hard as a rock, but now you can see how big her heart is. Ye Gulu suggested that Jace was forced to wear the spatial artifact to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. The girl blushed and closed her eyes. She felt ashamed and awkward because of the main character's judgments towards her. Blushing, Jace admitted that her armor wasn't a dimensional artifact. She just squeezed it tight to look like a boy. She tried to justify herself to Ye Gulu, claiming that she simply thought it would be safer that way. The protagonist began to applaud the girl and say that the commoner bowed before her because she had thought everything through so well. Scratching the back of her head in embarrassment, Jace admitted that it wasn't her idea. In fact, she just read about it in a book. Ye Gulu asked the girl if she could tell him what book she was talking about, because he would also like to read it. Jace admitted that it was a classic old story called The Forbidden Adventures of a Downtrodden Girl Hero. The orc snorted and said that it was just a boring human book, and Ye Gulu doubted that it was normal for a girl to read such books. The Orc King returned to his sinister form and asked if they did not respect him as they continued to chatter. The monster cast the Air Blade, Bone Cleave spell to attack the boys using its air magic. The protagonist tried to stop the Great Orc King. He extended his hand forward and shouted for him to slow down. But the monster demanded that the cultivator give him at least one reason not to deal with Ye Gulu right here and now. Addressing the orc respectfully, Ye Gulu asked the Great King to pay attention to the thing that was on the other side. The king was stunned when he saw his tribe's sacred relic, the cucumber doll, lying on a stump wrapped in a bow. Trembling with feigned fear, Ye Gulu said that he, a commoner, knew that the orc was looking for her, so he offered the relic in exchange for saving her life. A smile appeared on the orc's face when he realized that he could get the relic back, and the boy trembled with fear in front of him and cried, feigning tears. Ye Gulu said that it was impossible to counterfeit a sacred relic, and the Great King would have seen through the deception at first glance. The orc thought that in front of him was indeed a relic of his tribe, even though it lay far away. It radiated the right aura. The monster allowed the boys to keep their pathetic lives, but in reality he planned to kill them in order to treat the elder with meat and skin. The Orc King walked up to the lost relic of his tribe and reached out to grab the cucumber doll, which began to glow even brighter. But it was not possible to take the relic from the orc, because the talisman spirits, tiny thieves of valuables, did it first. The tiny spirits that Ye Gulu had created in the past ran incredibly fast, so the orc had no chance of catching them. The Orc King tried to catch up with them. He got angry, shouting, "How dare they play such a joke on him?" But it was too late to catch up with the tiny spirits. As soon as the monster came to his senses, he saw that their trace had vanished. However, the orc was determined to at least get his sacred relic back. So using air magic, he quickly rushed forward. Using earth element magic and vanish, the protagonist teleported to a nearby cave, taking the wounded Jace with him. The girl thanked Yegulu for his help, but the boy told the hero that he didn't need any thanks. Legend-level hero Jace asked the guy to stop calling her that and reintroduced herself as Jessica. She reproached herself for her stupidity because she did not immediately understand that the guy possessed relics and was capable of using various incomprehensible magic. Realizing that the person in front of her was not a simple villager, the girl screamed, claiming that Yegulu was definitely not a peasant. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist was ready to tell the heroine who he really was. But Jessica got ahead of him. The girl screamed that she realized who he was because she had previously thought that the guy looked familiar. She spoke about the white hair and black clothes that belonged to the man who managed to save her from certain death. Closing her eyes, the girl was ready to guess who was standing in front of her. She had a version that she was ready to share. Jessica said that in front of her was the legendary hero Justice, who had retired many years ago, but she had seen his images before. The protagonist did not immediately deny that he was not Justice. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest and listened to her silently. Yegulu decided to play along and said that he really was Justice, not knowing that the hero had already left this world many years ago. The guy thought that if he didn't deny that he was Justice, then the next things would go more smoothly. Overjoyed, Jessica guessed that the two maids in his entourage were probably his comrades who were hiding their true status. Our hero laughed and replied that the girl was right. This time he didn't have to lie, because Yunyu and Lu Xiaoyu really weren't his maids. Jessica said she was sorry that she tried to take away his comrade. Yegulu replied that it was okay because young people tend to make mistakes. With a wink, the guy admitted that he was curious why Jessica wanted that long-haired maid so badly. The girl replied that there were no people who would not like the charming long-haired sister servant. She added that the person who managed to become a member of our hero's team was probably very cool, and she immediately realized that the sister was a cool close combat fighter. Our hero looked at Jessica with confusion, because Liu Xiaoyu was by no means a great close combat fighter. But Jessica disagreed with him, saying that Liu Xiaoyu's flying kick was simply mind-blowing. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to remember all those multiple moments when Liu Xiaoyu beat him. Yegulu nodded his head and agreed that his comrade Liu Xiaoyu was indeed a famous close combat fighter. After talking, the guy decided to get back to the main point and asked the girl how badly she was injured. Jessica, looking at Yegulu with admiration, told the elder that everything was fine and she could continue fighting. The main character did not believe the girl that she was okay, and persistently asked how many ribs she had broken. The heroine immediately told the guy that she had broken 10 ribs, but it seemed that the girl didn't care much. Jessica tried to convince the guy that she was really normal, because these were a measly 10 ribs. To check the condition of Jessica's ribs, Yegulu pressed lightly on them with his finger. This was enough for the heroine to scream in severe pain and clutch her stomach, starting to roll on the floor and cry. Yegulu asked her to stop this bravado, because it was unknown how long his talisman spirits would be able to distract that orc. The protagonist stated that he should quickly attend to the girl's wounds, and then they would need to discuss countermeasures. Jessica, clutching her broken ribs as she lay on the ground, did not argue with her elder and agreed to follow his plan. Before starting the treatment, Yegulu asked to let him warn the girl about the Confucian Testament in advance. The thing is, they're in an emergency now, and the guy warned her that he'd have to touch her during the treatment. The girl didn't argue. She immediately replied that she understood everything and grabbed the t-shirt with her teeth. Jessica was not embarrassed, but her cheeks involuntarily blushed before the doctor's gaze, and she allowed him to begin treatment immediately. The protagonist's eyes widened and he froze in shock. When he saw the girl lift her shirt so boldly, he began to cover his face with his hands and scream, asking why she was more proactive than him and why she was in a hurry, since he had not finished speaking yet. Jessica replied that there was nothing to worry about because fighting and protecting people was her duty, and now the most important thing was to heal her wounds and return to the fight. She believed that she was the owner of a large number of benefits and privileges, and this obligated her to do something to society. The red-haired girl proudly declared that her profession was a hero, so she was not ashamed to begin treatment. Jessica's words made our hero think, after which he replied that he understood everything and asked the girl to lie down on the ground. The protagonist has already applied a miraculous balm to his palms, which will allow the girl's broken ribs to heal. The girl lay bravely on the ground and was ready to endure the procedure, remembering that she was a real hero. Yegulu warned that he would first apply the balm, using his internal powers to repair the damaged bones and muscles. The protagonist said that since they were a man and a woman, Yegulu intended to turn a blind eye and rely on her instructions. The girl agreed and asked the guy not to worry about her, claiming that she was not worried about it. The purple miracle balm in the dark cave began to emit a soft light. Yegulu charged it with his internal powers. Jessica began to grunt in pain, her lips pressed tightly together as Yegulu began to apply the bomb to her broken ribs. The protagonist, beads of sweat rolling down his face, continued to apply the bomb and asked if the girl was in pain. The heroine flinched and squealed loudly as Yegulu applied the medicine to the most painful areas. Yegulu began to frantically apologize to the girl, claiming that the area of the injury was near a weak spot. Sweating and blushing with pain, Jessica asked the elder to try to touch that broken rib less. The main character, wearing a fake mustache, promised the girl that he would be more careful. After some time, Jessica thanked Yegulu for restoring 8 of her 10 ribs, and now she feels much better. It was time to address the wounds in the lumbar region. The guy warned the heroine that it might itch a little. The red-haired girl couldn't hold back her loud laughter, and through it she cried, as she felt both ticklish and painful at the same time. The tickling was so unbearable that Jessica started hitting her doctor in the face to make him stop. Jessica accidentally brushed her hand against our hero's thick white mustache, which was held above his lips with glue. The protagonist froze in fear when Jessica tore off his mustache, and his true face appeared before the girl. The heroine looked in shock at the guy who, as it turned out, was pretending to be someone he wasn't. Her eyes widened even more when she realized that in front of her was the very same young man who had been at the inn that day with the divine descendant. The young man began to visibly panic. He realized that he was in trouble when he was exposed, but Jessica didn't seem to be angry with him. She said that the well-respected senior comrade had shameful hobbies. Yegulu stopped her, shouting that everything was not as she thought, and he was in that hotel because it was an errand. The heroine looked at Yegulu in shock, not understanding why her senior comrade was shouting about some kind of assignment. The guy decided to lie to her, saying that she didn't know something, and in fact, that day she saw the cursed statue. Yegulu said that anyone who looked at this statue would experience lower back pain, a sluggish mood, and physical exhaustion. The protagonist explained that the task he had taken was to remove the curse from this snow-white statue. Jessica mentioned the strange figurine that exploded in her hands during their first meeting. Yegulu continued to lie to the girl, claiming that it was a sacred item that he used to break the curse. The girl asked what that smelly liquid was that had fallen on the boys after the statue had exploded. The Master of Ears at the peak of the Earth's limit shouted that the liquid was used to protect the girls from the curse. Jessica still didn't understand much. She wondered why the older hero ran away when he activated that explosive. He screamed that he ran away because he needed to keep the customer's identity a secret. But they, young people, wouldn't understand that confidentiality is also important. The red-haired girl became quiet as she thought about Yegulu's version and what actually happened that day. She believed him. Her eyes lit up. She admitted how stupid she had been, and indeed, there was no limit to learning the hero's craft. Yegulu was shocked that she fell for it and believed the story, and Jessica looked at him adoringly, thinking how cool the elder was. After some time, Jessica was cured. She laughed, happy that all the bones were normal, and Yegulu asked her to stop twitching like that. Grabbing her sword, the legendary heroine declared that it was now time to go and help her assistant, Little Eye. But the girl couldn't get far because she immediately fell to her knees and began to vomit, feeling very ill. Yegulu helped her up and scolded her for moving, as he said they had only repaired her bones, not her wounds. Jessica complained that she was in pain and said that this power was no good. The guy explained that the orc's attack was extremely powerful, and the damage the girl received was much more significant than he should have calculated. But Jessica had to save her assistant, Little Eye, so the girl began to worry a lot. The protagonist replied that there would be no benefit from rushing now, and the heroine was completely incapable of fighting right now. He said that they needed to weigh everything carefully. First of all, take care of their own situation, and entrust the rescue of Little Eye to the people from the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild in Eid City, someone asked how it had come to this point that in such a large organization, only they could go on this quest. The boy was indignant that reports had just arrived from the peasants about a support mage who had been driven into the forest of lost destiny by her pursuers. Close combat warrior. Leo asked his partners if they could really leave their comrade without saving now. The girl in dark clothing was perplexed when she heard from the melee warrior about saving the support mage. Mage Bella asked how their bunch of kittens and puppies would save a support mage if the enemy was a legendary level orc. Someone else intervened in Leo and Bella's argument, a girl with blonde hair siding with the melee fighter. Healer Joan stated that they could not remain on the sidelines, as they had already received messages from the peasants. Bella replied that Joan was talking nonsense because the enemy was a legendary monster and they weren't even heroes, and it was beyond their power to deal with him. Bella also warned the boys that high-level orcs have the Blood Rage skill, which allows them to go berserk. A terrified Leo and Joan stared at their friend, who declared that they would be routed even if 10 troops were sent there. Joan was against it. She said that they should at least try since the 3 of them made a complete group. Angrily, Bella asked them not to forget that the Forest of Lost Destiny is a highly dangerous area where there are other dangerous monsters. The mage stated that it was quite possible that the monster would destroy them before they even found that orc and the mage. Leo didn't agree with Bella, he shouted, wanting to object to her, but the girl immediately interrupted him. Bella stated that if the boys insisted on going there, she would not go with them, because she was not going to run like an idiot to her own death. Close combat warrior. Leo clenched his teeth in anger because he was hoping for support from Bella. He remained silent, thinking about her words. Joan and Leo turned and left, the guy telling Bella that he had a higher opinion of her. The healer sided with the melee warrior and agreed to go with him to save the mage. Meanwhile, Little Eye had already escaped from the orc and managed to reach the building of the Adventurers Guild of the city of Ede. Appearing on the threshold of the guild, Little Eye immediately screamed. The girl begged the others for help. Seeing the girl with blue eyes and glasses, Leo immediately realized that she was the support mage that the pursuers had driven into the Forest of Lost Destiny. Joan was shocked when she heard from the mage that the legendary orc and the monster that lived in the forest were both dead. Little Eye, who was sitting on a chair drinking tea after the experience, confirmed that this was indeed the case. She said that shortly after she was driven into the forest, she came across a mainland serpent, and a battle began between it and the orc. Close combat warrior. Leo laughed, saying that the luck that Little Eye had was like the heroes in books. The guy felt ashamed because of the quarrel with Bella. He admitted that he lost his temper a little and asked the girl if they were still a team. Bella blushed with shame at having so treacherously quarreled with her team and agreed to move on with them. Only healer Joan was unhappy that Leo had made peace with Bella. And now this mage girl was back on their team. Little Eye, having told everything, burst into tears again, her lips trembling. She began to beg the adventurers for help. The blue-haired girl burst into tears and began begging Leo and the others to help her save Jace. After another discussion, the boys decided that they would not be able to defeat the orc on their own, so they decided to turn to a squad of royal knights for help. The following events took place in an area that was extremely dangerous for all people, in the Forest of Lost Destiny, where it was already dusk. The Orc Queen, a legendary-level monster, departed this life after facing a powerful opponent. The mainland serpent that lived in this forest also did not survive the encounter with the Orc Queen. Its body lay on the ground. The battle between the Orc Queen and the giant green serpent proved fatal for both monsters, with no one emerging victorious. The ground on which the monsters lay was split in half. Apparently, they died due to the intervention of third forces. Meanwhile, in the cave, Jessica apologized to the Elder. She had no choice but to ask Yegulu to take up arms. The protagonist explained that due to certain circumstances, he temporarily lost his power, and now his strength is also at the veteran level, like hers. The red-haired girl was in shock. She burst into tears and screamed that now it was all over and Little Eye would die a terrible death. She kept crying over Little Eye, who had only been with her for a few days, and the guy calmed her down by saying that he had another solution. This made the girl stop crying. She asked how the main character was going to get out of this situation. Yegulu warned that in order to carry out his additional plan, he would have to take something from the girl. He said he understood that what he was taking from her was very important to her, but he would definitely return it when it was all over. The girl flinched and blushed when the guy said that she could refuse if she thought it was too much, but there could be no other solution. The protagonist promised that he would definitely handle the thing carefully if she agreed to borrow it. Jessica had not yet given her consent, but Yegulu was ready to voice what specific thing he needed from her. He asked if she could lend him her sword, but she started screaming without listening to him. Thinking that Yegulu wanted to deprive her of her chastity, the protagonist screamed, indignant at why she was talking such nonsense, since it was impossible for taking away someone's chastity to make someone stronger. Jessica apologized to the Elder, explaining that she had read something similar in a book where the Demon Lord, having gained chastity, immediately became stronger. Yegulu guessed that it was about the forbidden adventures of the hero girl and said that the girl shouldn't believe in fairy tales. The girl justified herself by saying that in that book, the Demon Lord was actually a hero in the past too. The main character first stared at the girl in silence and then shouted, asking why she was telling him everything, since he hadn't read this book yet. Yegulu decided to sum things up and declared that if the girl lent him her sword, they would have a chance of winning. Scratching her face with her finger, the girl, looking away, said that in principle she was not against it. But there was one thing. Jessica confessed to the Elder that he didn't know something. Her sacred sword had a special feature and only he could use it. The girl said that her signature weapon's ability was similar to the owner's recognition, so it would be difficult for Yegulu to work with it. But this news did not upset our hero. On the contrary, a wide smile appeared on the guy's face. Using the essence of the innate sword, the boy saw that the sword had a lady spirit that belonged to the faithful and honest kind. Smiling and stroking the sword, the protagonist declared that he could properly use this weapon in place of the girl. By using the essence of the innate sword, the boy activated the ability to communicate with the spirit of the sword, and his eyes turned a bright blue color. Yegulu moved to another space where it was completely dark. The guy saw only his snow-white shadow. Smiling cheerfully, the protagonist declared that he was there and intended to talk to the spirit of the alien sword as soon as possible. Seeing the sword spirit, a fragile girl in front of him, he said that it was time to properly develop a relationship with her. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and chuckled when he noticed that this spirit was not making any contact at all, and was standing with its back turned to him. A second later, our hero's face was covered in sweat, and his eyes widened as he realized what was wrong. Yegulu tensed up. He realized that this was not a sword spirit, and certainly not an artifact spirit. The guy was horrified when he realized that there was a living creature in front of him. In other words, there was a human soul inside the sword. The spirit of the girl, who was standing with her back to the guy, turned her head slightly and said that she saw everything. The protagonist was startled when the girl finally turned around and, instead of greeting him, said that Yegulu was a scoundrel. The spirit gradually began to take on a human form. First, the girl's legs and brown shoes and pants appeared. The human spirit's hair also turned red, gradually becoming normal human hair. Our hero was confronted by Renee Silver, a former Saint Lavelle follower, who asked him what he had done to her daughter. Meanwhile, in the mini-immortal grotto, Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu were still sitting in the water in the divine fields, resting after work. Lu Xiaoyu, having pinned up her hair, decided to wash herself after the hard work of harvesting. She dried herself with a white towel, succubus. Yun Yuyu also tried to wash off all the dirt that had accumulated on her body after her shift in the fields in the grotto. Lu Xiaoyu complained about the unbearable heat, and that after testing the grotto she almost got sunstroke. The girl admitted that she was getting bored and was curious about what their mentor brother was doing now. Yun Yuyu revealed that the Mu Xianmen current has a heavenly surveillance technique that can be used to spy on what the brother teacher is currently seeing. Blushing, Lu Xiaoyu turned away, saying that no one wanted to look at him, and Yun Yu said that she would do it herself then. The girl activated the golden magic seal. She was smiling because she couldn't wait to spy on our hero. Lu Xiaoyu immediately changed her mind, saying that she could watch for a while, in case our hero got into some trouble. A golden magical vortex formed on the water. Yun Yu activated the heavenly surveillance technique. When the portal opened, the girls saw that right now the guy was seeing an unfamiliar woman in front of him. The girls were stunned when they saw what their mentor brother was doing now. They both froze. Lu Xiaoyu began to tremble with anger, and Yun Yuyu smiled, saying that she now understood what kind of taste Yegulu had in women. That day, Lu Xiaoyu reached the sanctification stage again because she was so angry at the guy that she used the 5 lightning plague. At this time, Yegulu tried to justify himself to the night girl, Jessica's mother, saying that it was a misunderstanding. But Renee Silver disagreed, accusing the man of forcing her daughter to remove the harness and then humiliating her. A stunned Yegulu tried to explain to the enraged woman that he was not humiliating her daughter, but trying to heal her wounds. She was shaking with anger, believing that the guy was simply hiding behind the treatment, and accused him of using base methods. An angry Renee Silver yelled at the guy, saying that even in Forbidden Adventures of the Humiliated Hero Girl there were no such episodes. The bewildered protagonist asked Jessica's enraged mother to stop for a second. He pointed at her and asked if she was the author of the book about the adventures of a humiliated adventurer. Renee Silver admitted that she wrote the book and left it to her daughter as a legacy so that she could become familiar with her work. Yegulu apologized for the question, but asked if she really didn't see anything wrong with letting her daughter read such things. Silver didn't understand what was wrong with that because her book was so exciting, had a gripping plot, and was brilliantly written. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist answered the woman that he had meant something completely different. The indignant guy asked the woman if she thought Jessica needed to grow up a little before reading something like that. Then Renee Silver got even more angry at the guy and shouted, asking if Jessica wasn't old enough yet. The red-haired woman indignantly stated that her daughter already looked older than she did. Feeling ashamed of the woman, Yegulu realized that this book had seriously messed with the minds of Renee Silver and her daughter Jessica. An angry Renee Silver told him not to change the subject and again accused him of doing something to his daughter. The protagonist began to make excuses again, reminding the woman that it was all just a misunderstanding. But the woman with red hair did not stop being angry at our hero. She shouted at him, accusing him, sweating and hiding his gaze from the angry Renee Silver. Yegulu repeated to her once again that it was just a misunderstanding. Biting her lip, Renee Silver thought of what to say to the protagonist, but paused for a moment before speaking. Indignantly, she screamed, asking why the protagonist stopped, since he had gone so far in the relationship with Jessica. The stunned protagonist shouted back at her, not understanding whether she was serious since Jessica was her daughter. Renee Silver agreed that she was wrong, because her daughter was still young, but she had another plan to annoy our hero. She screamed that in that case she could be Yegulu's girlfriend herself. and he yelled at her that his head was about to explode from her nonsense. The red-haired woman was forced to shut up when the protagonist reprimanded her. Her lips pursed in resentment. Renee Silver finally calmed down and said that Ye Gulu had successfully passed her tests, and it seemed that temptations of this level did not work on him. The stunned protagonist asked the woman how far she was going to go in testing him. The spirit of Jessica's heroically deceased mother narrowed her eyes when the boy asked her how far she was willing to go. The woman already had an idea in her head of what she was going to do next, and she was determined to set an example for the boy. Renee Silver demonstrated to our hero that she was willing to go to great lengths to ensure that he failed her test. But the main character had no intention of falling for her tricks. He simply closed his eyes and remained silent. He said that the Sword Realm was an illusory world, so it was unlikely that it had ever had visitors, and he could understand why she was unhappy. Ye Gulu turned around and left, saying that he gave up and that he no longer intended to disturb the woman's peace of mind. Renee Silver chuckled, surprised that the guy wasn't falling for her seduction methods. As the woman watched our hero walk away, she said she now saw that he was truly a noble man. Turning around, Ye Gulu asked if she always tested people like this, since there was no need to go that far. The woman asked why not, because, after all, it was about entrusting a guy with someone important to her. Activating her power, the woman's hair was surrounded by a fiery aura, ready to test the boy again. Renee Silver was surrounded by a powerful magical flame and declared that it was time to move on to the second stage of testing. The protagonist was perplexed when he saw the flame inside the sword sphere. He did not understand whether it was true fire or just mental. Ye Gulu watched the scene tensely. A huge whirlwind of destructive flames appeared before him. Renee Silver's gaze became more and more insane, as if enchanted, feeding on the energy of the fire. She grew larger and larger. The main character, who had become very tiny against the backdrop of the giant, said that the sight impressed him. Renee Silver asked if the young man thought that he would not face any punishment for doing this to his daughter. Ye Gulu's tension increased as he realized that this woman was completely serious. Jessica's mother raised her hand and used the Flame Lord ability, causing a tiny sphere of fire to appear above her palm. Renee Silver, using Incinerate, threw this fire sphere at our hero to punish the guy for what he did. Fireballs surrounded Ye Gulu from all sides, and realizing that this was no joke, he rushed forward to dodge them. Ye Gulu didn't understand where the mental fire came from, because the rank of the sword that belonged to Jessica was not that high. Renee Silver twirled a whirlwind of fire around her finger, and she looked at Ye Gulu with a wild look when he mentioned the sword's low rank. After attacking the guy, Renee said that her daughter was still too young, so only part of the sword's abilities was revealed to her. To protect himself from the fire sphere, our hero crossed his two blue magic swords in front of him. The flames that Renee Silver wielded were so powerful that they immediately began to melt the boy's enchanted swords. After losing his swords, Ye Gulu asked the woman if she wanted to say that the sword was actually much stronger. Closing her eyes, Renee Silver decided that the Fire Lord's glory was now covered in dust, and therefore needed to be shown. With her eyes wide open and glowing red, the enraged Renee shouted that Ye Gulu would now see what this sword really was. The protagonist saw a huge stream of flame in front of her. She covered her face with her hands to protect herself from it. Seeing the woman's abilities, the cultivator decided it was time to put the jokes aside. Suddenly, Renee Silver began to visibly panic. The woman began to shake. Her firepower became less and less strong. The woman's face was covered in sweat. She stopped. Silver was perplexed. Her magical power had somehow dried up. Renee Silver tensed up even more when she saw something in front of her that made her feel very scared. The woman was covered by a giant shadow, and her fiery power was drained to zero. Now only small sparks of flame remained in the sphere. With horror and fear in her eyes, she looked at the giant figure that appeared before her. She quietly said that this could not be. Our hero declared that he was just a mere talentless person with a worthless innate sword essence, with the aspirations of a sword at the peak of the earthly limit and the mastery over 99 divine swords. With his legs crossed and his face propped up on his fist, Ye Gulu stood before Renee on the giant throne and asked if she really wanted to provoke him. Our hero's spirit was in the sword sphere, but his physical body was still in the cave, sweat running down his face, his eyes closed. The boy sat on the ground in a meditative pose, clutching his sword, his body surrounded by a snow-white sparkling aura. Jessica, while her new acquaintance was in the sword sphere, was nearby the whole time and kept an eye on the situation. The red-haired girl came closer and knelt down in front of the guy, who was still mentally not there. The heroine, with admiration in her eyes, began to carefully examine the face of our hero. Believing that before him was the great justice, she thought that in the picture where that great hero was depicted, the guy looked completely different. The girl decided that the man sitting in front of her was much more beautiful than the one depicted in Justice's paintings. Jessica remembered the moment when the elder told her that due to certain circumstances he had temporarily lost his power. She admired the hero Justice because, despite his lost strength, he still actively fought in the front ranks. Jessica also liked the fact that Justice was actively pushing new and improved concepts of hero service. Her eyes shining with delight, the girl shouted that for her, Justice would be a role model and someone to look up to for the rest of her life. Jessica fell silent and began to silently dream about something, and then said out loud how wonderful it would be if something happened. Blushing, she admitted that it would be wonderful if, after saving Little Ai, she asked Justice to become her mentor. The girl began to doubt whether she would be suitable for him as a student, because the older one was already very cool, and probably disdained her. Jessica decided that it was worth waiting for her mother to return and ask her to recommend her to the hero. The girl chuckled and turned her attention to something that made her think. She was still kneeling in front of our hero and was carefully examining the face of the hero she admired. Jessica noticed his hair and again remembered the painting of the hero Justice. She doubted that the painting of her favorite hero also had a black strand of hair like Yegulu's. Meanwhile, the main character returned from the sword sphere. The guy, tired after such an adventure, slowly opened his eyes. The girl blushed even more when she saw that her favorite hero opened his eyes and looked straight at her, catching her off guard. Jessica, stuttering and embarrassed, wanted to turn to the elder to ask how his adventure had gone, but the main character couldn't answer her. It was difficult for him to come to his senses after his journey into the sword realm. He kept losing consciousness. He collapsed onto the girl, and when Yegulu managed to regain his consciousness, his eyes widened and he let out a surprised grunt. The bewildered youth did not understand why he was still surrounded by pitch darkness. Although he should have already returned from the sword sphere, the protagonist was also confused by the fact that he couldn't breathe, and Yegulu began to panic, finding himself trapped. When the main character got out, it turned out that all this time he had simply buried himself in Jessica's black t-shirt. He screamed in fear. Yegulu was trying to comprehend what had just happened. Jessica broke the silence first and addressed the elder. Afterwards, Jessica asked the guy if everything was okay, because Yegulu looked very sad. The protagonist admitted that what he had to go through in the sphere had left him quite exhausted, but he was fine. Jessica reassured him, saying that it was perfectly normal and there was no need to put on a show over trifles. Yegulu started yelling at the red-haired girl, asking if she was really saying that he was no good. The protagonist screamed, asking if she knew what difficulties he had just faced. But after Yegulu suddenly fell silent and stared at one point, he stopped yelling at the girl, telling her about his difficulties. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that he did not want to develop this topic further and refused to discuss it with Jessica anymore. Jessica mentioned Yegulu's words that his strength was now at the veteran level, meaning it was much lower than it was during his prime. She sincerely apologized for wanting to help her elder somehow, even though it would cost her a lot of effort now. The protagonist asked her not to worry about it. He himself believed that meeting Jessica was another fateful event. The red-haired girl was worried about the sacred sword that belonged to her. She wanted to ask about it. Smiling broadly, the young man reassured the heroine, interrupting her and declaring that everything had already been decided with the sacred sword. The boy held out the sacred sword and declared that she, the spirit of Jessica's mother, had given her consent for it to be used. Meanwhile, the Orc King still did not give up trying to catch up with the microscopic spirits that stole his tribe's relic. Using wind magic, the monster ran tirelessly after them. He stretched out his hand forward, shouting that he had almost caught up with them. But the Orc King was in for a disappointment, because while trying to grab the cucumber doll, the thieves instantly sped up and disappeared. The monster was confused and screamed, not understanding what had just happened. The protagonist appeared behind him. Yegulu told His Majesty that the orc seemed to be tired. The enraged monster turned around sharply and looked at our hero with hatred, screaming, wishing him death. The orc waved his arms and tried to attack the guy with a powerful stream of green light, which he controls thanks to air magic. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, intending to repel the attack of the airblade execution that was rapidly approaching. To do this, Yegulu simply swung his sacred sword once, leaving a thin white beam in front of him. The beam turned into flame, which began to destroy the orc's aerial weapon, turning it into solid fire. The orc was taken aback when he saw that all his air traps had turned into a wall of flame, meaning the attack had been unsuccessful. The monster became even more angry. He was stunned to see that his wind had caught fire. He had never seen anything like this before. Surrounded by flames, Yegulu appeared before the orc. The boy silently approached, holding the sacred sword in his right hand. The enraged king asked Yegulu who he was, since this sword had never had such destructive power before. The cultivator frowned and looked his opponent straight in the face, declaring that he was the great hero, Justice. Beads of sweat ran down the orc king's face. He was shocked to hear that the very hero from the legends was standing in front of him. Yegulu stated that before he dealt with the orc, he needed to tell him that this was one of the conditions of the exchange that the female knight had set. The world has forgotten, but this dark red mark should not be forgotten. This is Renee Silver's sword, and she wanted it to be remembered. Holding the legendary weapon in front of him, Yegulu declared that he now possessed a Saint Disciple level sacred sword. the Supreme Fire Lord. The sword was so powerful that the boy was able to use it to summon a giant stream of flame from the sky, which fell upon the orc. Due to her injuries, Jessica was forced to remain in the cave, sitting leaning against the wall and waiting for news. She remembered Yegulu's words before he left. The hero told her to take refuge in the cave so that he wouldn't have to worry about her. Jessica was worried about the protagonist. She wondered if her elder was in danger now. The red-haired girl shook her head frantically to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. The heroine reminded herself that the great hero Justice, her eldest, was the strongest, so he was definitely okay. The mighty flames of the Supreme Fire Lord's sword reduced the trees to bare, charred pillars in the forest of lost destiny. The Orc King's hand also turned black after Yegulu struck him with a powerful stream of flame. The Orc King was wounded but still alive, breathing heavily as he sat near a large stone, unable to fight any further. The protagonist, with his sword thrust into the ground, stood silently in front of his enemy and watched as the orc suffered after his successful attack. Yegulu walked closer to the defeated monster and knelt down in front of the defenseless orc to look at the enemy's face. The orc started screaming, first calling him a human, but then turning to him as a hero, begging the boy to stop. The protagonist looked at his enemy in bewilderment when he began to scream, begging for mercy. The boy didn't listen to him carefully when the orc explained that he hadn't done evil on purpose, but that his tribe had simply made him that way because of his peculiarities. The monster, who had promised to reform, screamed, begging our hero to give him a chance at a new life. Yegulu advised him to, instead of all these explanations, it would be better to talk about the special ability he had used before. The orc admitted that his anomalous species talent was called Venus Killer, and it allowed him to deal double damage to women. The monster promised that it would be useful to the boy if he took it in, and Yegulu agreed that this ability was indeed useful. Therefore, the protagonist decided that it was not worth wasting such talent in vain, and charged his hand with tongues of blue flame. The Orc King became frightened and screamed when he saw that the boy intended to use the soul-binding spell against him. The prospect of being imprisoned forever was not to his liking, and the monster shouted that he would rather have Yegulu simply kill him. But the protagonist had other plans. He grabbed the orc's face with his energy-charged palm to imprison his soul. Smiling, the protagonist said that where the monster ends up, at least there won't be any orc women, whom he dislikes so much. The blue magical flame grew larger and brighter. The orc could not resist the power of our hero. When Yegulu let go of him, the Orc King frowned. All he could see around him was a bright blue light. The blue light began to turn into a bright white light, which gradually descended onto the monster's head, absorbing it. Eventually, the monster's physical body disappeared forever, and in its place appeared a small green orc spirit. Having grabbed the newly created spirit, the protagonist opened a portal to throw it into the magical vault. Yegulu stuffed the small spirit of the Orc King into a small black sphere that was decorated with tongues of bright blue flame. The orc screamed as he found himself in the mini grotto of the Immortals, the battle-forged prison, where he would be purified by the blue fire of the prison and become a battle-forged spirit. Meanwhile, in the mini grotto of the Immortals of the Divine Fields, night had already fallen, but Lu Xiaoyu was not sleeping. She was sulking at our hero. Yunyu tried to calm her friend down and told her not to be upset with the guy, as it was probably a misunderstanding. But the temple abbess couldn't calm herself down. She was angry and indignant, calling Yegulu a vile fool whom she would definitely deal with. The succubus once again asked the girl not to be angry and said that she would now spy on the guy again to make sure that it was a misunderstanding. The girl activated the magic seal, and a golden spiral appeared in front of them, which would turn into a peeping window. The ladies saw the orc's torso, and at that moment the protagonist was examining the monster's tattoos, fearing the activation of the blood rage. For a moment, the girls simply froze, their mouths open, silently watching what their brother mentor was now seeing. This time, even Yunyu couldn't contain her anger. Her whole body trembled with anger and jealousy. She thought that even the orcs were attracted to Yegulu. Enraged, Yunyu turned to her brother mentor and shouted that this was beyond any bounds. That day, thanks to her fury, Yunyu also reached the consecration stage, increasing her strength many times over. The protagonist, having dealt with the Orc King, returned to the cave where Jessica was waiting for him. The girl was still sitting obediently, with her knees tucked under her, and she perked up when her hero announced that he had returned. Jessica grabbed his hand, and with admiration in her voice and on her face, said that her elder was really the strongest, and he complained that she was too close. Still worried about her assistant, Jessica told the elder that they now needed to hurry to help Little Ai. But the main character had other plans for this, and the guy was ready to tell the girl about it. He said that the day before he met with a group of adventurers and asked them questions, they said that Ai had already returned to the guild. The girl was stunned, her mouth wide open, when she heard that her assistant was already in the guild and completely safe. Jessica burst into tears of relief, screaming as she admitted that she thought something was going to happen to little Ai. But now she was okay. The protagonist was perplexed, watching how easily the brave hero, who wiped away her tears in front of him, could be brought to tears. She clenched her fist, stopped crying, and smiled, saying that indeed, all her fighters were the strongest. The protagonist slapped Jessica on the back of the head and shouted, asking if she really thought this was something to be proud of. Jessica realized she was wrong, and through the pain she turned around and smiled at her eldest so that he would not be angry with her anymore. Yegulu also smiled, thinking that this young lady was really a good person, so it could be considered that the second exchange condition would not cause him any losses. Jessica remembered that she had something else she wanted to ask the hero justice for, and told the elder that she had one thing to ask him. But the main character also had something to say to the girl after he met the spirit of her mother, and he mentioned it. The girl screamed, asking if he could become her mentor, and Yegulu simultaneously asked if she could follow him from now on. Jessica and Yegulu looked at each other in confusion because they didn't expect to ask the same questions at the same time. The heroine could not contain her rage. She shouted hooray, and our hero sighed heavily and crossed his arms over his chest. They continued their conversation in the cave. Sitting on the ground, Jessica asked what rituals one must go through to become his disciple. Yegulu was surprised because he had never performed rituals before, but then he closed his eyes and fell silent thoughtfully, rubbing his chin with his finger. The guy replied that there was no need for any ceremony. Jessica just needed to start calling him father, mentor, or master. Jessica was stunned that everything was so simple, because first a full inspection was required, and Yegulu shouted at her, asking where she read such nonsense. Yegulu stated that the teacher should teach and dispel doubts with words and deeds, and they have no need for rituals, ceremonies, and so on. The boy remembered how his mentor in childhood bribed him with just one stick of tankulu, and Jessica replied that she understood everything. The protagonist patted Jessica on the head and praised her, saying that she was smart, because she understood everything right away and called him a father mentor. The smile immediately disappeared from our hero's face. He froze, his eyes wide open, when he remembered something important. He told the girl that there was actually one important matter left. It was a matter of life and death, so she must remember everything. A little frightened, Jessica stared at her father mentor with wide eyes and asked what they were talking about. The protagonist explained that this concerned two other comrades in arms, and she needed to learn how to address them. Yegulu took out the mini grotto of immortals in which he had imprisoned his girlfriends from the storage, closed his eyes and was ready to release them. Putting 2 fingers to his mouth, the protagonist shouted, ordering Yunyu and Lu Xiaoyu to come out of the grotto. At the protagonist's command, the girls flew out of the small sphere like a bullet, leaving behind bright white streaks. Yunyu was helping Lu Xiaoyu do her hair at that moment, and she looked at the guy in bewilderment because he pulled them out of the grotto when they were taking a bath. Lu Xiaoyu's nose started bleeding. He stared at his friends after seeing them like this and couldn't say anything else to them. Jessica had the same reaction. Her cheeks turned red and her nose started bleeding when she first saw them. Instead of words, the main character decided to give his girlfriends a thumbs up to compliment them. Yegulu closed his eyes and decided to comment on Lu Xiaoyu's hairstyle, saying that it looked very good. The first abbess of the temple blushed and trembled with anger. She screamed, asking Yegulu what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After striking him with lightning, she tried to bring him back to his senses, and was then stunned to learn that Yegulu had a student. Trying to address the girl respectfully, Jessica stood quietly in front of Lu Xiaoyu and greeted the mother teacher. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked and immediately dropped Yegulu back to the ground when Jessica admitted that she had disrespected her recently, for which she deeply apologized. Lu Xiaoyu began to stutter and blush. She was stunned when she heard that she was called mother teacher, because that is what people call their teachers' wives. Embarrassed and indignant, the abbess of the temple shouted at Jessica, asking why she called her that. Jessica was perplexed and said that her master had obviously told her something the day before that made her treat her like that. But then Jessica realized what was wrong, corrected herself, and told Lu Xiaoyu that she understood everything. The red-haired girl turned around abruptly, changing her target, and looked at Yunyu, deciding that she was the mother mentor. Jessica gestured with her hands in respect, bowed her head and greeted Yunyu, calling her mother teacher. Yunyu blushed. She liked this treatment. She smiled and praised Jessica, calling her a smart little girl. She stroked the girl's head and gave her a book, saying that it was in honor of their meeting and that the mother mentor had copied it quite recently. Lu Xiaoyu didn't like what was happening and asked them to stop because she felt jealous. Blushing and hiding her gaze, Xiaoyu said that she saw that Jessica had an amazing physique and rare talent, a truly promising talent. She cried out, overcoming her shame, and allowed the newly minted student to also call her mother mentor. Soon the main character came to his senses. He fixed his hair and wiped his face with a napkin, glad that now his life was out of danger. Meanwhile, Jessica was eager to read the book that mother teacher Yunyu had given her. She opened the blue-bound book and began to carefully read the works of the mother mentor. Her brows furrowed in concentration. The book was so captivating that the girl was completely uninterested in the conversation that was taking place behind the screen. Pulling Ye Gulu's cheeks, Xiaoyu demanded that he tell her what was going on with that student, and he replied that she was the hero they had recently met. Yun Yuyu asked if it meant that this little hero was now the direct successor of the Mu Xianmen lineage. The protagonist sighed heavily and replied that he could not tell the story of how she became his student in a few words. Ye Gulu revealed that they had recently encountered a legendary-level orc king, and in order to defeat him, he had to borrow the power of a sacred sword. However, inside this sacred weapon was not the spirit of the sword, but the soul of a person, namely Jessica's mother, who was hostile. The guy said that after overcoming some misunderstandings, he asked this spirit to lend him her power, and she made an unexpected decision. She introduced herself as Renee Silver once again, a hero of the Holy Follower level, who once led a small squad that went on a punitive expedition against the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord proved to be a very powerful opponent. They fought with all their might, but could only achieve mutual destruction. Renee Silver also told the guy about his husband, the white magician Antonio, who, with his last breath, placed the woman's soul inside a sword, and then the white magician Antonio sent this sword in her travel bag to their daughter, who was still a baby at the time. The sword he teleported was that very sacred weapon, and in the bag there was only a book about the forbidden adventures of the heroine girl. The main character was then indignant that the mother left her daughter only a book besides a sword, and not any good equipment. Renee replied that it was her favorite book that always brought her joy, and she hoped that Jessica could find some of that joy too. If Ye Gulu hadn't known what book he was talking about, he would have thought it was a sacred relic, and Renee admitted that the sword was sacred. The dumbfounded protagonist looked at the woman. He was shocked to hear that the weapon was sacred. Renee Silver's soul confessed that the Supreme Fire Lord was originally not just a sword, but a true sacred relic. The protagonist began to suspect what specific relic the woman was talking about, and this caused beads of sweat to run down his face. Renee Silver explained that the Supreme Fire Lord sword also has another name, namely the Fire Sacred Relic A17. Unlike the Orc relics, there are many sacred relics with the power of fire, so the Supreme Lord of Fire has the code number A17. The guy said that he knew that the Holy Court was just collecting sacred objects, and the knight was looking for him because of the Orc relic. Renee Silver replied that as long as she was inside the weapons sphere, she could suppress its sacred item aura. With sadness in her eyes, she admitted that after so many years, her power was almost gone, and she was afraid that something would happen if she used it again. The protagonist said that when she was gone, there would be no one to hide the sacred properties of the sword, and the Holy Court could cause trouble for Jessica. He said he heard that if a person becomes an adventurer or a hero, the Holy Court cannot take the artifact away from him. Ye Gulu knew he had to do something different when Renee said that this was just a formal rule, and the Holy Court was perfectly capable of secretly killing a person to get the weapon back. Turning her back to the boy, Renee Silver declared that if Ye Gulu agreed to her two conditions, she would lend him her power. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and agreed to listen to the conditions he would have to meet in order to gain power. Firstly, when Ye Gulu uses this sacred sword, Renee wants the opponent to hear the name of the weapon. This was her little whim of a hero. The red-haired woman paused briefly before voicing the second condition to our hero. Remembering her daughter, she told Ye Gulu to take her as his disciple and protect her until Jessica grew up. The guy asked if she really wanted to borrow power in exchange for protection and care for her daughter, and the woman confirmed his suspicions. The protagonist lowered his head and closed his eyes. He scratched his chin with his hand before answering the woman. Ye Gulu asked Renee if she thought she would put her daughter in danger if she refused to give the boy her power. The young man stated that it was necessary for Renee Silver to lend her power to our hero. Staring at the woman with a hostile gaze, Ye Gulu asked if this deal was too unfavorable for him. Ye Gulu wanted to get more out of this deal and said he would agree if Renee Silver added something on top. Renee Silver laughed. She wasn't surprised that the guy would demand better terms for himself in this deal. Smiling, the woman said that no matter how you look at it, the wanderer she once met was truly a man of extraordinary talent. The young cultivator looked at the woman in bewilderment, not understanding which wanderer she was talking about. Renee Silver said that it was this wandering woman who taught Antonio how to anchor a soul in a sword. She was a mysterious person. She said that they met her completely by chance, but she voluntarily taught them this technique and also voiced a prediction. The mysterious person then said that when she found herself in trouble worse than death, she would meet a man similar to Ye Gulu. The wanderer then described the man to the woman. Like Ye Gulu, he had white hair and one black strand. The protagonist became wary and continued to listen silently to Renee Silver. The story about the wanderer made him tense. Renee Silver said that the mysterious person said that Ye Gulu would definitely help her if she told him her name. The woman with red hair had already opened her mouth to finally tell our hero the name of the man she had met then. Remembering the face of that wanderer, she said that her name was Lu Qi, just like the protagonist's mentor. The protagonist was visibly stunned when he heard the name of his mentor. He was temporarily speechless. Smiling, Renee Silver called Lu Qi truly amazing, because she even predicted the guy's feigned surprise. The woman had something else to say to our hero. She stated that Lu Qi had given her something to pass on to Yegulu. Lu Qi then stated that the situation was quite complicated, and until our hero reached the ascension stage, there was no need to try to find her. Afterwards, the teacher smiled and said that they were destined to meet anyway, and Renee Silver conveyed these words to Yegulu. The protagonist was silent for a while, pondering the message that Renee Silver had conveyed to him from his beloved mentor. Without showing any emotion, Yegulu indifferently replied that he understood everything and agreed to help the woman. When Renee Silver heard this, the woman was not happy, but on the contrary, became sadder. Hiding her sad eyes behind her hair, she asked, if possible, not to let Jessica know that she was no longer alive. The protagonist agreed to maintain the legend that the great hero Renee Silver was still actively fighting on the front lines. To cheer the woman up, Yegulu smiled and declared that her adventure would never end. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise, and she froze when she heard these encouraging words. Then Renee Silver smiled and laughed and thanked our hero for his help. There was pitch darkness all around, but our hero took out a bright magic sphere to return back from the sword space. When Yun Yu heard this sad story, the first thing she said was that the sword had been Renee's only companion for such a long time. The mother couldn't even hug her daughter, being so close. And Jessica had no idea that her mother had been protecting herself all this time with the last of her strength. Yun Yu called this story truly sad. She told her brother mentor that they should take care of little Jessica together. Clenching her fists and perking up, the girl confidently declared that she would certainly become a worthy mother mentor. Lu Xiaoyu didn't comment on this story. The temple abbess simply sniffled and cried, her lips trembling. The protagonist and Yun Yu looked at their friend with concern. When they heard how bitterly she cried after hearing this story, Xiaoyu couldn't stop crying and howling. The girl admitted how sorry she felt for little Jessica. The girl tried to control her emotions and wiped her tear-stained eyes with her hand before making a statement. Clenching her fist, Lu Xiaoyu declared that from now on she would take care of Jessica and that this student would be under her wing. In the story, the protagonist also mentioned his abbess, Lu Qi, and Yun Yu wanted to discuss this as well. Lu Xiaoyu asked if it was worth going to look for the teacher, since after the ascension, the venerable Lu Qi should also be here. The protagonist was against it. He replied that, judging by the mentor's words, it was not worth looking for a meeting with her yet. He said that even if the mentor says that the situation here is quite difficult, it means that in this world everything will not be as easy as they thought. Based on his current experience, the guy stated that there are quite a lot of strong warriors in this world, and the situation with influential groups is also ambiguous. Squinting, the protagonist stated that their primary task now was to work on increasing their strength. Lu Xiaoyu asked if they would continue to carry out the guild's orders, and the guy replied that they could now create a serious squad for this. Yun Yu raised her hand and said that there was a problem with it. Yegulu asked his friend what the matter was. The girl explained that she had previously acted alone, so now she is essentially an illegal succubus without a license. The main character was perplexed. He looked at her questioningly, because he was little acquainted with the laws of this world. Yun Yu explained that this meant that she had not received legal approval, and appearing in the Adventurers Guild could cause problems. Therefore, the girl was ready to go to the local succubus establishment to undergo legalization, and more importantly, to obtain a license, a special brown book that will make Yun Yu's activities completely legal. When it was late evening, the boys went to the succubus inn called Enchanting Moment. The protagonist and his new student Jessica stared at the establishment with its bright neon sign with eyes full of delight. Having cleared his throat and blushed with embarrassment, the guy asked his student if she was already familiar with this place. Jessica honestly answered her father mentor that she often goes to the Enchanting Moment, where all the succubi gather. She asked the master to follow him so that Jessica could take him to a place where Yun Yu could legalize his activities, but the girl wasn't paying attention to the road, so she immediately hit her head when she collided with someone on the way. It was the Slime Guard sister. She asked if the young lady was here for the first time, and said that this was a passage for staff. Jessica felt ashamed of bumping into the slime and quickly walked away, the others following her. The interior decor of the establishment was truly majestic, adorned with wooden bookcases and vases of flowers. There were living plants and candlesticks everywhere. Music was playing, and a golden gramophone stood against the wall. When Yegulu and the others entered, they were immediately greeted by the succubi, and the girls said welcome to the Enchanting Moment. The succubus sisters greeted new clients with smiles on their faces and said they were ready to fulfill any of their wishes. Yun Yu felt at ease, while the others froze and opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded. One of the succubi pushed off the ground to jump up and get closer to the new clients. It was a blonde-haired newbie succubus named Mosui, who immediately grabbed Jessica's sword and asked if this was her first time here. Jessica tried to get rid of the succubus and said that she couldn't treat the sword like some kind of toy. Meanwhile, another succubus who worked in this establishment approached the main character to talk to him. The mid-level succubus, Lianzhong, and the newbie succubus, Yingdu, surrounded Yegulu from all sides, offering their services. When mother teacher Lu Xiaoyu saw this, she turned red with anger and shouted, ordering them to stop. The girl was frightened when a high-ranking succubus named Liu Li approached her and asked her not to be afraid, assuming that her little sister was there for the first time. The abbess of the temple was stunned. Her whole face turned red. She began to sweat and stutter. Lu Xiaoyu covered her face with her hands, burning with shame, because this was the first time someone called her little sister. Yun Yuyu, who was the only succubus in her group, stood to the side, looking bored. The girl cleared her throat to attract attention, since she had come to this establishment for a reason. She explained to the other succubi that they had not come here to have fun, but because she wanted to pass the certification. When Liu Li turned her attention to her, Yun Yuyu smiled and said once again that she intended to obtain an official succubus license. Another succubus advised her to ask the lady chairwoman of the succubi, who is currently conducting an inspection here, to personally conduct the certification. The protagonist was surprised when he heard from the succubus that the lady chairwoman of their organization was now here. Just at that moment, the leader of the succubi appeared in the hall. The girl chuckled, looking at the new guests. She said she never imagined that during the inspection, she would have the honor of conducting the certification for a newcomer. The Madam Chairman, who had wings, adjusted her glasses and declared that Yun Yu could rely on her. The bat-sized girl with purple hair fluttered between the succubi, completely invisible against their background. The succubi stood with proud smiles on their faces. They moved a little to the side so that everyone could look at their leader. The main character looked at the chairwoman with stunned eyes, not expecting that she would turn out to be a midget. The chairperson stated that, when creating dreams, the succubus must first of all be able to penetrate the essence of human desires. She explained that in their work, it is important to be able to penetrate the client's soul and identify their needs, so they need to be an observant person and a psychologist. She also said that each succubus has their own style, and it doesn't matter how they act, the main thing is the result they get. The chairwoman wanted to continue her instructive tale, but fell silent and chuckled when she looked at her audience. It turned out that no one was listening to the woman at all. Yun Yu was talking about something with Yegulu, and Jessica was chatting with Lu Xiaoyu. The lady chairwoman became angry and shouted, demanding that the careless people listen to her carefully. The Lilliputian clicked her tongue in irritation, realizing that her screams were not in any way frightening the guests gathered here. The protagonist stared at her with his mouth wide open as she decided to change her appearance to finally get noticed. Jinzi appeared before the boys in her normal form. Now she looked like an ordinary girl, but with horns, a tail, and wings, like a succubus. The succubus leader let out a chuckle when she saw that our hero and the others had immediately turned their attention to her. Ye Gulu was shocked and started pointing his finger at the girl, shouting that she was a very huge demon. The chairwoman was not offended by these words, but simply concluded that the young man opposite liked larger women. The protagonist stated that since childhood, his mentor taught him the need to eradicate evil spirits and defend the highest moral principles. Yegulu wanted to say what he should do with such an evil force, but Jinzi interrupted him, her eyes flashing with heart-shaped pupils. The guy said that he was just waiting to meet such an evil force, without threatening the demoness that he would deal with her. Giggling, Jinzi said that she saw that the guy was quite good and asked if she should take care of him personally. The protagonist prepared to fight. He ordered her to show what he was capable of, because who would go into the mouth of the abyss if not him? Lu Xiaoyu became angry when she saw her lover flirting with the demoness and hit him on the head, yelling at him. The following events took place in the room behind the white door, in the luxuriously furnished headquarters of all the succubi. Yun Yu raised her hand when Jinzi asked who here wanted to take the test to become a legal succubus. Jinzi walked over and took a closer look at the girl, saying that she had an excellent appearance. Yun Yu replied that she was flattered. Although only Yun Yu was supposed to undergo the assessment, Madam Chairwoman walked up to Lu Xiaoyu and placed her hand on her shoulder. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Jinzi with a frightened expression when she asked if she would like to take the assessment as well. Blushing, Xiaoyu began to scream, stuttering that she was not a succubus. The girl did not want to become a demoness. The Madam Chairman was upset, replying that it was a shame, because with such a face and graceful appearance, Xiaoyu would have gone far. The protagonist was dumbfounded when the chairwoman declared that his girlfriend would make an excellent succubus. Ye Gulu's imagination ran wild, and he imagined what his girlfriend would look like if she wore a succubus costume and had horns on her head. As his nose began to bleed and he admitted that some things shouldn't be thought about too much, Jessica screamed, worried about him. Yun Yu and the others went to the chairwoman's office, where a white desk, a luxurious black chair, a bookcase, and other elements of a rich interior awaited her. Jinzi explained that the succubus's main task is to allow the client to realize their fantasies, and everything happens in a dream, so it has no relation to reality. The chairperson added that since they are currently conducting certification, it is necessary to introduce a certain quantitative standard. The girl asked the students a rhetorical question about how they were going to evaluate the quality of their fantasies during the assessment. Jinzi introduced them to the fantasy meter, the latest 7th-generation device that had received official approval. This meter, which resembles a regular thermometer, also has a scale. The more it is filled, the higher the quality of the fantasy. The chairwoman explained that the meter would show a score from 0 to 100. The higher the score, the higher the quality of the succubus's work would be assessed. Jinzi suggested finishing her lectures and introduced one of her succubi to the audience, who would give a demonstration. One of the succubi took Jessica by the hand and led her somewhere behind the pink curtains, and the red-haired heroine was perplexed. The pink curtain closed, leaving Ye Gulu, Lu Xiaoyu, and Yun Yue standing outside waiting for their friend to return. The innovative meter showed that the blonde succubus had performed her job with a whopping 85 points. Lu Xiaoyu was frightened when Jessica was carried out from behind the curtain on a stretcher. The slime doctors asked everyone to move aside because their guest had lost consciousness. Jessica, who felt ill, said in a barely audible voice that she shouldn't treat her sacred sword like that. The main character began to get indignant. He shouted, asking how they dared to treat his student like that, calling them evil spirits. He began to loudly demand that the succubi release his student, and instead he was ready to take the blow himself. Lu Xiaoyu became angry at her lover again and hit him on the head with her hand, shouting that she would attack him herself. Jinzi asked if the young man could not participate. Then who would volunteer for this assessment? Xiaoyu was stunned, staring at the chairwoman when she asked if she, a young lady, would like to volunteer. Lu Xiaoyu's face immediately became covered in sweat. She felt awkward, and she began to stutter, unable to give a clear answer. Afterwards, she screamed indignantly, not expecting that she would be chosen as the subject for certification. The stunned girl, blushing, began waving her arms and stuttering, claiming that she couldn't go through something like this. Lu Xiaoyu began to push our hero in the back, telling the fool that he should be the one to go, because for Yun Yu's sake, she wouldn't mind sacrificing him. The protagonist pointed his finger at himself and declared that eradicating evil and taming demons was his sacred duty. The green-haired succubus grabbed our hero by the hand and led him into the room behind the pink curtain where Jessica had been. While flirting with the boy, the succubus told Ye Gulu that she hoped the boy would give her guidance. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yu were forced to stay outside, meekly waiting for their brother mentor to return back. The meter showed a poor result. It turned out that the green-haired succubus had only completed her job with 33 points. The chairwoman squinted and looked at the result, dumbfounded. She hadn't expected her succubus to do so poorly. When Ye Gulu came back, he asked if that was all. The guy was extremely disappointed with the succubus. The chairwoman snorted, angry at our hero, who was not satisfied with the way her succubus was working. Jinzi pointed her finger at Liu Li and Yingdu, the girls who were of higher rank, and told them to get to work. Before taking on our hero, the girls looked at each other silently, mentally talking among themselves. They grabbed the protagonist and took him back to the room behind the pink curtain. They told him to be careful and promised not to harm him. The two girls held hands, smiled, and announced that a double attack was about to begin. Lu Xiaoyu, who was burning with shame as she stood outside, and the succubus Yun Yu stood quietly and waited for their brother mentor to return. But this time, too, the chairwoman's innovation meter showed a poor result, with Liu Li and Yingdu scoring only 55 points. Chairwoman. Jinzi was stunned and screamed, not understanding how this was possible. Ye Gulu walked out with a smirk on his face and asked if this could really surprise an immortal mentor like him. One of the succubi looked worriedly at her chairwoman, whose face was blank due to anger at our hero. Jinzi closed her eyes and snorted, saying that it was very interesting and she was unwilling to give up. Still wanting to show a good result, she pointed her finger at 4 of her subordinates and ordered them to get to work. 4 girls immediately grabbed our hero, lifted him above their heads, and began to carry him into the room while he screamed in fear. Having surrounded the guy from all sides, the demonesses told our hero that this time he definitely wouldn't get off easy. Yun Yu and her embarrassed friend Lu Xiaoyu were once again forced to stay outside and wait silently for the protagonist to return to them. This time, the fantasy meter showed a much better result, but still not ideal, with 470 points. Emerging from there with lipstick stains, Ye Gulu admitted that it had been a bit hot, but he still felt something was missing. Seeing that Ye Gulu was not at all impressed, Chairwoman Jinzi was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. The girl screamed that it was simply impossible, because the 4 best succubi of the enchanting moment could not cope with him. Jinzi snorted, her eyes began to emit a purple light, She concluded that she would have to personally tame our hero. Before the chairwoman could finish speaking, one of the girls approached her and stopped her, placing her hand on her shoulder. It turned out that it was Yoon Yu, who politely asked the lady not to deviate from the topic, since after all, she was the one undergoing certification. The chairwoman looked at the newcomer and asked if she meant to say that she could handle such a difficult guy. Yoon Yu, smiling politely, replied that they would still find out, since she was still just a newbie. Closing her eyes, the succubus leader agreed to let Yoon Yu take the initiative and prove that her establishment could show good results. Having paid her respects to the girl by placing her hand on her head, the chairperson stated that she was eagerly awaiting her result. The main character sighed heavily. The guy closed his eyes because he was already tired of participating in experiments. When the boy opened his eyes, he was confused because he thought that Yoon Yu was the one who was supposed to take the exam. But he saw someone else. Yoon Yu stood there smiling sweetly, while Lu Xiaoyu stood there looking embarrassed. And he was surprised why she was also there. The succubus asked our hero not to play dumb, believing that he understood why Lu Xiaoyu was also here. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked when she saw Yoon Yu transform into herself using the mirage technique, saying that without the presence of a special guest, it would be uninteresting. Now that she was indistinguishable from the real Lu Xiaoyu, Yoon Yu asked her brother mentor if she was speaking correctly. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, completely stupefied and shocked to see the techniques his girlfriend possessed. This allowed the girl to pass the test immediately because the fantasy meter broke as the scale filled up immediately. The chairwoman was stunned and screamed when she saw that her innovative meter had broken. Madame Jinzi was determined to find out what was going on there, so she peeked behind the pink curtain to check. The leader of all the succubi froze in shock when she checked how Yoon Yu was doing with her assessment. Even the experienced chairwoman blushed when she saw what the newbie succubus was capable of. Sweating, the chairwoman asked the boys what was going on when she burst into their room. It was already deep night outside, but the action was still taking place in the headquarters of the succubus organization. Firecrackers began to explode in the building, and everyone congratulated Yoon Yu on successfully passing the certification. The girl passed the exam and received a brown book, a top-level license that legalizes her activities. The chairwoman shook Yoon Yu's hand and congratulated the girl on receiving the certificate of the Succubus Union of Ide Province. Jinsu said that thanks to the girl's outstanding performance, she received a top-level license, and she hopes that Yoon Yu will continue to flourish. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyu, who did not aspire to become a succubus, received an award from the Ide Province Succubus Union for her superior skill. The girl was perplexed when the chairwoman shook her hand and said that Lu had also received their unanimous recognition. Lu Xiaoyu remained in a stupor for a long time, staring at one spot with her mouth slightly open, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The girl's cheeks turned red and she began to scream, claiming that she was not a succubus at all. The chairwoman explained that a succubus is not just some kind of creature. A person's inner qualities and mental makeup are much more important. Jinzi stated that the final assessment was complete for both of them, and the girl's success was beyond doubt. Madame Z said that it was a great loss that Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to be a succubus, because they hadn't seen the explosion of the meter for many years. Wiping away bitter tears, Jinzi said that she understood that everyone had their own aspirations, and she would not be able to convince the girl. So the chairwoman pointed in the direction and said that the kids should pay their debt there. The protagonist and Lu Xiaoyu were stunned when Jinzi said that they needed to pay off their debts. Jinzi showed them the receipt. For dreams with succubi, our guys would have to pay more than 20,000 coins. After calculating, the chairwoman said that they owed 21,000 coins in total, and she asked whether they would pay by card or in cash. The protagonist silently looked at Jinzi, who smiled politely at him, because he was not at all eager to pay. He quickly said goodbye to everyone, turned around and rushed to the exit to escape and not pay for dreams with succubi. When the succubi caught him and stopped him, the guy had to return to his friends. He felt awkward asking Xiaoyu for help. Lu Xiaoyu said that he should already be glad that she did not take his life, and asked if he was going to ask her for money. Then the protagonist tried to wake up his student Jessica, who was sleeping on the floor after meeting a succubus. Jessica woke up and opened her eyes. The girl looked questioningly at her master. Trembling with fear, Yegulu screamed, demanding that she save her master. The girl stared at him in fear. Jinza thanked the guys for their visit when Jessica paid with her card and left in tears, because there was not a drop left in the account. She stopped and froze when someone else entered the establishment and called out to the girl, using her fake name, Jace. It turned out to be Little I, leaning her hand against the door because she was so out of breath trying to find Jace. I said that she had finally found Jace and asked what the heroine was doing in such a seedy place. Jessica made an excuse that she was just going to the Adventurers Guild to look for her, and asked why I was in such a hurry. Little I grabbed Jessica's hands and said that things were bad because a Grandmaster-level monster had appeared outside the city again. The protagonist tensed up when he heard that the area was unsafe again, after overhearing Jessica and Ai's conversation. A worried little Ai told Jace that they needed to get there quickly to defeat the monster. Jessica was not averse to this, and replied that she would now call her master and two mother mentors to fight the monster together. Ai whispered in her ear and suggested that they go there together, since we were talking about a Grandmaster level monster, and it could be very dangerous for beginners. The girl told her assistant that everything was fine because her father mentor was a very strong man. Little Ai still didn't like the idea, saying that the reward wouldn't be what they wanted. Jessica asked her assistant not to worry about it because it was just a reward, and now everything she got would belong to her master. The heroine couldn't wait to go and fight the Grandmaster level monster, so she called her master to follow her. The boys immediately set off into the night forest, with Little Ai walking ahead of them, leading Jessica and the others to the monster. The boys had been walking for quite a long time, so Jessica asked Little Ai where this strong monster was. The protagonist put out his hand to stop Jessica because he immediately suspected something was wrong. Little Ai silently stepped back and stopped at a decent distance from them, and our hero visibly tensed up. The boy summoned his magic sword and shouted to the others to be careful because the monster was already here. The Grandmaster level monster turned out to be Little Ai herself, who rushed forward to pounce on our guys. Everyone was taken aback when she rushed past our hero so that his magic sword immediately shattered into pieces. Little Ai managed to hit the protagonist, causing him to fly back, losing his weapon. Lu Xiaoyu turned back and shouted, calling the fool because she was worried about him. Little Ai, whose glasses began to emit a bright light, raised her hand to continue fighting against her own team. She summoned her weapon, spreading her legs wide. She grabbed the axe with a long handle to attack the guys already armed. Lu Xiaoyu and Yun Yuyu stared at the girl, the shadow of the axe looming over them. The ladies were at a loss as to what to do. Jessica, seeing that her mother mentor was in danger, rushed forward and shouted at her to be careful. The girl was forced to push Lu Xiaoyu to prevent her from becoming a victim of the maddened Little Ai's attack. Jessica was forced to sacrifice herself and take Little Ai's blow. A white streak of light flashed past her. Little Ai's attack was so powerful that the bright white flash could be seen even from many kilometers away. After the attack, the battle axe that belonged to Ai stood with its blade stuck in the ground. Behind it was a thick wall of smoke. Jessica, seriously wounded, lay on the ground, groaning in pain. She could not continue to fight. Little Ai's attack was so powerful that her axe split the ground in two, creating a long, deep crack in the earth. The girl with blue hair, holding a book in her hands, stood motionless, surrounded by thick smoke. A turned back sharply, feeling some kind of threat, since she had not yet managed to get rid of all her opponents. She saw dozens of magical swords belonging to our hero flying from the sky, intending to strike her. The girl began to wave her hand, and she easily managed to turn these swords into small fragments one after another. Little Ai destroyed all the magic swords that flew straight at her. None of them could hit her. While the girl was distracted by this task, the protagonist rushed forward to attack her, taking advantage of the opportune moment. He ran forward while his own swords surrounded him. The guy turned around to grab one of them on the fly and use it. Armed with one of the charged swords, the protagonist jumped up to attack Little Ai while she was standing on the ground. The blue-haired girl looked at our hero with disdain from under her brows. Noticing that he was about to attack her, Little Ai immediately summoned her battle axe, which flew towards her in an instant so that she would not be left unarmed. The girl held her giant axe out in front of her, using it as a shield, so Yegulu's attack was unsuccessful. Fiery sparks flew in all directions after Yegulu struck the axe with his sword, and Little Ai was safe and sound. The blue-haired mage glared at the guy again, unimpressed by the hero's attack. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist clicked his tongue in irritation, the unsuccessful attack making him tense up even more. Yegulu pulled out the immortal grotto from the storage and threw it to the side, the green sphere flying forward. He turned to his companion, shouting at her to take Jessica and go to the grotto of the immortals, and that she should save her at all costs. Grabbing the injured Jessica, Lu Xiaoyu told the guy that she already knew everything when he told her to use the heavenly change talisman. Meanwhile, Little Ai was still standing, defending herself with her battle axe and looking at the protagonist from under her brows. She swung her weapon to attack Yegulu, but he dodged in time and was left unharmed. He asked Yun Yu to help him by using the Polar Star Formation and Defense Formation. Yun Yu obeyed without question, clasping her palms together as bright golden sparks surrounded her hands. The girl protected our hero by giving him a large golden magical seal on which he could now stand. The succubus warned her brother mentor that she intended to use the 1,000 gaps for flanking attacks, but the guy was against it. He stopped the girl, approaching her and putting his hand on her shoulder. Yun Yu was at a loss when Yegulu told her to go to the Immortal's Grotto, where a sword lay on the roof of a small house in the southeast. The girl did not argue with the mentor, agreed to carry out the order and promised that she would do it immediately. Yun Yu rushed into the Immortal's Grotto, leaving a bright white trail behind her, to obtain a suitable weapon for her mentor. Meanwhile, the protagonist was forced to bite his finger to obtain his own blood for further action. The boy drew a magical symbol on a green sphere called the Mini Grotto of the Immortals. It was the seal of the Sky Castle Order, a technique that temporarily seals the Grotto of Immortals so that no one can unlock it. Once inside the Immortals' grotto, Yunyu immediately started running forward to quickly obtain a weapon for Yegulu. Turning back, the girl saw a huge seal in front of her, and immediately realized that her brother mentor had sealed the grotto. Left alone with the enemy, the protagonist sent the grotto back to the vault so that the girls would be safe. Seeing this, Little Eye said that this trick was absolutely useless. She looked at him with eyes full of disdain. Yegulu frowned and looked at her, asking if the girl also knew that he had sealed the grotto. The guy understood that her weapon was an axe. The essence of the innate sword would not work here, and the difference in strength between them was 5 levels. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to defeat Little Eye. He decided that he would have to rely on himself, that is, improvise, and was glad that at least his friends and student were safe. The protagonist asked what Little Eye's purpose was, because she wasn't at all surprised when she saw that Jessica was actually a girl. Adjusting her glasses, the blue-haired girl paused briefly before answering our hero. She took off her glasses and said that the Lord of the Gods was merciful because he ordered his daughter to be banished to wander in this world. The elastic band on the girl's hair broke, and she said that the divine descendant was beautiful, and her presence intoxicated the lady with this grace. As her long blue hair fell loose, the girl declared that the love of the divine descendant embraced them all. She called people a bunch of ignoramuses who do not reach out to the love of the divine descendant, do not admire it, and do not bow before it. Transformed into a knight of the sacred court, Little Eye asked to be allowed to offer her love to the hero. Having shed her image of Little Eye, the blue-haired girl once again introduced herself as the Night High Priest. Now she was dressed in a white robe with golden elements. She gave her name, saying that she was Iris, who was ready to be dust and a punishing hand before the divine descendant. The protagonist panicked. He realized that Renee was right, because when no one was left to hide the aura of the sacred object, the sacred courtyard overtook him. The merciless Night High Priest Iris addressed the boy, calling him a blasphemer, and ordered him to listen to her carefully. The girl demanded that the guy hand over the fire relic A-17, which Jessica carries with her, and then he would have to pay the price for insulting the head of the church. Meanwhile, Jessica was safe after being taken to the mini-immortal grotto by Lu Xiaoyu. The wounds she received after the battle with the Night Iris had already been bandaged, but the girl was still not well. Lu Xiaoyu used her magic ticket to place it on Jessica and heal her using her abilities. The temple's abbess stood next to Jessica, her hands outstretched to channel the healing energy. A golden light filled the entire room. The girl closed her eyes to concentrate on healing Jessica. When she finished, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, sweat streaming down her face as she looked sadly at her injured friend. Wiping the sweat from her face, the girl expressed hope that this procedure would be enough to save the heroine. She thought that now she had to wait for the fool to return. He must have a lot of medicine with him, and only with them would it be possible to restore the damaged bones and muscles. However, Lu Xiaoyu understood that having suffered such serious injuries, the foundation of Jessica's strength had been completely lost to her. Lu Xiaoyu sat down on the bed, stroked Jessica's head, and wondered what the heroine should do now that she had lost the most important thing. The girl felt guilty, realizing that Jessica had ended up in this situation only because she had tried to save her. Xiaoyu's eyes widened as an idea to help poor Jessica popped into her head. She came up with the idea of letting Jessica continue to follow them on their path to becoming immortal. Smiling, the girl thought that if this were to happen, she could truly become a mother mentor to Jessica. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she suddenly felt very ill and started shaking all over. The abbess of the church jumped out of bed and began to cough. She did this without stopping, almost choking. The healing procedure did not come without a cost. It damaged her body so much that Lu Xiaoyu began coughing up blood. Lu Xiaoyu realized that at the consecration stage, the power was barely enough to save Jessica in such a pitiful state. The girl was stunned when she felt some kind of earthquake. Xiaoyu could barely stand on her feet. The abbess of the temple went out of her house into the street to find out what the hell was happening to the Grotto of the Immortals. Meanwhile, Yunyu was outside, working to remove the seal our hero had placed on the grotto. The girl clicked her tongue in irritation, trembling all over to get rid of the seal. But nothing worked. She tried with both hands to open the golden magical rift wider in order to get out of the immortal grotto. Yunyu screamed at the top of her lungs, trying her best to escape from the sealed grotto. The girl's hands were shaking and turning red. She was trying with all her might, and something was starting to work, but not enough to get out. Trembling all over, the girl began to scream furiously, staring at the object she wanted to tear to pieces. But the efforts were in vain. The crevice turned into a star, through which it was impossible to get through. The girl's insides sank when she saw that her attempts were in vain, and she would have to stay here. Succubus. Yun Yu fell to her knees and admitted that it would be impossible to open the exit from the mini grotto of the immortals. Meanwhile, when night had already fallen, the protagonist was still standing in front of Iris, a high-ranking night priestess. Scratching his chin, the guy said that he couldn't help but notice that the girl's outfit was very much to his taste. The protagonist accused her of making treacherous attacks on innocent people as a trait of their holy court. Iris justified herself by saying that when fulfilling a sacred will, the choice of methods does not matter at all. Yegulu shook his head in disapproval and asked why she still talked about their ideal divine descendants' love extending to everyone. Frowning with anger, the guy asked if all these words about love were just chatter. Iris became furious and began to shout at our hero, accusing him of daring to insult the divine descendant. The protagonist stared insolently at the Night High Priest and admitted that it was an insult and asked what next. Iris stood silently with her hands down, and an ominous black aura began to surround the Night High Priest. Looking her enemy in the face with contempt, Night High Priest Iris declared that she would eliminate the blasphemer right then and there. The protagonist snorted, asking in an ominous voice who she was trying to intimidate, and then attacked the girl. Enveloped in a bright yellow light, the merciless Yegulu once again addressed the little knight, who remained silent in response to his question. A giant blade of fire appeared behind him, and he declared that the guy had already dealt with their leader. The young cultivator extended his hand and shouted that the Night High Priest would now have to devour his sword. With the power of thought, the boy directed a giant sword charged with fire energy straight at the enemy. The girl spread her legs wide, preparing to repel the boy's attack. She still held the battle axe behind her back. Iris was calm. She thought that the boy was deliberately bragging, trying to get her angry, and this was just a naive provocation. When the giant fire sword was already centimeters away from her, Iris easily dodged at the last moment. She wasn't worried because Yegulu used an ineffective and exaggerated attack. Taking another look at the enemy, the Night High Priest guessed that this was simply a diversionary tactic. The girl was right. Right now, the mini-sword, Fish Guts, which Yegulu took from the Orc King from the battle-hardened prison, was flying towards her. Iris wasn't surprised. She snorted when she saw the small sword our hero had been counting on flying towards her. Throwing the axe, the girl screamed that this was just heresy. And did the guy really think he could get through the protection of the sacred weapon? But a moment later, the girl's self-confidence evaporated, because our hero's small sword managed to bypass the shield made of an axe. After the attack, the girl landed successfully on the ground. Breaking with her golden heels, she was able to stand firmly on her feet. The small sword managed to bypass Iris's defense, but she stopped the weapon at the last moment, intercepting it with 2 fingers. The girl easily blocked our hero's attack, after which she again looked silently straight at her opponent. But Yegulu wasn't upset. He smiled, praising the girl for her excellent sleight of hand, and said that there was one thing. The guy silently looked at the sky, which was still filled with small black dots. A primitive wooden doll that looked like Yegulu appeared before the Night High Priest. Then Iris became wary because she didn't expect the guy to pull such a trick. She stared forward to be ready for anything. Yegulu appeared behind him, using the 36 changes of Tiangang, a transformation that transforms a person into another object or being. The girl froze in one place, dumbfounded. She was still holding the small sword in her hand, but the threat was behind her. The protagonist managed to deceive the girl, and now appeared behind her to attack from behind while she looked forward. According to legend, the abbess of the 5 poisonous beasts sect, Murong Yuzhuo, once developed and produced an unusual poison. This poison had a mysterious composition and unique properties, and it was this that our hero used. The use of this poisonous elixir allowed a person to lose his mind and ability to think for a short period of time. Abbess Murong believed that the source of human suffering is that people think too much, so she invented this poison. According to the girl, only by ceasing to think and reflect can a person gain the opportunity to blissfully wander the world of people. That is why Abbess Murong came up with a name for this poison. She labeled the bottle Divine Ignorance. One day, the main character entered the 5 poisonous beasts, and in the middle of the night, a petty thief broke into the house through the window. Yegulu not only entered the forbidden territory without permission, but also stole a bottle of the precious blissful ignorance. The daring thief went even further. Having learned the properties of this poison, he added another, extremely disrespectful name to it. The protagonist stuck his piece of paper on the bottle, writing that from now on this poison is called the elixir of mental retardation. And now, when Yegulu was faced with a strong opponent and could only improvise, he decided to use it. The guy, opening the bottle, shouted that this elixir was just right for the girl, because even a warrior at the earthly limit stage would become dull from it for 3 days. The protagonist, taking the Night High Priest by surprise, splashed all the poison right in her face. Yegulu landed back on the ground successfully and began to carefully observe how the poison would affect the girl. The guy thought that he needed to use this opportunity and not only deal with the knight, but also figure out what was going on with this holy court. Squinting, the protagonist remembered that he had another idea in his head about what he needed to do while the knight was dumbfounded. He decided that he needed to obtain sketches of the holy court's clothing, because in order to defeat foreigners, it was worth studying their strengths. Drops of poison flowed down the knight high priest's face. She stood dumbfounded, but so far there were no signs that the elixir had worked. The girl simply wiped the liquid from her face with a glove and looked at our hero from under her brows. She didn't look mentally retarded. The cultivator panicked when he saw that the knight high priest was acting just like before. When Iris accused our hero of being a heretic, it became clear that the poison had no effect on her at all. Yegulu stepped back, trying to accept that the water Yuzuo had made himself was useless. It was a shock to the protagonist that the poison of mental retardation had no effect on the knight high priest. The Knight of the Sacred Court stated that the reason why the Divine Descendant favors everyone in this world is because of her boundless love. Taking out her battle axe, the girl declared that those whose love is pure are rewarded with the highest abilities. Speaking about her weapon, Iris stated that its shape allows it to chop and its name allows it to kill enemies. She spoke of the sacred weapon Immaculate. With its special ability, Immaculate Purity, the axe allows its owners to be immune to any negative effects. The protagonist clicked his tongue in irritation when he realized that he was once again faced with the power of rules. The guy didn't give up. He surrounded himself with several magic tickets that burned with flame. Everything around went dark. Yegulu turned to his fire talismans and recited the Samadhi spell to use them against the Knight High Priest. The cultivator threw all of these talismans, which turned into streams of flame, heading towards the knight. The protagonist jumped back when, a second later, a powerful explosion thundered in front of him right in the place where Iris stood. When the smoke cleared, Yegulu noticed that the sacred weapon, the Iris axe, was still intact. The attack had no effect on Iris herself. The girl fought it off, criticizing Yegulu for it being all show. A moment later, the Knight High Priest became wary again. The protagonist did not allow Iris to relax in this battle. The guy still had a whole bunch of golden magic talismans in reserve, which he saved for the next attack. As Yegulu prepared to use them, he said that at least the previous attack was enough to cause a stir. The boy said goodbye to her, using the heavenly rank transfer talismans and the 10 lean spell to disappear. The protagonist successfully teleported to a completely different space, now surrounded only by pitch darkness. He had to use up 10 heavenly rank talismans that he had worked so hard to obtain, but this was the only way he could buy himself some time. Yegulu stared wide-eyed at something in front of him and chuckled, completely at a loss. The guy was shocked when, just a second later, he found himself in the same place from which he had just tried to escape, in the Forest of Lost Destiny. The cultivator began to shake his head frantically to meet the gaze of the main threat, the Knight High Priest. Yegulu was taken aback when he saw that Iris was standing 10 meters away from him, so the talismans had absolutely no effect. The protagonist initially assumed that the girl had managed to catch up with him, but then he realized that it was he who had been unable to escape. The boy was in a stupor. A terrible thought had already crept into his head, which would explain why he hadn't managed to escape from the knight. Gritting his teeth in fear, Yegulu found it hard to believe what was happening. He didn't want to accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to escape.